world. Every part of me wants to be with you. I have a strange feeling. Everything inside is compressed when you're near me, and so warm. I think it is love. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Story Time with Etalyx and Friends. Picking up our Sorcery adventure with part 2 today at long last. Been much asked about. For good reason. I've been asking myself, hey, when are you gonna do that again? Today. Is it time for today? It's time for today. And we're ahead of time. That's right, Molotov. Look at that stream schedule. Ooh, he must be excited. Welcome, everybody who's just joining in. I definitely got to give some people some time because the beginning of the story is going to be important, obviously. Etalyx, I had to abandon my match of Dota 2. The stream better be worth it. It will be. Aw, that's very sweet. I'll do my best to give you value back from your free-to-play game that did not cost you any money to actually join or quit. I've never been this on time for a stream. Hey, Cloudera. How many murders can we fit in this time? Oh boy, we got some things to talk about. Chargoth, Bagel, Techno, HP, Colorjet, you suck. You know you can stay. But like the one of you that I have isn't very good. Hey Snail, how's it going? Xenophanes, Kyra, Toby. We're gonna talk about you in a second. And Fire. Masahiko, Kobe. Howdy. Hey everybody, here we are. Here we are. Let's continue. Let's indeed. What's up, Techno? We're gonna take a look at a few things before we get started, but they're all relevant. Number one, I do now own all the games in the series that I plan on playing. You know what I forgot to do? Hang on, I'm gonna be that annoying guy that tweets twice. I'm gonna be the annoying guy in your timeline that double tweets. Hold on. Yeah. Because I wanted to tag the publisher. Which I think that, right? They're the Inkle's the publisher, right? Yeah. I want to tag them in the tweet because, okay, think about it. How many people do you think have ever streamed Sorcery? Jerm was talking to me about this the other day. Like, in total, how many people do you think, like, could you count them on 2 hands? Like, 2 at most. Like, probably 10 or fewer, if I had to guess. So I wanted to tag him to be like, yo, I'm enjoying your game. In case, like, the publisher, the developer, somebody's out there and wants to, like, hang out. That'd be cool, right? It'd be pretty cool to have the people that made it, like, know that it exists and maybe even pop in. There you go. I'm the double tweeter now. I'm guilty. More than I've ever streamed Nancy Drew. The Legend of the Crystal Skull. I'm pretty sure that's Indiana Jones, but I don't know. I can't verify. Anyways. As we get going here, Wax the Seal says, can we get a recap of part 1? Sort of. You actually can. It's funny that you should ask that, because you're segueing directly into the next thing that I want to talk about. But just to shortstop that, Dethan, back for 30 months. What's up, Dethan? Big 3-0. Thanks a ton. Glad you're able to pop in tonight. You guys off? Not you necessarily, Dethan, but everybody. You guys off today? Did you guys have to go into work or school? Or are you guys honoring Good Friday and just hanging out, watching some story games here in a minute on the stream? Hopefully that one. Work, sad face. Sad face indeed. Hey, Muff Diver. Muff Diver Dave's 3 more months to a year. Thanks for your 9 months, Dave. What up? Thanks for popping in and sharing the sub. Homework. Still had class. Do you use eyeliner? No. I'm all natural, baby. The only thing I use is face moisturizer, because what is the humidity today? What's the humidity today? 11%. Weather for Las Vegas, 11%. Oh boy. Walking the dog, drinking some scotch, watching Etalyx, walking Etalyx. He just needs some exercise, it's true. I went to class for 20 minutes and ditched. All right, check this out, guys. The segue to my next point about asking about the recap. That's a good question, actually. Take a peek at my desktop. Welcome to my domain once more, chat. This is where I reside. And yes, there is one thing in my recycle bin. Hold on, let me fix that for you. Done. Done. Nice backyard, thank you. This is looking out my window. This is Vegas in the year like 2400. No, but it's for real. With the help of I'm Fire, who went back and watched the whole VOD at like 2x speed and marked all the points of interest of everything that we did on the map and documented it, even wrote down the VOD time of when everything took place for part 1, which took us about 7 hours, and Kyra Toby, who put together a site. We have an interactive map legend of part 1 and our journey thereof. So, all 66 of these events in the game are now documented for all time. You can use the !sorcery command to find the link and check it out for yourself. But this is a fairly comprehensive look at everything that we did in part 1 of Sorcery. Starting with, of course, check this out, you can click on each pip and it opens the name of the particular event that took place, obviously this being the tutorial, and a little quick blurb about what happened there, and items of interest that may have been acquired, and spells that have been cast. And Kyra Toby's been going back and adding little screen caps and stuff, so like moving on down the line to number like 12, Return to the Foothills, when we cast Foff for the first time. So you can kind of go back and like actually take a peek. Sometimes they're nice and short, sometimes more lengthy things happen that couldn't be summarized quickly. You may remember a few, like for example up here at the Witch's Hut. This was a big like 15-minute event that had to be summarized. So the Troll Toll, that was somewhere right around here, I believe. Climbing the valley, meeting the troll. So it's got like graphics and pictures and everything else. Good job with that, Kyra Toby. That was all Kyra Toby's idea. Go to 55. Go to 55. Yes, about 55. Look how detailed this is. It's like a picture book of a picture book. All right, Chad, hold on. Let's get something. Let's read 55 because this is the one that we're gonna get asked about the most. Let's start with a story within a story here. The huge city of Corray on the horizon can be seen occasionally from the hilly forests. In the thick of things, Jan the Minimite goes on high alert. A shadow threatens Etalyx with a sword at his throat. There he is. An assassin, scimitar in hand, reveals himself and challenges the Analander to a duel. Deliberating about what spell could aid the fight with his fearsome foe, Etalyx discovers an uncomfortable situation has been following him. Zap! Fizzles and fades, demanding 3 stamina, but revealing the Minimite for who he really is. A creature who nullifies all magic in an area around him. The duel must be won with finesse and physical prowess. This is the recap. This is a story without a story. It's the story of our story, chat. So of course, to the victor go the spoils, right? I won all these encounters, so I get to tell you my version of events. This is my version of events. This is my memoir, okay? You can get it at Barnes & Noble. It's a bestseller, I'm sure, in due time. This is my retelling. I get to write the history now. Despite his assurances of certain death, Etalyx emerges the victor. Curious as to why an assassin is intervening in his adventure, Etalyx questions the motives of the would-be killer. The man reveals his name to be Flanker. Sword still at the ready, Etalyx listens intently to the explanation. Flanker claims to, quote, and I quote, pick on wayfarers for practice in hiding and in killing. Etalyx was a mark because Flanker thought him to look weak. Flanker, bleeding and sputtering on the forest floor, offers his services in Corée should they meet there, but Etalyx still focuses on the response. This was no job. No one sent this assassin to take his life. He was doing it for sport. Anger welling up inside at hearing this reasoning for instigating fights to practice killing. Etalyx judges Flanker guilty and puts him out of his misery. Jan is shocked, as is everyone in chat. Flanker's measly 3 gold pieces find their way into Etalyx's coin purse, violently replacing that stolen by the Biritanti children. The world is cruel and twisted. Bend with it, or find yourself snapped in 2. The children. Yes, the children. Thinking Etalyx looked weak. Anyways, so this is the interactive map. It's got a lot there. You can follow the whole journey. This is your recap. Let's tie those 2 things together. Someone asked for a recap. Here it is. And you just got a recap of the big thing. But the points of interest. I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but we started out in the tutorial, went to Dadule, where we mostly solved the trials of the sorcerer, and they taught us the spell pot, which turned out to be top after, okay, you had a screen cap, you drowned in the rising tide, your adventure is at an end, you really screen capped that one for all time. Okay, I see how it's going to be. I need another music song. You said you died. I did die, but I didn't know I was gonna be shamed in this way. But yeah, we learned the spell Top that we can cast with golden hair. It allowed us to climb out of Dadule after we solved the riddles of the caves down there. We were robbed by some thieves. We created a force field that pushed them away. We found a beehive where we got some beeswax. An old man who gave us a piece of a spell book that we later returned. We went to the Shanker Mines, where we met the ogre and retreated therefrom. Also stumbling in, of course, to the goblin lair, who challenged us to a fight. We killed him by stabbing him in the neck. We moved up to the Talzer Ridge after acquiring some boots and falling through the caves after defeating the goblin into Kristen Tanti, where, okay. You even did, like, the small text for this one, huh? There's so many little details. Talking about the man getting the bomba fruit, hearing the word Snaticats for the first time, the meme of the century. We're gonna be hearing a lot more of that one. I'm trying to remember if I'm skipping anything else huge. We guessed a new spell, Zip, that turned out to not be anything that we can use yet. We fought a skunk bear and a skunk rat. No, a rat bear and a skunk bear, right? Defeating both of them, one of which we confused with a spell. Eventually, we went into the mines and cast... By the way, this is sus, and will be sus forevermore now. You guys were trying to convince me last time you pronounced it Seuss. It's sus. You can't believe you confused me in this way. We sensed an ancient danger that was certainly meant death, and retreated. Oh yes, of course, the troll. Okay, here's the tale of the troll. This is canon now. We went into the troll's hut, saw his gold pieces left in there, tried to speak to the troll. The troll attacked us. We tried to even scare it away with a pop rock. That knocks him down. He didn't get scared away. Seeing an opportunity, Etalyx slices through the troll's neck. Guilt-ridden, Etalyx leaves the money in the hut. Guilt-ridden. But, in the very next tab, looking back on the large bridge, he consoles himself by concluding the troll, with its hut near the bridge, spent his time harassing passerby for their money and their lives. Justice has accidentally been done. Oh god, it's a full page It's a full page jam. I don't know. The way you pronounce it is pretty sus. Anyways, I'm really impressed by this. I'm really happy with everything and the way it turned out. It took a lot of work to write all this. There's 66 different pips. Now, here's what we're gonna springboard onto the next chapter with this. Chapter 66 is where we left off. To Corray, the journey through the Shah Mutanti Hills is complete. Though alone in the world, Etalyx has some helpful tools. We have 2 keys, a key to the cells of the Red Eyes, a key to the gates of Corray, a large lump of beeswax, a cloth skull cap that's said to help us read minds. We've yet to try that out. 2 pebbles, 3 giant's teeth, a pair of fur and skin boots, a sword, 3 rations, and 13 gold pieces besides the spellbook. Onwards to Corray. Just noticed the Bannerlord shirt. You know it by ya. Olthor, how's it going? Kelly McChess. Maybe Seuss was a German mean pronunciation. No, I asked him how to pronounce it. He said sus. Also, it's based on suspect. Suspicion. So it's sus. Anyways, this is where we'll pick up. So, again, Sorcery command, check it out. We're not going to be able to keep it one-to-one with current events today. Obviously. Like, it takes a few days to write all that stuff and get it set up, so it's going to lag behind. But for now, it is current. Does the game remember your progress from Sorcery 1? I believe so. That's what I was going to ask you guys. I have the code word. We were given a code word that I can put in. But I'm trying to figure out how to get back to actually put it in, because we're just kind of on the Shah Mutanti Hills map by default. And my only options are reset to prologue, which seems like a questionable pick. But I do have a code word that I can put in, I think, to trigger the actual second chapter. And I think I have to click reset the prologue as long as I have the code, which I do. All right, let's get the sound on. Well, you can't hear anything, but you get the sound. Yes, seems tricky, but there's no other option. But notice that our god has changed. We changed from the ape to the dolphin, so that's interesting. Sorcery 1 and 2 are in the same game. So when you launch Sorcery 1 and 2, it goes here. But yes, the dolphin is said to be quick and carefree. The dolphin is happy to leap and skim his way through the world. He is brave, but not rash. I think that's my spirit animal right now. I think it is. That's pretty accurate of how we played this. Yeah, we don't just launch disc 2, no. So I'm gonna reset the prologue. I hope this is fine. All progress will be lost. That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of. But there is a cloud save option, a cloud load option. So before I click this, chat, does anyone else own this game that can do me if... You probably don't have it installed. Yes, I have the code written down. It was on the stream, actually. It was Remisy. R-E-M-I-S-Y. And that should be like my save key. But that's literally the only option, because watch, I'll close the game and then reopen it. And it just goes directly back to here. So that is like the whole thing, effectively. So, a little scary, initially. I don't really know if that's gonna be fine. But it's the only option. Credits, toggle full screen, reset, or quit. Quit just closes the whole game. So, like, it kind of has to be that one, right? What we could do is maybe, maybe go back to Torpani real quick. I don't think we chose anything here. It was just time to leave. And then maybe it'll auto-trigger the next... to Corray. Okay, here we go. This is better. There we go. We just had to rewind one step. This is just a refresher of the things I just mentioned about all the items that we have in our pockets. The adventure continues in Sorcery 2, Carré, City Port of Traps, out now. We saved a cloud. Spell is being prepared. Okay, chat. I guess write this one down too. Fukoku. Fekoku. F-E-K-O-K-U. And we continue, and it should just begin Sorcery Part 2. Interesting word. All right. I would say after some delay, but there was no delay. I was showing you guys the sick map. The amazing interactive map. The Crown of Kings has been stolen by the Archmage and taken across the Bachlands to Montpang. You've been sent to get it back. Should you fail, the whole of Kakabat will surely fall. A new journey has begun. Part 2. From the outpost settlement in Analand, you crossed the Shamutanti Hills. Along the way, you traveled with a Minimite who almost cost you your life, completed the wizard trials at Darulay, and fought and killed the dreaded Manticore. You faced cruel twists of fate and deadly traps, a test of character. To survive, you used your blade often. You deceived, charmed, and tricked your way through. Your spirit guide changed as you changed, becoming the Dolphin. But now all of that seems a distant memory, for you are approaching Carré, the city port of Traps. Founded on a ford of the Jadbaji River, Carré was once a camp for the pirates who ambushed merchants sailing from Lake Lumley to the sea. I was gonna say to the east. Maybe isn't my dyslexic if I read sea as east and there's no T in the word, but it has the same letters? I don't know. But the camp grew. It became a village. The village became a town. And now Carré is a magnet for ne'er-do-wells and thieves, ruled over by a council of villains. It cannot be avoided. Let the city do its worst. Ape the Dolphin is interesting. I agree. What kind of traps are we talking about? I don't remember setting any traps, Masahiko Kobe. If anything, I was the one being set upon by traps, you know? Like, from being attacked by an assassin in the woods to almost poisoned by tea, thrown out of a town by children, I didn't really set a trap. And the goblin, again, didn't set any traps. A trap would be waiting inside somebody's house until they woke up and then killing them or something. But this is the city of traps. So if I've been setting traps, apparently we're in a good place. Let the city do its... No, we're not that hardcore yet. It cannot be avoided. Let the city do its worst, we would be super jaded by this point. We're starting to get jaded, though. Starting to. Because, like, as the game mentioned, we've killed a few beings, but more importantly, the last thing that we did in the game was we had to survive a pit of vipers, navigate a large cavern to save an orc, like, Sven girl, who, by the way... The reason that we volunteered to save her was because the Sven people, who we were guests to, decided that I was some great legendary traveler, captured me, bound me, put me in prison, and then had the chief come, and while I'm their prisoner, ask me to go save the chieftain's daughter. So I had to go down into this cavern and be their champion, fighting a legendary, ancient, and venerable being, the Manticore, killing the Manticore, saving the daughter of the chieftain, and all I got for it was like less than 10 gold coins, and they gave me a key to Carré, I guess. So at least I've got that. But you see my point. We're starting to get a little jaded as a character just because all these scenarios, like, tried to poison me, tried to assassinate me, put me in prison. Those are the last 3 events, not in that particular order, that happened to our hero. So he's starting to get a little tired, you know what I mean? But did you get a lousy t-shirt? If only. You would go around it if you could, but on the far side is the North Gate, the only entrance to the Balklands and the next stage of your journey. If your quest is to succeed, you must enter the city port of traps and make it out alive. I'm going to have to mute alerts so I can actually, otherwise I'm just going to get distracted. But thank you, Dante101, for subscribing with Prime. Welcome to the beginning of our new journey, and thanks so much for the support. Let's go. Let's get it started. Inkle presents. Steve Jackson Sorcery. It's a little bit more subdued because they're just I can't do that same energy, but that's the song. It's probably someone else's song. I just remember that from part 1. And we're here. Steve Jackson Sorcery. There you go. I mustered the strength. South Gate. So we're supposed to be going out through the North Gate. Ooh. Look at where we are now. We're gonna be here for a while, so I hope you guys are all buckled up. This is a big place, chat. This is the city of Caray, and it is quite... What are these? What are these little pips already here for? Are they just points of interest that I could go to? Why are there already, like, flags and stuff pockmarked on the map? I assume they're just points of interest that we could go look towards. There's something pretentious about putting your name in the title of your game. Well, here's the thing, Awkward. Sorcery is actually a series of books from a long time ago. Sorcery books. The year was 1983. So Steve Jackson literally made all this stuff in the 1980s. So he didn't really make the game so much as he did everything else. He wrote everything, he came up with the game systems, and then Inkle converted it into a beautiful adaptation game. Redact that. Consider it redacted. But yeah, he basically just put in all the work. And then they turned it into an amazing adaptation, which in and of itself is a ton of work. Now, chat, here's the thing. My character's down here. Oh, let's just click on my character. There we go. Okay, I was like, where do I go? Twilight already. The great city of Caray has loomed large on the horizon all day, but has been slow to reach, the path tracing great loops back and forth through a deep and narrow pass. Here is our first vision, straight, I assume, from the pages of the book itself, right? Isn't that where these pictures come from? I assume so, but we will walk on towards the great city. You've not seen a living soul since you left the Sven. So you are naturally cautious when you round a bend in the path and see a beggar, crouched low against a rock, muttering to himself. The beggar. I'm so excited. I am so excited to draw this line again. Okay, let's go. I have been told, chat, I have been told that part 2 is a 10 out of 10 experience. It's so good, I've been told, that part 1 by comparison is like a 7 out of 10. And for me, part 1 was like a 9 out of 10. So I'm gonna have to like retroactively adjust how much fun I had in part 1, and we're pumping it up for part 2. By the way, we're gonna play today, and if it takes me 2 streams, which it should, we'll play it again on Sunday. So it's gonna be today and Sunday. FYI. You stop out of sight behind an outcropping, but the beggar does not look like much of a threat. Wait and watch, try to slip past. Listen, honey, keep your head down, eyes to the ground, keep walking. No matter what they say, keep walking. What type of beggar is this? Is this like LA, New York, Boston, Vegas? I don't know. I approach everybody in this game. I'm gonna approach him too. If I approach a troll and a goblin, of course I'm going to approach the beggar. You call a greeting and stride over, and the man leaps to his feet, drawing a short stick from inside his cloak. Who goes there? He demands. What's your business in Corée? Greetings, old man. I'm a traveler. I'm on a quest to get out of my way. So he's not blind. We're out of sight behind an outcrop. He just heard a noise. I'm gonna be nice. Greetings, old man. Enough of your greetings, the beggar spits back. I asked you a question. Who are you and where are you headed? I am a traveler. I am a traveler, it's true. See how I'm trying to be so nice to all these people, chap. But we're going to the city of thieves, the city of what is it again? It's Corée, the city of, is it the city of traps? It's not really a great name if you don't have good perception skill. You would need excellent perception skill to not step in any doors in the floor or get crushed by spike walls. I am a traveler. The man pokes his stick at you. A traveler. Traveling where? That is my business, not yours. No, it is my business, that's true. But I'm not going to be so prickly. Chat, is the Backlands the true answer? Because right now we're heading for Corée. The Backlands, though, are on the north side of Corée, correct? Yeah, the Backlands are probably our ultimate destination up here at the northeast past the North Gate. But it's also true that I'm heading towards Corée, so I think both answers are accurate. I don't think either one is a lie. So if I had to sign this document to the IRS, I would say, to the best of my knowledge, both of these answers are true and honest. Let's say Corée. Corée. Obviously Corée, but why? He prods harder. Answer me, or you'll face the consequences. Who are you? You ask. You're certainly very brave. The man beams with aging pride. I am the city guard. No one enters Corée except through me. And then, despite his age and clear ill health, he comes at you, waving his stick. Fight him. I can't. Not yet. I won't fight you. You tell him. You are unarmed. He waves the stick close to your face, jabbing a few times, but you push the point aside with one hand. All right, then, he declares. We'll settle this fairly. He tosses the stick to one side and raises his fists. The knuckles are blackened with scabs. I still won't fight you. You reply, I mean it. The beggar makes a short braying noise, like a laugh, and then lamps you on the nose. It is surprisingly painful, and he is readying for another swing. Chad, I've been attacked. I think did he just take 2 stamina off me by hitting me in the face? Self-defense activated. I have been attacked first. I refuse to fight. It's time. Hit him back. This old man needs to be taught a lesson. He can't just keep punching every passerby that walks down the pass towards Corée. Hit him back. Sighing, you roll up your sleeves. In a fistfight, damage is lower and power refreshes more quickly. We're both doing like unarmed combat. This is already an amazing game. Block. I can just pulverize, punch, thump, bash, clout, jab, or block. This is amazing. How many times do we need to tell you, old man? Back off! Alright, like, honestly, you roll up your sleeves. I can't just get beasted on. Like, he's gonna block first. Guaranteed. Guaranteed he's gonna block first. We're gonna go for a nice, like, 5. I'm gonna go for a nice 5.1. I knew he was gonna block, but I was also not, I didn't want to get embarrassed. You know what I mean? I didn't want to go for really low and then have him do like a surprise sidestep. The beggar is not a powerful opponent. You should be able to easily overpower him. So you start with a hard swing, saving a little energy for next time. A medium hit is likely to win, but offers some defense and saves some power for next turn. Okay, that's really important to know. that it has some defense attached to it. The beggar lifts his fist in defense, so you land the minimum amount of damage against him. Prepare to... Oh, wait, what's his voice again? He's an old man. Prepare to see stars, he declares. You better put them up. For a strong attack, pull your character to the right. To defend, pull your character left. Well, we know that, but yeah. Prepare to see stars. This is going to be called, he's definitely going all in. So we'll block. You defend yourself. The beggar attempts a strong attack, but you receive only a small amount of damage. He'll be weaker now, so his next attack will be lower. He puts his guard up. A strong attack would be wasteful now. A light jab will do as much damage and save your power. This is a great tutorial 2.0 fight, yeah. But also, it's as important information to be reminded of. Also, this was an episodic game, so it may have come out time after part 1, when it originally released on mobile. As you know, this was a mobile game at first, right? Not all mobile games have to be bad. This is probably one of the best examples that has ever existed, based on what I played of Sorcery 1. A light jab. All right, a light jab. He's definitely gonna go, he puts his guard up. I mean, that means he's guarding. Correct. So we save a bunch of energy, recover a bunch of attack power, you play it carefully, and punch with a weak attack, rushing for the beggar who is defending. Good choice. A stronger attack would have wasted more of your power. He raises his fists. I think it's time to go all in. I think it's time to go for, like, the kill. Not the kill. I'm not gonna kill him, chat. That was a poor choice of words. But, like, he needs a good thumping. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, he's... okay. It's gonna be like that, huh? You tense your biceps and then swing with a strong arm, overpowering the beggar again, who raises his defense. Remember, playing weaker attack saves your power for the next round. Your opponent's stamina is at the top. If this reaches 0, you've won the fight. This time I'll knock you down, he declares. Prepare to defend. I can only do 5 because I didn't save my energy. Am I really going to take 4 stamina? Well, it's only 2 stamina from the actual fight. I did not have 5/7, so defending there was the only move. It was the smart, only move. What's funny is this tutorial fight is going to have potentially far-reaching consequences because whatever stamina I'm actually left with is what we have to continue the game with. And yes, you can lose your max stamina. And you also spend this on spells. You raise your guard. The beggar tries a strong attack. Your defense works well. His next attack will not be as strong. Why, you, he grumbles, preparing a medium swing. This time I've got you. I should think, if you want to try it. Really. Pull your character to the right. Will do. Look at this uppercut. You level a powerful blow, overpowering the beggar. The beggar pants and groans and then collapses into the dirt. 2 stamina lost. Brilliant boxing. Brilliant. You roll your sleeves back down. All right, then, he murmurs into the ground, weakly waving a hand. You can pass. I'll help him up. Holding out a hand, you help him upright. He sits up and dusts down his tattered clothing. A gray cloak that was once a uniform. He's shivering. The evening is drawing in, and it must get cold out here. You don't have any food, do you? He asks. So, oh, he's asking that. I thought I was asking that. I have 3 rations that we took with us from the last mission. I have 2 meals and honeycomb, and that's it. I did just beat this old man up. So here you go. I just beat you up, all right? Here. You rummage in your pack and pull out a hunk of bread and cheese. Here. The man grabs it and eats gleefully, like a wild dog. He murmurs and grumbles to himself as he does so. Farewell, good luck. Come with... Here we go. Come with me. You take pity on the man. Come with me. I'm going into Corée. The soldier considers your offer for a moment as he chews. You're sure? I know the word for the wall, but they will not want to let me through the gate. I'll see to that. He clambers slowly to his feet. A gleam of hope has entered the poor man's eyes. Very well, then, stranger. I'll trust you. I sure hope he doesn't nullify magic. That, yeah, would be the worst case scenario. Etalyx beats up old man, then starves him. No, I gave him food. I gave him one of my rations. This is good end so far. So this is Don Quixote. This guy's already better than Jan. No, Jan was great. You know why, chat? Because Jan, this is what I was told afterwards. So here's the thing you have to remember about Jan, chat. That this is what I was told. Jan nullifies all magic in an area around him. What we don't know is how many times Jan nullified evil magic when we weren't even aware it was happening. We don't know. So, it's very possible that Jan was actually working in our best interest and we didn't even know it. But Jan is still alive. Jan's out there somewhere. Maybe Jan will find us again today. Who knows? Yeah, but Jan deleted our first zap. I cannot forgive that. You made a promise, you better bring him past the gates now. We will indeed. DSV, this is a blind playthrough, so if you don't mind, as many times as you may have played this game, nobody is consulting the wiki as we play. Thank you. Did you know I'm actually in this game? Lorag, I was faintly aware that you were possibly in this game. Faintly. You one of the main characters? Thanks for your 10 months of sub though, Lorag. Welcome back for one more. Good to see you. The beggar walks a few strides ahead, the ghost of a military pace in his step. What is your name or walk inside? Let's find out a little bit more about this guy. What's your name? Captain Tomas of the 4th Legion, responsible for the southern perimeter. He knocks his bony heels together. At your service. What are you doing out here, soldier? We were sent out to investigate sightings, he replies, still panting for breath. A whole legion of us. Back when the council felt bold. But then they locked the gate and wouldn't let us back. Well, where's your legion now? Sightings of what? They locked you out of the city. There were a whole legion of us, but then they locked the gate and wouldn't let us back in. They were investigating sightings. Sightings of what? The goblins. There are goblins in the rocks. Well, what are the goblins doing? He shakes his head. I don't know. They can't get through the walls, but then I think I've heard them digging, scraping at the mud in the night. The path winds through gorse and thick grass. Carre squats in a basin in the hills like a stagnant festering pool. You turn one corner, then another, and then the stone walls of the city loom over you. The end of the pass. On towards Carre. The walls weren't built to keep anything out. They were here before the goblins, Tomas says. They were built to keep people in. Carre is one gigantic trap itself. Why, I will be leaving. I think I will just go around the city now. It seems wiser just to stay to the periphery on the edge of the walls. Thank you for the warning, old man. This is where I take my leave. Why is it one gigantic trap? Probably not going to get a great answer to this. I'll be leaving is not what I want to say. And you want to go back. Well, if it's trying to keep people in, why do you want to go back? And you want to go back? Of course I do, he shrugs. It's my home. You could scramble up the slope to the right to get a better view of the wall. I always take the option of scouting. I think that's just how I am wanting to play, where we try and get the information. It's hard for me to be reckless when I have the option of doing any reconnaissance whatsoever. Do you wish to No, I do not wish to rewind, but thank you for asking. But something bad could happen up the hill. Who knows? You scramble up the slope for a better view of the wall, leaving Tomas below. It is formed of staggering man-sized stone blocks held together with gallons and gallons of mud and loam dredged from the base of the river. It curves away in both directions, unbroken except for the gate. Then you see something that stops you in your tracks. There is a guard posted on the battlement above the gate, watching the clearing. Watch the archer look into the yard, ask the soldier's advice. So it's an archer at the top of the battlement. Look into the yard. I'm assuming the yard is the clearing. Let's watch the archer for a moment and see what he does. The guard above the gate looks this way and that, but doesn't shift from his position. Okay, well we did not... we did not get the information I wanted from that. Maybe I should have asked for some advice. That was a pick one option only. Run for it. I have a key to the gate. I'm just gonna go down into the pass, the normal way. Act cool. Just carry your clipboard, act like you belong. There is nothing else for it. You put up a hand and call out. The archer lifts a hand to shield his eyes against the sun.
Who goes there?
He bellows.
Friend or foe?
Friend, foe, neither. Let Tomas answer. I will let Tomas answer. I trust this old crazy geezer. You wait and Tomas cries back,
Friend, and the watchword is Cantopani.
The guard pauses a moment, then lowers his bow.
Approach!
Tomas turns and smiles at you. Well, thanks, old man. You done good? The password was Cantopani. Alright, let's approach the gate and make our way into Carré proper. The south gate stands before you. It is as tall as 2 men and would be broad enough to ride 3 horses through, if only it were open. But instead it is locked and there is no other way into the city. Luckily, of course, you have a key. Over to you.
Oh, over to you,
says Tomas, stepping back. Knock on the door, unlock the gate with the Sven Chief's key, cast a spell. I mean, I'm gonna use the key. That's what I got the key for in the first place. You quickly remove the Sven Chief's key from your pack and slip it into the lock. The tumblers click as the key turns. Tomas hangs back.
Good work, but do you think it's safe to go through?
I'm sure it is. Why don't you check? I'll go first. Let's wait. Let's wait. I don't think... Listen, I'll go first, old man. I have 16 stamina. I'll go first. I am the one with the key. You ease open the door, peering cautiously inside. There is no one about. Not yet, but there's like a large courtyard here just on the other side of the gate. By the way, we're gonna be in the city for the whole game, and it's amazing. I mean, just looking around, I'm not trying to spoil myself, because I don't know what any of this means anyways, but they got the Palpatine Hills up there, guess they're big fans, artist quarters, Dwarf Town, the Necropolis, we got like giant graveyards, Fallen Quarter, Festival of Thieves, there's so much to look at. So much to do. I'm excited. Where to even begin, I wonder.
How is it?
Thomas hisses from outside. Seems safe enough. Wait there a moment longer. You advise, and he nods. The yard by the gate seems empty enough. A path leads away past a low stone building with barred windows. I mean, there is like a stone building right here. Who, someone in the building to like receive us? You peer in through the bars. Tomas shakes his head at you as he hurries inside the gate.
Don't waste your time, he says. Best avoid it.
Suddenly, he catches your arm.
Footsteps,
he hisses. Duck behind the building, hurry out of the yard. This is like the cell. This is like a prison. We're peering in through bars. Best avoid it. We're gonna duck behind the building to hide. Making a run for it usually doesn't work well, but it did that one time. It did that one time. You hurry over to the wall of the building and crouch down, a heartbeat before 2 soldiers come round the corner. But Tomas has not followed your lead. The soldiers see him immediately and rush him. He weaves this way and that across the yard, managing to slip between them, and disappears with a whoop down a road to the left. The yard falls suddenly quiet once more. You straighten up and hear a noise through the barred window of the stone building. A sneeze. A whoop and a sneeze. So he just stayed out there in the courtyard. He slips between the guards and disappears down a road to the left, so I'm all alone again. Let's look through the window. I have to know what's in this building. Chat, you know from the last playthrough that I am nothing if not morbidly curious about everything, especially dark, cavey mine areas. I don't know why. We're naturally just attracted to that for some reason. That's just the way it happens. Standing on tiptoes, you peer in between the bars. Not a storehouse, then. The building is quite bare, except for a wooden bench on which an old man is sitting. Another old man! Everybody's old! Attract his attention. That seems like it could be a bad idea. Try the door. Let's try the door. You go over to the door of the building. The key is still in the lock. Am I going to get arrested in Corée as soon as I enter into the city proper? I really should not be getting into this much trouble already. I really should not be getting into that much trouble this early on in the game. I gotta go in. Just go inside. We have 16 stamina. I can cast some spells if I need to. You turn the key and unlock the door. The low building. Just something suspicious about this building, guys. Wow, is that a mini building inside? That's amazing. The small room is dark, lit only by the narrow barred window. It takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the gloom, so you don't notice that the door has swung shut until you hear it lock behind you. Until you hear it lock behind you. The city of traps. The old man watches with contemptuous glee. Well, I guess that I walked into prison. And I'm just gonna be locked in here. It's okay. We'll figure it out. I gotta go say hi to the old man. Listen, all old men in this game are very helpful individuals, okay? We're gonna respect them. We just gotta beat this guy up, probably. We gotta beat him up with our fists. He's gonna give us a new code word. And something else, probably. Listen, he's in here because he's gonna be helpful to us, that's why. You step towards the shadowy bench. Greetings, old man. He ignores you. He is concentrating hard on something on the ground just in front of him. A collection of small stones, scattered as though for a fortune-telling. After a moment, he gathers them up and tosses them again. You notice that his other hand is missing completely. The left sleeve of his tunic hangs limp by the side. Time for Zed. Time for Zed. Let's look at the stones. You step over to peer at his stones, but he snatches them up quickly into his palm. If you want to play, he says defensively, then you have to bet. Play what? Why, the man replies with a shark-like grin. Swindle stones, of course. I walked into the casino. That was not the prison after all. Oh boy. Swindle stones, you ask, intrigued? Stranger in town, don't know how to play. Better and better. He shows you one of his stones. It's a strange 4-value die. Sit. He pats the bench beside him with one hand. Play. We can talk while I beat you. You'll have to teach me the rules. My lucky day, he grins with his one remaining tooth. It's easy. We each roll our dice in secret, but we bet on what we've rolled in total. You call if you think the other player has bid too high. The loser gives away a die. You go over to the bench, intrigued. All right, extra close attention. We got to pay extra close attention here, chat. We each roll dice in secret and bet on what we've rolled in total. Okay, so it's like dice poker. You call if you think the other player has bid too high, and the loser gives away a die. You go over to the bench intrigued. All right. Join him. Join him. The old man drops 4 dice into your palm and sweeps away a patch of dust on the bench for you to play.
I'll go first, he says, waving his hand. Show you how it's done.
His voice keeps changing. You know why? Because I can't just do 4 back-to-back old men voices. I don't have that deep of an old man voice well to dig from. So we're like experimenting right now. Okay, so we roll the dice. These are some nice looking dice.
The game is simple. We roll and bet on what's come up. So, for instance, I might start and bet that between us we've rolled at least
2x. Well, at least we're getting a tutorial. By the way, can I just say, the first thing that we do in part 2 is find the dice game? You know? Like, come on. That's at least plus 1 full point. First thing we do. That's how I know this is going to be a 10 out of 10 experience. It's like the game knows you. I told you there was something suspicious about this room. Okay. He's going to bet that we've rolled at least 2x of what? Each player has a set of 4-sided dice. They roll and hide. Players then bid on the amount of times a face value has been rolled across their own dice and their opponent's dice combined. Bids get higher and higher each turn. Example, 2 1s, 2 2s, 3 1s. When one player believes their opponent's bid is too high, they can call... I've played this game in real life before. The dice are revealed. Whoever loses the challenge loses a die. Losing your last die forfeits the game. Okay. But we don't know what's on the table, so I'm guessing... So he thinks we've rolled 2 3s. Since I don't have any 3s, he could either be talking about himself... Or, I mean, he thinks that I might have a 3 as well. And these are 6-sided die, right? How many sides have the 8? Are these 8-sided die? It was 4-sided. These don't look like 4. 8-sided but 4 numbers. Okay, I got you. I got you. Oh boy. What if I just instantly bet 6 2s? That would be impossible. Now, I have a 2 2s, a 5, and a 4. If I bet that he's got at least 3, like 1 2, then I could say my 2s plus his and try to make him bet higher, but you kind of want to take things slow. Well, I have to bid 3 of something, or call. Streamer can't count 3 equals 4. What are you talking about? You have a 4? What did I say? A 5? Sorry, because, like, it's just weird to see the one in the middle. Like, on a regular die, that's, like, the positioning of the 5. My bad, chat. My bad. Anyways, I'm going to bet that we have 3 2s total, because I've got 2 of them already. So I'm going to bid 3 2s. Yeah, the center dot threw me off. So he calls. So maybe he doesn't have any 2s. I have 2. He doesn't have any. Only 2 2s. The old man wins the round. So what did he bid? What was his first bid? Well, that was just a tutorial. This is just a tutorial, right? He bid 2 3s. So he just lied. No, there were no 3s. You can scroll up. You're right, I can scroll up. 2 3s. Okay. All right, I got it. Roll the dice again. Let's do this one more. Swindle Stone. So he's got 4 dice. I've only got 3. So what's your name? What does it say? Don't you want to get out of here instead of just playing dice? Do you know Corray well? Hold on. Are my bets associated with a dialogue option? So depending on what I bid, it asks a question. Huh. Well, I don't want to get out of here, yes, but that is kind of interesting. Let's bid just 1 2. Easy enough, right? His name is Doomed. Hold on. What did it say Doomed flashing for?
Well, now, a name's a powerful thing.
He's thinking. Doomed. Okay, so what did he bid? 2 1s. Well, that's probably true. Chat, for me to bid more than this, he only has to have 1 1 out of 4 dice. That's not statistically very good odds. He's gonna call and I'm gonna lose again. I'll bid 2 2s. And just, he has to have 1 2, right? I already bid 1 2, so I'm gonna bid 2 2s.
Names get written down. Names get passed on.
3 1s. Oh, he could though. If this was anything other than a 1, he only has to have 2 out of 4 be 1s. But I have to call, because I can't bid 3 of something. There's no way. I have to call this. He has the 2 1s! No! He didn't have any 2s either, so like, well, I didn't have any play there. I had no play. All right, we're losing our first dice game. Listen, the swindle stones, I'm getting swindled right now. There are 3 1s, the old man wins the round. Because I would have to one-up him and bid 3 of something else or 4 1s. And I can't tell him that there's 4 1s because there's no way he'd believe that. He's got the advantage, chat. He's got the distinct advantage right now.
So, where are you headed when you get out of here?
I'm just visiting the city, the North Gate, the Backlands. Wow, you know what? 3 1s, the Backlands. We're going to the Backlands, old man. It's time for a comeback. Call! You tell me he doesn't have 1 1? You telling me he doesn't have 1 1? Yeah! Yeah! The comeback! Sometimes you just gotta push all the dice to the table on the first round. Get swindled. Just play the poker hand that you already got. We got 1 back, right? Do I get 1 back or no? He loses 1. Oh, you don't get 1 back. We just permanently lose 1. Okay. I'll start with 1, 2. Okay, like on turn 1, are you supposed to lie completely? I guess it's up to you, but like, isn't it better to tell the truth just in case the AI like randomly calls your 1x? They have no reason to disbelieve that you're a 1x though. But maybe if you pick something you don't have. I don't know what's happening, but I'm having fun. Hey guys, who are just popping in, we're learning swindle stones together. I'm gonna bid 1 4 just to see what he does. That's not a high bid. I've not eaten in 4 days. See, like, here's what I was trying to do. I was trying to convince him to bid, because you don't want to reveal information about your hand. So, like, since I bid, I have 1 4. You would never call that, because I only have 2 dice. But also, since he doesn't want to confirm that he has a 4, he's not going to bid 2 4s, because he doesn't want me to know if he has a 4. So he thinks I've got 1 4. But therefore I convinced him to choose a different number. He chose a 2, so now I can maybe assume that he's got 2 2s. I know I've got a 2. But so I can assume he's got at least 1. So it'd be terrible for me to call him right now. Because calling does nothing because I've got a 2. He only needs 1 for this to be true. So I can bid 2 3s. I already have a 3. He might have a 3. But I can only choose numbers that haven't been chosen yet. I'm trying to figure out why these ones, because we've bid... He's bid 2 2s. How come I can't bid 2 1s? Because the number has to be higher? Like, numerically, does it have to be higher? Okay. So it's not just quantity, but it's also quality of that face. I gotcha. That makes sense. So I'm going to bid 2 3s because I have 1 3. He just needs to have 1. That's pretty good odds. That's a 50-50 chance. that he has a 3. No, it's more than that. It's a 75% chance he's got a 3.
Good thing I brought my own provisions then. You did. Oh, 3 twos. Oh, 3 twos. I can't. I can't bid 4s.
Told you to call that. Well, that's why I'm not looking at chat. Soup, you should know that best of all people. As a mod for another channel. He can't have 2 2s. Why can't he have 2 2s? He has 3 4-sided dice. What if he was lying about the first claims? Literally, in the first tutorial, he lied about his opening hand. So AI can just make stuff up. 3 3s is just as likely as 3 2s. Yeah. Because I have 1 3, I had 1 2. He bid 2 2s, so it's way more likely for him to have an extra 2, because I already have a 2, than for him to have 2 3s. So this is better. He claimed to have at least 1 2. That's all he needs for me to call him and lose. So, chat, your backseating doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm going to call him on the 3s, however, because he has to have 2 out of 3 of his dice have to be 3s. Statistically unlikely. Oh wait, it's 3 2s. What was the one before? 2 2s. Hold on, why are you guys telling me to call 2 2s but not 3 2s? Why would that have been better? I said call 3 2s. I haven't done anything yet. He's wagering 3 2s right now. I'm getting confused, Etalyx. That's okay. I'm gonna call him. He's got the 2s, and he's got a 3. But I couldn't exceed his bid. So, we just had to take 1 for the team there. You guys are confusing me more, though. I'm getting more confused. All right. There are 3 2s. The old man wins the round. I'll start with 1 3. So he's got 3 dice. I've got 1. I have to win 3 rounds in a row. But this is my baby's first game of Swindle Stones. So I literally can't do anything. Because I only have the 1. I can't bid 1 2. I can bid 2 2s and hope that he rolled a 2. He has a 75% chance of rolling at least 1 2. So I'm going to go ahead and claim the 2s. And then make him outbid me. I'll raise that. Oh, that means he's got 1. Because literally, if he doesn't have a 2, he can call me. So I had to take a big risk. He's definitely got 1 2. So he has to have 2 5s. I'm going to call that. I can't lie. Show me your 5s. That's what I thought. Or 4s. 4s, chat. 4s. Listen. 6-sided dice faces. This is why. This is why I keep saying this. Because when I look at it, I see this pip in the middle, and I think 5 immediately. So, my bad. I'm just going to say 5 when I mean 4. Okay, anyways. Roll the dice again. Let me see. Let me see. But it's not a 6-sided die. It's actually an 8-sided die, you pedant. Okay, we're going to bid the 4 that we have. We kind of have to, because I can't claim 2. Like, I have to claim the 4 and then call him on his raise. 4 is a great number to have, though. Doomed. It wasn't the guards, if that's what you're worrying about. He bids 2 3s. He has to have both 3s, so I'm calling that. What? What luck, old man? What luck indeed. Rolling back-to-back 3s on me. I got trampled on. Alright, that was just a tutorial game. Let's play again. That's the game, the old man says with a beaming smile. And you lost. The old man pockets his dice once more and stretches back, cheerful at his victory. I thought you were a bit slow. I want a rematch. Good. I've been going easy on you, he replies. The old man counts out 4 dice each and takes the first bid. It's better here than where I spent last night. Where's my dice? Oh, there they are. They were hidden at the bottom. Okay, so I have 1, 2 3s, and a 2. Let's try and find out some more info. He's already bid 2 2s. So I've already got the 2. I'll just bid 2 3s. You don't know the half of it. I spent last night in the sewers. So he bids 3 2s. So if he has 2 2s, I lose. If I bid 3 2s, it's statistically probable, or excuse me, 3 3s, that one of his 4 die is a 3. It's statistically very probable that he's got at least 1 3 there. And I've already got 2. So I'm gonna bid 3 3s and just hope that he has one. Moving around, not getting caught, until I got caught, that is. Call. Let's see. Well, you just got unlucky, or you're just bad at bluffing. 3 3s was not like a crazy bluff, I don't think. Oh, he has a 3. He has a 3. The round is yours. Let's see. Let's see. 2 2s and 2 4s. Excellent! Let's start the bid weirdly, though, with the 1 3. Doomed. Let me see. Here's a bid. I bet 2 3s. Okay, so he seems to have 3s. I'm gonna change it to 4s. So since I have the 4s already, I'm just gonna up his 3 to a 4. I can still bid that I have 2x, or that I think we have 2x shared. So I'm gonna make him raise to another thing. Let's keep it on 4s. I bid 3 3s. No way. There's no way, dude. Call it. I don't have a single 3. No way. Got him. I convinced him that I had a 3. And the round is yours. So he just took it as get debated. Lorag. No. Also Lorag. Nice. No soup for you. You're overthinking this. Also soup. Now you're learning. The duality of rats in the chat. The duality of rats. Alright, so we've taken 2 of his dice away. Welcome to Crab Chat. Let's begin at 2 1s, baby. Let's see. 2 1s. That's very possible. I will raise you to 3 1s, old man. Show me 3. 4 1s. Well, if I believe him, I gotta call that. But he could easily, they have to both be 1s. That's a definite call. 2, he's got 2 back-to-back 1s. No way. This is just as well to call him, yeah. Right now, call it. Both, oh my, Snake Eyes? Roll again. How about... I have no idea what he has. I'm going to start with bidding a 3 and see if he adds on to it. I'm not calling yet. He bids 2 3s. There's no way he got 2 3s again, chat. There's no way. Told you. Get you baited. Get swindled. All right. I only got to win one more time for my comeback to be complete. He's only got 1 die left. So you think you could just walk across town and out the other side, do you? 1 3. I don't have any 3s. So, like, he can't be lying. But he also can't... I win. I just automatically win. I can bid 2 4s, and he can't do anything, because he bid a 3. Unless he has a 4. He'd have to have a 4. And be lying about the 3, which would be next level tactics, to be honest. Oh, that's the funniest thing I've heard all day, he calls. Well, joke's on you. He was not lying. The game is yours. I win, don't I? The old man nods, gathering up the dice. I win easy on you, of course. Rematch? Thanks for the game. We'll end 1 and 1. Thanks for the game, you say, standing once more. I see I still have little to learn. Wait, no, okay. That's very very ballsy of you to say. What I meant to say, old man, was, I see I have a little still to learn. Like, you can teach me a lot, old man. Not like, I see I have very little left to learn. The pleasure was mine, the old man says, putting his die into his back pocket. He leans back against the stonework and hums quietly to himself. Wait, try and escape, talk to the men. Try and escape. I have mastered this game in such a short amount of time. Well, we'll wait here for a moment. You settle down to wait. Hours pass, but the guards do not return. Night falls and you stretch out on the floor to rest. No doubt when the guards come in the morning, you'll be able to persuade them of your innocence. You have already eaten today, so you are quite comfortable. This is how we're going to spend our first day in Carré? Oh, God. Across the room, the old man is already dozing, or pretending to doze, wrapped in his rags. Can you afford to sleep? What if he attacks you overnight? Or what if the guards come? Trust him. You shake away your fears. If something happens, you will simply have to wake up. But for now, you put your head down and try to rest. You broke into prison and are sleeping there. Yes. Well, an interesting first day. Your dreams when they come are of the wall. Like a towering monster drenched in moss and slime, the gate is wide. Its wide open maw. As you watch, it reaches down with fingers made from flagpoles and skewers the old beggar man, lifting him flailing into the air. Meanwhile, the one-armed prisoner throws the knuckles of his missing hand onto the bench over and over, calling endlessly to himself. And it is as though you can see the crown sitting in the dust on the far side of the north gate, so close and yet out of reach. Let's read this one more time. This is a vision. We're having a vision of the people we've met, the things we've done. The wall, its gate. It reaches down with fingers made from flagpoles and skewers the old beggar man that helped us in here. The one-armed prisoner throws the knuckles of his missing hand onto the bench, calling to himself. And the gate, the crown, just out of reach. It's crazy. The next morning, let's see what happens. This is a weird start to our tale. Come sunrise, you feel better for the night under shelter. As you wake, you hear a sound at the door. The guards! They must be satisfied that you are no threat, as they open the door and shove you and the old man out into the morning sunshine. Listen, it builds character, chat. It builds character. Breaking into prison. I won't miss you, the old man declares as he strides away. You watch him walk off and are reminded of your suspicions as to his honesty. Uh-oh. Check your pack. Your distrust turns to certainty and you check your pack. It's hard to be sure exactly, but searching through a giant's tooth seems to have gone missing. You shout after the old man to slow down, but he is some way ahead now and has reached another junction and turned right. Jebaited. We got swindled. Listen, chat. This builds character, okay?
Remember how I told you the last few things we did on the road before getting to Corée have continuously jaded our naive character? This is just another on the pile. Now you know why he was in jail. I guess so. Yeah, after we played Swindlestones with him, too. I should have zapped him. He's gonna be a serial killer by the end of this story. Kelly McChest, thank you for gifting his sub to Soup, who's back for 5 months in a row, like it or not now. We lost a giant's tooth, chat, but the good news is he left some, so he could have taken more. We still have 2 giant's teeth remaining. We found those giant's teeth. Ahem. We found those giant's teeth, as you may recall, somewhere around Liaki, the ruined city of giants. Nice of you to ask, Soup, where we may have found those teeth. So, after going into Liaki and seeing the city formerly inhabited by the giants, we followed a trail to investigate ruins into the forest to the southwest, where we discovered an array of idols facing back towards the village of Liaki. We reached into the mouth of the idol with its mouth stained with red wine, and inside found 3 giant's teeth. And thus we have been keeping them in our pack for a special occasion. That special occasion, in our spellbook, we can use to summon with yaws, as I recall, right? Yaw. Close. Require a giant's tooth. Casting this spell requires the tooth of a giant. When cast, will summon a giant whom the caster may control. The giant will then disappear when his duty is done. So we haven't used the giant's teeth yet, but apparently the old man is going to have some use for it. But at least he left us 2, you know? Fine, old man. You're poor. He said he hadn't eaten in like 3 or 4 days. What I probably should have done in hindsight is talk to him again. The reason I didn't, even though I normally would, is because we just talked to him and played Swindlestones. So I thought if anything important was going to come up, it would have come up during that interaction. Does that make sense? So I was like, he's probably just going to ask us if we want to play more Swindlestone tutorials, so I'll just go rest. I didn't realize it was going to sleep till morning, but it makes for a good story this way. It makes for a good story. Now, pushing further into the city, chat, we're literally still at the gate. We spent the first night in the city in prison. Oh, at the end of the yard, the road splits. Looking left, you see the guard lined up in rows, running drills. Best not to head that way. To the right, the road leads toward the first buildings of Corée. Okay, so the drills are happening over here with the soldiers. So we're just going to push on into Corée and see what's going on there. You follow the road away from the yard along the bottom of a cliff edge. Look up at the cliff. Let's look up the cliff. Excuse me. Corée is built on a series of natural steps. In the past, the river flooded every autumn, drenching the land and keeping it fertile. But since the city was raised and the river dammed, the floods have stopped. Now the trees look thin and skeletal, and the soil underfoot is like dust. Suddenly, something erupts from the tree line overhead and rolls down the slope just in front of you. It's a body. Keep back or approach. Curiosity killed the Etalyx. You approach carefully as the body, a black elf, by the look of it, bumps and batters its way down the slope to land in a rough heap. Check it, search it, or leave it. So this is like the fantasy line of fighting fantasy. How many... We're still learning about all the different magical races here. This is the first elf that we have found in the whole game, to my knowledge. We've met a lot of hill people. We met the Svinns, who were like orcs. So I'm curious. Check it, search it, leave it. No, I've played enough video games to know when you touch a dead body, you're automatically assumed to be the killer of that body. Check it and search it, though. What is that? What is the difference between those? Search it obviously means dig through its pockets.
I'm assuming a black elf is a distinct species of elf, like high elves, light elves, or like wood elves. I assume this. Well, this book was written in the '80s, so I assume black elf is what, like, we would now say like dark elf. Like dark elf is a pretty common fantasy species. Probably means to check if it's alive. Yeah, that's kind of what okay, that makes good sense. I will check it to see if it's alive. You check the corpse. It's pretty clearly dead. Though whether it was dead before being thrown down the cliffside is impossible to tell. Well, we did check to see if it was alive. Well, we're at the base of the cliff. The body was thrown down the cliff, and I'm at the bottom of that cliff. I don't want to search the body. I'm not gonna get... I already got thrown myself in jail. I'm not about to just loot a dead corpse that fell down the mountain towards me. Alright, chat. This could be an important decision, so I'm not trying to stall. I'm genuinely thinking. Would our character at this stage search this body? Not you as a gamer. Would the Analander pick through the pockets of this body? What would Justice do? That's up to you. I know, but I'm just thinking out loud. Stab the body. He was just robbed of a tooth. Well, we checked him to make sure he was dead. He was thrown from the cliffside. I'll search him to look for clues as to what caused this in the first place, right? Justice would dictate we need to figure out how this happened and who's responsible. I think that makes sense. Search it. You waste no time, but search the corpse's pockets. There is no gold to be had, but it does have a strange black mask strapped to the back of its head. Maybe somebody will be able to identify the mask. Take the mask. You unstrap the black face mask from the elf and slip it into your pack. There is nothing more to be done. You are too late to help after all. You continue along the path. You pass an inn closed up for the daytime before reaching a crossroad. Before reaching the crossroads. Okay, we have so far to go. Grave robbing streamer. It's not a grave, it's just a guy in the street. We might be able to solve this murder later. You reach a junction where 3 roads begin. These are the outskirts of Carré. Huts huddle like beggars on either side of the tracks leading uphill into the city port. Let's look around. We spent a whole night in jail. We're not exactly in a hurry. It must be clear to everyone around you. Okay, let me start over. It must be clear to everyone around that you are a stranger in these parts. The city's inhabitants, a multitude of malevolent creatures who would kill for the laces of your boots, turn to watch you as they pass. Yeah, if I didn't take that, somebody else would have. You are sport, a figure to be jostled and robbed, and one who will most likely fall prey to the strange, elaborate system of traps laid across Carré by the early settlers to protect themselves from one another. Look at the paths. There are more people here than you've seen in a long time. You cast an eye across the faces, wondering if you can tell the good, honest souls from the thieves and murderers. You see no sign of the old man from the prison. He's scarpered already. So we still remember the man from the prison. That's great. I love that tie-in. Look left, look ahead, look right, choose a path. Well, we have to look at the past to choose, right? To the left, you see a group of scruffy youngsters. Oh no! PTSD! They're gonna spank me. Walking up the road with packs on their backs. Stay away from those guys. Look ahead. Ahead is the main road into the center of Carré. Its surface rutted from cartwheels. Further in the distance, you see fields. This is the route taken by supply wagons to the docks. Zap them all, now. Okay, so, this is the route taken by supply wagons to the docks. So that goes to the docks. To the right, you just catch a glimpse of the old man disappearing into a hut a little further up the track. Hold on. The old man?
from the prison that stole the tooth? That old man? The business of this place is confusing, but you will have to simply strike out. The north gate awaits. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down the road from the right and careens around the corner to take the main track ahead. On its back are several stacked crates. One teeters for a moment, then falls near your feet, its lid cracking open. I don't know. So many choices. So many choices, guys. I'm getting tingly just thinking about it. Because, like, we're here. We're the world is my oyster. It feels like it's all open, you know? So here's the thing, right? We saw the old man. We saw the old man disappearing to the right. That would be this way. So, like, here, somewhere. Straight ahead is this. This is the main cart path. And then to the left are the youngsters playing. Youngsters is probably, I would say, the least chosen path here. And then we also have the old man, but also if I wait for the driver to stop, the old man might get away. If I stop to look at this at all, the old man might get away. I might be exchanging the crate for the old man here, is what I'm saying. Wave for the driver to stop. No. Oh, not wait, but wave. Either way, it takes time. I feel like I'm still good. What would Justice do? Justice would wave to try to stop the driver. I'm not going to steal this unless the driver's dead and doesn't need it anymore. And even then, I'm not trying to steal the mask. I don't even know what it does. I just want to pick it up. Maybe I'll find a clue to the murderer. Wave for the driver to stop. You wave for the driver to stop, but they do not see you. The cart rattles away up the road. You notice a purple liquid leaking from the side of the crate. Ooh. I don't really want the purple magic liquid here. I don't really know if I want a purple magic liquid here. The cart rattles away up the road. I don't want to lose the old man. I don't want to lose that old man. I can look in the crate. That's only gonna take an extra second. Kneeling down in the mud, you prise open the crate with your fingers. Inside is a pile of smashed bottles. Thick purple liquid swills about, littered with shards of glass. There are perhaps 4 bottles still intact. But you recognize the smell. It's Blimberry, a potion with many healing properties. Take 4, take 2, leave them. Interesting that there's a choice between 4, 2, and leave them. 4, 2, and leave them. Chat, this is actually stealing, because this guy's not dead. I tried to wave him down. This is actually stealing. If I grab these bottles. Shh, let the boy figure things out. Exactly. Smolvolp, instant mod. All I require from my mods is to tell everyone else to shh. I'm joking. All right. There is no justice here. Chad, I'm gonna leave them. You leave the crate in the mud. Other poorer creatures can have the salvage. I will leave them in the mud. Turn right, go straight, turn left. I need to go down. I have no time to waste. The old man is down the road to the right, as I recall. You head right, following the old man who stole from you until you reach the hut you saw him enter. It is the only building on this path that is still standing. Either side are empty plots. Once the houses of the farmers who planted the fields to the north. They're now collapsed and thick with gripweed. It seems that here in the shadow of the city wall is not a place where where people choose to live. Oh. Here's the thing, chat. This is what you have to remember. Some of you have already played this before. I don't know whose. That's good for me, because I don't know who to take seriously and who to truly ignore. But also, you remember, this is an adventure. This is not something to min-max. There's not a right answer. It's about the journey, not the destination. And our journey has been very interesting so far. Min-max or die. Who to ignore or who to super ignore. Look at the remaining hut, look ahead, make a move. Well, the hut is where we saw him go in. So let's take a look at the hut. By the side of the door to the hut is a sign, delicately painted, Chainmaker. The door is just a crack ajar, and from within you hear a gentle tinkling sound, metal on metal, as though a creature in a chainmail dress endlessly paces the floor. Chainmaker. So I assume somebody's working in there, inside this hut. Listen at the door, look ahead, make a move. Let's look ahead first. From somewhere further on comes the falling and rising sound of a crowd. Some kind of event is taking place. There are several places you could go next. Oh boy! Ugh. How am I supposed to choose? There's so many different things you can do. Back to the first junction. Cut through the fields. Walk on. Ah, I love this. I'm not walking on. Justice has gotta be done. I might choose to let him keep the tooth, but he needs to have a good story, Chad. That's how we're gonna do this. The old man can keep the tooth, if he has a good reason. Okay? If he doesn't have a good reason, I'm gonna do something rash. That's all. I'm not dead set on punishing him for stealing. I just need to know why. That's all. I'm gonna go in the Chainmaker. You push open the hut door and enter. He's starving? Is that why he left both food rations in my backpack? It is dark inside. The floor is sawdust, and the air smells of oil, polish, and burnt metal. From the ceiling, hanging like ivy, are metal chains of all lengths and thickness, some suitable for machinery, some for oxen, others for arms and feet. The chains shift and whisper to themselves. There seems to be no one here. No sign of the old man, though a second door is open in the far wall of the hut. Okay, so tons of chains. Some for machinery, some for oxen, others for arms and feet. Am I going into another prison? No sign of the old man, though the second door is open in the far wall of the hut. Call out a greeting. This has not worked for me even one. Okay, yeah, this has not worked for me one time since I began. At what point do I stop greeting people? Search the room. No, we're not going to steal anything from here. Try the far door. We're going to go full curious. Okay, but if I do this and then I get attacked and have to kill somebody, you guys are not going to let it die for the rest of the stream. If I call out a greeting and somehow accidentally kill this guy, you're still not going to let me play that one off, but at least I'll have an excuse. When you get 100% jaded, then we stop greeting. Basically. Like, trying the far door is possibly breaking and entering, but he stole from me, so I think an eye for an eye is fine here. If I'm going in uninvited, he stole something, so he was not invited into my backpack. It's 1 for 1. Try the far door. You cross the room to search the other end of the room, but halfway over, a chain link net drops from the ceiling and knocks you to the ground with a tremendous clatter. You've triggered a trap. There is shuffling in the back room. Someone is coming. I got 20 stamina. Let's look in the spell book. Let's look in the... Yob! I'm just kidding. Hang on. Before we look in the spell book, let's figure out what spells are available. Cast a spell. I can't believe I fell for a trap in the city of traps. Who would have thought? All right, we got... what is this? Uppercase P? I think that's uppercase P. We got W, lowercase f. So P, Y, W, F, H. Check. Can you guys write... P-W-Y, lowercase f,
H for me, if you don't mind. I have to remember these. The reason that's significant is because that's the first letter of spells, so those indicate the spells I am allowed to cast. The stars have to align in a certain way for our spellbook to be useful. PWY. Lowercase f, so I can't cast Fa, for example. I could cast an invisible wall, which I don't see how that would help me right now. H is hot. I don't really want a fireball which can be aimed at enemies. PWY FH. Lowercase f. PWY. So walk. We have to have a gold coin, but we can make a shield. PWY. We don't really have many options, so Yob could actually be an option. H, ooh, perilous situations. Information about the safest way of escape is desired. The caster receives a psychic inclination towards a means of defense if one is present. Huh. PW, no D's, no lowercase m's. Lowercase f, fall. Caught in a pit or falls from a great height. Makes the caster's body light as a feather. That won't make the chains lighter. Lowercase f, not capital. No T's. No S's, right? No lowercase g's. So I think our options for magic are fairly limited based on what we've learned so far. I think how is probably best case scenario. Let's at least get an idea if it's dangerous. Assuming we can cast that. Let's find out if it's dangerous. Find safe passage or a defense. We've never cast Howl before, so this is the first time. We've never had reason to. You cast a spell and wait to be told how you can escape, but your guiding voice is silent. It seems there is no way out. Before you can try something else, the far door opens. A shadow appears in the doorway. It is the old man from the prison. He recognizes you and chuckles. Ah, my friend, he declares with glee, so you escape one prison only to get caught up in another. You are most unlucky. Help me out of here, you're a thief. Sorry, who are you? Is the chain maker here? I was really looking for some new armor. But, fancy meeting you literally here 30 minutes after we both got let out from prison. Listen, help me out of here, buddy. We'll play some Swindle Stones or something. The old man tilts his head to one side. Now, why would I do that? Bribe him? You're a thief. Is the chain maker here? I'm not gonna bribe him to let me... I'm here to learn information. I'm gonna tell him what it is. You're a thief. He is a thief. You're a thief. Don't metagame the you're a thief option. That's... He is. You're a thief, you accuse him. He looks startled. Well, of course I'm a thief. You met me in prison. I live in Corray, for Throff's sake. You better get used to it. Listen, is the chainmaker here? Oh, yes, the man grins. He's just occupied at the moment, but he's coming this way. Very interested to see who's triggered his little trap and what they were doing. Wow, why is bribe him the only option? Ugh. Okay, well, bribe him, I guess. Is that literally the only way? Can't I just wait for the guy to come? I'll give you 3 gold pieces. Just get me out of here. The man nods. It's a deal. He narrows his eyes. 3 gold pieces, by the way, would buy you a full hot meal and close to a night in an inn. He narrows his eyes. But only because I'm betting you just found those coins lying around in here. I did not do any such thing. I am being accused wrongly of stealing. He holds out his hand to accept the money. That's not what happened. Net first, for sure. Net first. The old man considers this for a moment, then agrees. Leaning down to the chain, he murmurs some kind of password. A few links levitate up into the air, creating a wide enough gap for you to crawl through. Every single dialogue is a morality test for Etalyx. I know! It is! Serial says, should I redeem mod for a month? I gambled my way up to 100,000 nerds. There's already a mod for a month. Why do nerds still exist? I wish I would have made it out of 50 points instead of 100k. Why did I ever even put that? Here's the thing, though. We've had nerds for a long time. Why is this just happening at the same time? In the same, like, week. After you guys have had a year. Actually, okay, I hadn't been there that long. It's been at least 7 months. They're all clicking at the same time. Zero, if you want to do mod for a day, I'll do that. But I can't do 2 mods for a month. You'll outnumber the real mods. Nerds was here when I got here 10 months ago. True. Uh-oh. Did I break the game? Hold on. Hold on, chat. That's the map. We may have broken the game. I think I should be able to just close the window. I mean, it autosaves, right? Ta-da! Okay. And we're back. So I can pay him or slip out. I mean, I did tell him I would pay him. So to slip out is to lie, and then I am guilty. But I don't want to give him 3 gold out of 13. That's 1 more gold, and we could have just bought a sword with this money. But if I slip out, then I'll never get my justice. I'll never get the story. Pay him. You drop the coins into his hand. He pockets them and thanks you. Then he whispers another word and the net drops back to the floor. And with that, to your horror, he simply walks away. A moment later, another figure appears. It is the Chainmaker, a great hulk of a Sven, like those you met in the village of Torpani. He whips away the net. Intruder, huh? The Chainmaker growls fiercely and snatches up a particularly heavy length of metal, holding it like it was thread. Double-crossed. Double-crossed. Don't wait to become evil. Just let yourself succumb to the dark side, says the real magic soda. Trust me, it's happening. Little by little. Molotov, if you keep lying, you're going to be put on the never mod list. You'll be the first name. Fight him, talk my way out of this. Cast a spell. Let's talk my way out of this. Listen, I'm a smooth talker, all right? I'm a smooth talker. I'm not stealing from you, you reply calmly. I called out, but you didn't hear me. I heard nothing, the Chainmaker growls suspiciously. Exactly. You must have been working. I'm very quiet sometimes. Hey, listen, I'm just kind of a quiet individual, okay? I'm soft-spoken. Now, I didn't know talk my way out of this meant lying, but also, he's a big intimidating individual. This is just a little lie. This is just a little white lie, okay? Listen, I don't even have any of his stuff. He can go check everything. It's right where it should be. You must have been working. That's where you're wrong, the Chainmaker declares. I was scratching. He lumbers toward you, swinging his chain. Fight him or cast a spell. What does scratching mean? DJ? I don't... We're gonna do 2 back-to-back spells with different options this time. The stars have aligned differently. HR, lowercase f, lowercase m.
HR, lowercase f. This place sucks. Like, honestly, I'm tempted to just burn the whole place to the ground with hot. But was it an uppercase F? HR, lowercase HR. Let the fire consume you. Raz. Requires beeswax. The blade will become razor sharp and do double damage. I don't want to kill this guy. I can't believe I'm still coughing 3 weeks later. HRFM. We cast Howl last time. It didn't do anything. I'm not in a chain. Lowercase m. Protect you from magic. He doesn't seem like he's using magic. HRFM. But I can't do fog. Ooh. Required a black face mask. Casting the spell wearing a black face mask will create a terrible fear within another's mind. Brave creatures will suffer a cold sweat while cowardly ones will be reduced to jelly. That's what we picked up. Get some gack. HRFM. I don't think we have many, if any, options, chat. Besides hot. But I feel like it's gonna backfire on me. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we got again. Yep. It is hot. Okay. R leads into A, Z, sharpen blade. That's okay. F, fix, cause fixedness, requires a staff. Lowercase m, requires sand. We don't have any sand somehow. Are those I think those are my only options. I don't want to cast a fireball, but if I have to fight him anyways, it's gonna end up backfiring. I still have a chain around me. I don't want to fight this guy. They've accused me of stealing. I haven't done anything. Fireball could actually kill him. But it also could backfire while I'm in the chain. Right? It could, like, blow up on me. Do it! Do it! Melt the chain. I mean, it could melt the chain. What? You cast a spell and hurl an enormous fireball at the Chainmaker. He incinerates into a pile of ash. No! Surrounded by a pool of molten metal. I didn't know it was gonna be that strong. Oh no! With the Chainmaker dead, you quickly look what he has left behind and find 4 gold pieces. On the way out of the shop, a silver chain catches your attention. No! I didn't want to. I stole his money too? Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, Etalyx looks quickly left and right and realizes he's still inside the chain of the Chainmaker's shop. It was all just a dream. He was envisioning what might happen if he uses this newfound strength, this power. It was not to be. No rewinds? Too bad, chat. I'm rewinding. Because I ain't gonna listen to this crap about being a murderer for the whole stream. I didn't know that was what was gonna happen. I accidentally killed this guy. And I'm gonna have to... Now you guys are all like, oh, he is a murderer and he can't deny it. That's what you want. I know that's what you want. We're only 2 hours in. We're already having this conversation.
Everyone in this house deserves murder. You killed him and you can't change that? Yes, I can. It's a choose your own adventure story. It's a choose your own adventure story. Okay, but listen. It kind of ruins everything. If I had blown up the guy that stole from me, I'd say yeah. No, that's fair. But this was like another guy who we don't even know. I just saw this guy for the first time and then cast Fireball. All right, for real though. Okay, I mean, okay. Here's the deal. I will accept this path if you can collectively agree that it was accidental manslaughter, that Sven got turned into a pile of ash, and that my character did not know his own power, having searched desperately through the spellbook inside of chains, inside of a trap, and was like, I don't know what, he's coming at me with a huge sword, and he's like, hot, and then he dies. Like, if you can all agree that that's what happened and those were the events that transpired, then okay, I'll keep it. Didn't put the safety on your fireball cannon. Okay, it was manslaughter. With a good lawyer, you could get off on that. I disagree because I want you to rewind. All right, I'm keeping it. I'll keep it. Hold on. Is there a way to fast forward? No, there's not a way to fast forward. Okay, we're just gonna do the events the same way. We're just gonna do them the same way. We looked at the hut. What did I listen at the door? No, I don't think we did. I think we looked ahead. Yeah, we saw the crowd. Several places you could go next. We went into the chain maker. You don't have to do it the same. Okay, I know, but like, we just agreed that we were gonna keep that outcome. So I'm doing it the same to keep the outcome, because I already pressed the rewind button. At least you disintegrated the murder. It wasn't murder, chat. Okay, whoops. Hold on. No, you can't see that. Rewind. Stop. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Did it do it? Okay, it did it. Search the room. We just tried the far door. Didn't we cast how? We have to get back on the correct timeline. There was no safe passage. Help me out of here. He doesn't respond. You're a thief. Of course I am. Is a chain maker here? Oh, yes. He's coming this way, very interested to see who triggered his little trap and what they were doing. We bribe him 3 gold pieces. Net first. Pay him. Okay. Then he whispers another word, the net drops back to the floor, and with that to your horror, he simply walks away. A moment later, another figure appears, the Chainmaker, a great hulk of a Sven. He whips away the net. Okay, so he just removed the net. Intruder, huh? The Chainmaker growls fiercely and snatches up a heavy length of metal, holding it like it was thread. Talked my way out of this. You must have been working. No, I was scratching. And then cast Haunt. Is this character also addicted to Kronos? This makes me feel bad. You cast a spell and hurl an enormous fireball at the Chainmaker. He incinerates into a pile of ash, surrounded by a pool of molten metal. With the Chainmaker dead, you quickly look at what he's left behind, finding 4 gold pieces. On the way out of the shop, a silver chain catches your attention. So, okay, we're back. We're back to where we left off. Can't believe you hate this random guy so much you have to murder him twice, says Spider-Man. Sonny Genova says, what is this? It's sorcery! And Wax Cecile says, now that we agree you're an accidental murderer. No, manslaughter. Manslaughter. What should your last meal be? Oh my god. Lorag has redeemed mod for a day. Lorag? If you backseat one time, you're getting snapped out. You said you played this game multiple times. If I see even one suggestion, you gone. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Again, this is where we left off. I flipped through my spellbook and panic cast Haunt because I was intimidated by the strong Chainmaker. I accidentally incinerated him, not knowing the strength of my own fireball power. Never cast this until now. I am distraught. I don't like what I've done. We're gonna look at the silver necklace. Why do I take the 4 gold pieces automatically? The game just assumes I wanted to murder him. I would have left the gold. Whatever. Look at it. Let's look at it. The silver chain is clearly enchanted. The ends seem to snap and bite at one another like amorous snakes. You may be able to use it in battle quite effectively. As you leave the shop, you call a thank you to the Chainmaker for the chain, wishing his soul well. How am I going to explain this one? I didn't even have an option. I clicked look at the chain necklace. And now I have it. Okay, but like, that's a murderer move, but listen. I don't like this turn of events, and the old man is still in the house somewhere. This is not the story I want to be my story. 100% murdered that guy, robbed his corpse, and stole the necklace. Like, well, I came here for the old man. There's no closure on the old man, chat. You may have to rewind because even if we say it's manslaughter, the game clearly says you're a murderer. That's true. That's true. The game clearly thinks I've gone the evil path at this point. I don't like that we're stalling. I'm not trying to stall here, but... like, come on. Seriously, that last message, I take the chain after I clicked look at chain, and then I leave the shop thanking the spirit of the Chainmaker for his chain. Everything you do changes your gods, and also could come back to haunt you later. It could. This is the evil path. I have to rewind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to double debate you guys. I didn't mean to double debate. I think we just fight him. I think if we fight him, he's not gonna die. We'll have a chance, because we've been able to fight people before and they don't just die. Because I don't want to be evil in the rest of the playthrough. Listen, here, the moral of the story, it's gonna negatively affect the rest of my playtime. That's why I'm rewinding. That's why. It'll negatively impact me playing the game. If I keep that. Okay. One last time. We'll just go back and fight. If he dies during the fight, then there's nothing I can do. Genuinely nothing. Okay, here we are. We're back. It only takes 2 seconds to rewind. Net first. Then pay him. Then he drops the net back down. The Chainmaker comes. Talk my way out of it. You must have been working. Then, instead of fireballing him to certain death, we will fight. He's probably a tough enemy. If he still dies and I still take the thing, then that's just going to be the canon. Then we'll just whatever. Whatever. Murder him a 3rd time. You have to send that chainmail to 13 other people to wipe free... Clive, are you making an AOL joke?
You draw your sword quickly. He lumbers toward you, swinging his chain.
I feel like he's gonna defend first. I'm expecting a defend. If you do like a middling attack, you're supposed to get some defense out of this too. I'm gonna say like 4-8. Do you think he's a dumb Sven that's gonna launch all-out assault turn 1? He is like chain guy he's surrounded in chains. Oh really, chat? I shouldn't have looked at what you said. I shouldn't have looked at your response. The chainmaker whips his chain against open palm and paces toward you. You raise your blade to cover your body. He raises his chain between two hands defensively. You circle one another, smelling your fear. He stomps the ground with one enormous foot, growling. We've lured him into a false sense of security. Time for an all-in attack. -3. Stealing your courage. He went way lower than I thought he was, to be honest. You move in, aiming to trap the chainmaker against the wall. Readying a forceful blow, you hurtle forwards as he swings for your head. He raises his massive arms across his body defensively, chain wrapped around his forearms. Defensively, huh? That was the last thing that I read. This is the last indication. This is the clue. He should be defending this turn, because he's wrapped his body defensively. Okay, check. Correct. So we get just a nice free hit in there. I just went 1.8 just in case he did like a little jab. You strike again using the lightest stroke of your sword. The chainmaker tumbles backward into the walls of chains, bringing them raining to the floor. The sound is deafening and makes you both stop to cover your ears till the echoes die away. The chainmaker staggers suddenly. You have hurt him more than perhaps you thought. He lifts his massive arms across his body, chains ready. If he lifts his massive arms across his body, that's a defensive posture, isn't it? You're still murdering except with sword instead of fireball. Sometimes it kills the guy, and sometimes the fight doesn't kill the guy. I guess it just depends. I don't know. Are we killing him a third time? We'll find out, I guess. Listen, I don't know. Hey, it was defensive. It was defensive, but it gave me some time to rest. You drop down protecting yourself. The chainmaker watches you stupidly in return. Pushing for an advantage, he paws the dust with one heel, preparing to swing. This is definitely another defense. Like, I didn't know how much to expect, but he went way lower than I thought. You stay low as the chainmaker swipes his terrible chain. You throw yourself to the wall. No idea what the next move is gonna be, but he hasn't gone all in. He doesn't have all in. He's been using like 3s, like the halfway point. So I'm gonna say like a 6-1. There's no way he's got this full meter when he just did a 3-6. Right? No. He's actually defending. So that was way overkill from me. If the enemy defends, they can only take 1 stamina no matter what of damage. Taking a chance, you charge forward. Preparing a heavy swing, you charge for your opponent. The chainmaker defends himself with his chain and flicks your swing neatly away with his chain, only with light injury sustained. He's left breathless, but otherwise largely unharmed. I don't know what to expect from him this time. He can't do another defense. He just did like 2 defense in a row. I knew it! Lunging with a 6. Expecting a storm, you raise your guard. Just in time. The chainmaker whirls his chain above his head and attempts to lash your skull clean from your neck in a single blow. You escape by a hair's breadth, mostly unhurt. He stomps the floor with one enormous foot. That's a go all in. Yeah. With all your strength, you hurry in. Mustering a lumberjack blow, you lunge forward. Then the chainmaker stumbles, and you have him. With 1 stroke, you end his life. Okay, well...
Listen, Final Destination, chat. Okay? We just flashed back 3 times. We tried to save this man. He was just an innocent Sven that got swindled by the Swindlestones guy that got put in jail, okay? The Swindlestones guy was like, that guy tried to kill me, and told the Sven to run upstairs, and I had to kill him in self-defense. There was literally no other option here. I couldn't save him. I tried fighting him to save him. I tried, the fireball obviously didn't work. The universe has decided that Sven had to die. We had a fair fight. We didn't cast magic. It was a 1v1. There was a duel. He died honorably in battle instead of turning into charred bits, instead of a crunchy chicken finger. Genocidal streamer time travels to kill the same man 3 times. He had a chance to fight back this time. Two stamina loss, decent dueling. With the Chainmaker dead, you quickly look through his pockets, finding 4 pieces of gold. On the way out of the shop, a silver chain catches your attention. The Analander hunts men for sport. I don't even want your treasures, Chainmaker. I just wanted to see if you were up to the challenge. No, that's not it. That's not it. An angry Sven immediately armed himself. He ripped the chain off of me and assumed that I was breaking and entering and stealing. I had not stolen anything. Till now. Till now. If you're going to accuse me of a crime I didn't commit, now I have to steal because I killed the old man's boss. I killed the old man's boss. Am I gonna give the whole shop to the old man who set this chain of events in motion by initially stealing from my pockets after I played a couple nice games of Swindlestones with him? This is all his fault. I got captured by the net. I didn't steal anything. I offered him a bribe to set me free. He accepted. I paid him the money. And then he drops the chain back on me and sicks his chain maker master on me to kill me. He forced me to kill this man. Literally. I didn't have any other way out of this. I had to do it for survival. Now I've got to take the silver chain because it's either me or the old man. Am I going to let the old man have this silver chain? I got to have it. So we're back in the same situation, Final Destination style. You call a thank you to the Chainmaker for the chain, wishing his soul well. I can't, like, what pisses me off the most is that we may as well have just kept the fireball story. That's what actually pisses me off. But at least we went back, read the other chapter to find out what would have happened otherwise. What's funny is we would have only lost 1 more stamina by casting the fireball, so it's almost the same. There's just a net 1 HP difference. Analander's tripping through time, trying to, like, change wrongs. He can't do it. This way it's funnier. What? The fact that I tried to go back twice? The fact that I killed this Finn 3 times, that's funnier? Okay. You know, that's fine. Kill him again. Kill him again. Thanks for the chain. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I did state, I'm not stealing from you. That's where you're wrong. I was scratching. He lumbers toward you, swinging his chain. You draw your sword. The Chainmaker whips his chain against his open palm, pacing towards you. I didn't even attack on turn 1. We circled each other. He smelled my fear. And then launched an attack.
But anyways, yeah, I was... Who said I wasn't in a chain? I was in a chain. The chainmaker took away the net before fighting me. Like, I could have tried to just... The only thing I could have done differently was try to escape here, but I paid the coins. I was trying to be honest. I offered him a bribe, and I was just paying him the money. Whatever, I'll find that old man. He's gonna get his comeuppance. I'll find him again, maybe. Maybe not. We don't know. Maybe we'll never see him again. Okay. The sad chain of events. Nice, Clive. Cut through the fields, back to the first junction, or walk on. The noise is coming from here, I think? Wasn't there a crowd over here? This is where we came from, where we left the, bottles on the ground, yeah? I think that's where the noise was coming from. I think I can scroll up high enough. It's way up here. No, I can't scroll up high enough. But I think it was coming from this way. We don't know what happens if we cut through the fields. I kind of want to backtrack and see what the commotion was. We're finally moving on. There's clearly nothing in this part of town. You turn about and head back downhill, intending to choose a different road. Oh, I see. Oh no, now I can't go this way again. Hold on, back that up. Rewind is definitely going to be more of a thing this time, chat. It just is. I'm sorry. It has to be. Hold on, I don't want to rewind to the Oh no. I think we're just here now. I think we just live here now. Cause I don't want to have to kill him a 4th time. Okay, I'm not gonna kill him 4 times. The kids were this way. There's another path leading up ahead. I have no idea where that goes. Go kill him again. This is the life that we live. We just kill the same Sven over and over in different ways. That's hilarious. The whale is now our god again, a slow, careful creature of great wisdom and deep honor. The whale moves through deep, dark places, leaving barely a ripple on the surface. Interesting. Let's go try and have, not revenge, but let's try and set our character's path straight and see if there's actually some decent kids who don't try to spank people, steal their money, and throw them out of towns. You follow the road between homes and low hovels. You notice one of the huts here has recently burnt down. It is black, smoking ruin. The burnt down hut. You stick your nose through the charred door flap of the hut. Inside is a ruin of blackened cushions and burnt mattresses. In the very center of the ceiling, a ragged hole. There's no one here. Wow, I am like really scavenging a lot this time. We picked up a mask off of a dead body. I want to say that I'm resourceful if I hadn't just killed that guy, taken his jewelry, and left. But he had to die. Final destination demanded it. This is a burnt down hut. I'm going to search the hut. You make a search, but the main thing you find is a glass pipe from a hookah. This is probably all that remains. It's worthless, so you leave it behind. Look through the hole in the roof. Standing on the remains of a low table, you put your head up through the hole in the roof, gaining a decent view of the road outside. There's a fine house on a hill a little further up the street, but that's all you can see. Time to go. At least the hut does not smell of death. Whoever was in here clearly ran away in time, but there's no sign of water either. No one tried to put the fire out. Back out we go. Stepping out of the burnt hut into fresh air, you catch the eye of a tall, muscular creature. He's smoking a long pipe and nods to you. Greet him. You stride over, not afraid to meet the creature's gaze. Good day. The creature nods to the burnt-out hut behind. Friends of yours? He asks. It asks. we don't know. No. So what? The creature takes a long, menacing puff on its pipe. Just digging around in there in case there was something worth having, is that it? Maybe just curious. I was just curious. It's true. Just curious.
Curiosity killed the goblins, so they say, the creature replies. But I'll tell you what happened, seeing as you're of the dangerous type. He puffs on his pipe. Fell behind on their rent, you see. Always forgetting to pay. The coals of his pipe flare for a moment.
What are you trying to say? You reply.
Just friendly advice. When you owe someone, you owe them. That's business.
There's so many, like, cognitive dissonance here.
You burnt their shop down. Who says? The creature replies. I think they forgot to mind their fire. Same way they forgot to pay. He tips out his pipe and grinds the ashes underfoot. Things are going to be different round here very soon, friend. Vic, for first noble.
With that, he stalks away down the street, humming to himself. You've found a clue. You found a clue. So there was a reason to go in there after all. Is that an item? Other. Born skin boots. Oh, clues. Vic for first noble, the clue. The inhabitants of Korea greeting each other with the slogan, Vic for first noble. Actually a clue. Okay. Sure. And up the street we go. You continue up the narrow road. It is packed either side with mud brick hovels, but most are deserted. A few creatures pass by, heads turned down. They do not look at you. This part of the city port is barely inhabited, so should be safe enough to pass through quickly. You pass a drinking fountain dribbling water into a chipped stone bowl. Stop a creature to talk, drink from the fountain, keep going. We got a job to do, chat. We killed a guy who we didn't really know. For the first time, we're having a growing period, a growing experience for our main character, the Analander. Up till now, the people that he's killed, well, even in this case, you could make the case that I did just walk innocently into a chainmaker's shop and a net came down, and then the master of the chainmaking shop came up and threatened to kill me. Like, that did happen before I killed him. But even still, the growing experience is the knowledge that maybe sometimes you have to let things go, because if we hadn't have gotten swindled at Swindlestones and lost a giant's tooth, maybe it would have been better to just lose the giant's tooth instead of getting suckered into losing 3 more gold, getting trapped and having to kill a guy. The one thing we did get out of this, the one thing, of course, we got a necklace. I don't know if it's considered treasure. Is it a weapon? Silver chain under weapons. Interesting. Maybe we were led here Final Destination style for a reason. We'll have to find out what that reason is. We did have a net gain of 1 gold since we robbed his body on the way out. You know what? You could pull like a real twisted sense of justice from that. Real twisted, Bonzi. How's it going for 49 months? That's a long time. Kill a guy, never let go. Good advice. The twisted sense of justice is that old man clearly worked at the shop. The chain maker, whether he worked for or with or underneath or above the old man, well, the old man was clearly up to no good. And maybe the moral of the story, the justice here, is that if the old man, who the chain maker is responsible for, is stealing from us and offering false bribes to us, taking our money and leaving us trapped there, well, then maybe somebody's got to pay for that. Even if it's not him, it'll be you, because you're responsible for it. That's the twisted Analander justice that we're getting now. We've been betrayed too many times. Someone is responsible for the actions of this person, so even if we didn't punish that guy directly... Well, maybe you shouldn't have taken this old man under your wing. Alright, where did we leave off here? Not all old mans are friends. Fried eggs, no, I did read that. You may not have seen that we had to kill that guy 3 times. So I read that the chain is moving of its own in a magical sort. Can't make an omelet without murdering a few Svins. It was self-defense. You continue up the narrow road, and you choose to either stop a creature to talk, drink from the fountain, or keep going. I'll stop a creature to talk. Let's learn some more information. You stop a stooped orc-like creature. I'm new to Corray. I'm heading for the North Gate. Is the drinking water safe? Oh, boy. Enough talking. Well, don't introduce yourself as new. Let's say I'm heading for the North Gate. The creature nods sadly. Ah, the North Gate. I heard about that one. You've never seen it. What did you hear? Well, what did you hear? Oh, I don't know, the creature sighed. I think maybe they took it down. But then I've never been able to afford the cross to the river. Is it that expensive? What else can you tell me about it? Is it expensive? I don't know, the creature answers. It's all relative. Excuse me, I have to be going. And with that, he shovels away. The fast-talking, stooped orc creature. Money is all relative, Chad. It's true. Drink from the fountain or keep going. Well, is there anything good that can come of this? It seems like only bad. We have to know what could happen. You lean down by the fountain and cup your hand to drink. The water tastes cool, if herbal. Perhaps something is growing in it. Drink or spit it out. Tastes cool and herbal. That's not an alarming thing. Drink it. You swallow boldly. If the fountain is still running on a busy street like this, it can't be too poisonous. In fact, the water seems quite fresh. And you swallow a few more mouthfuls, finding you'd not realize how thirsty you were. There's nothing else to do here. You continue up the road. Back to 20 stamina. Most interesting. The corner of a wall down the street. This part of the town feels abandoned, like the drying strip of sand left behind by the falling tide on the beaches of Dadulay. We were on the beaches of Dadulay. It remembers. A little further on, the road approaches the first stone building you've seen since the hut by the gates. It has windows of glass and a wide yard inside its uneven high wall. Whoever lives here is wealthy and understandably cautious. They have, however, left a fine stallion, only loosely tied up outside. The horse, the house, follow the main road. We're getting so many fun scenarios that we have to deal with this time, aren't we? It's kind of just rapid fire. The Italian stallion, nice, Gyrotobi. Kazzy1122, thank you for the 4 months, by the way. Welcome back. Appreciate your resubscription. Real Magic Soda's back for 6 months as well. When did I miss that? Did I miss that, Magic Soda? It says don't... Oh yeah, I did not. You said don't wait to become evil. Anyways, I wanted to show you guys as well. The beaches of Dadulay were here, where we cast Pot, exploded, and drowned in the rising tide. But then learned from our mistake and cast Tide with the hair strand from that strange maiden weaver on the boat, giving us a warning of things to come, possibly. We chose the way of danger, and that we were told, when the time comes to risk yourself for another, you'll know. Foreboding. I've never heard of pot. What's it do? It backfires and you die. Or I drowned in the rising tide. It killed you. Alright, the horse, the house. I'm not going up to the horse. Okay, I've gotten in enough trouble already right now. I'll go up to the house, though, and see what's going on up here. Oh, this is like a mini-map. This is awesome. You step through the gate of the house into its wide front yard. It was once a magnificent place with fish ponds, now stagnant, fountains, now cracked and dry, and small groups of quiet trees, now overgrown and gnarled like whispering old men. The building itself has fared no better. One side has collapsed in on itself completely, and the other leans perilously to one side. This is awesome. It's its own map. It's a map on the map. Look at the trees, approach the building, or look at the fountain. The building itself, okay, the building is kind of in ruins. The walls are leaning. The quiet trees are gnarled. The fountains are cracked and dry. The fish ponds are stagnant. So we just kind of have to choose which thing to investigate first. Approach the building is probably the easiest way to progress. The trees, the gnarled old trees, are suspicious to me. You pause to look around in the trees and shrubs, and that's when you notice two gleaming eyes stare back at you. A giant bat hangs upside down from one of the branches, watching you. Oh, we've had an experience with giant bats before. It was not pleasant. It was not pleasant in the least. But what if it's a pet bat? How do we know? It could be anything. What if it's guarding something that we could take? Say hi to it. I don't think I can say hi to it. I'll try to walk on by. You hold the bat's stare for another moment, then walk on. But the rustling in the leaves behind you is clear, and you spin round in time to see the creature coming for you with its talons drawn. You draw your sword quickly to engage the creature. Let's start with a nice... He's gonna defend first. I feel like they always defend first. Whoa! The bat's great wings buffet at your face, making it hard to see. You slash out at the creature, hoping to cut off its wings, as the bat comes for you with claws and gnashing teeth. Blood is trickling down your arm. Now he's gonna defend. Okay, well, he's not gonna defend. He's gonna go low. You wait for the creature's wide wings to open, and then you strike. You cut a sideways. That's what I mean by defend, like one or less. The giant bat tries to cover itself, but too slow. It tumbles backward into a tree in a crash of branches. It flaps its wings threateningly, clearly trying to frighten you. Let's go for like a 3-9, like a 4. Get a heftier attack in there. Another chance follows. Pushing off a tree trunk, you thrust forward. The giant bat attempts to dodge behind a tree, but can't move fast enough. The bat flies erratically now. It ruffles its wings intimidatingly. I mean, he's definitely gonna do a big attack, but there's no way he can do like a 6. There's no way he can do like a full 6. Right? It can't do a full 6. I'll finish it off. I don't have any power. The creature is now afraid. Swinging up from a low crouch, you aim for the beast's heart. Your blade cuts through a talon. The giant bat can barely stay in the air. It flaps its wings aggressively. All right, we're gonna do a 0. We're gonna do a 0. Because I wasn't sure how much strength it had, and now we should easily overpower it. You drop into a crouch. The giant bat tries to slice you with its wings, but you duck. You escape mostly unscathed. It flutters upward. Now you have it. An opening appears. You dive forward. The bat falls to the ground, and the light in its eyes goes dark. 4 stamina lost. Shameful. 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 You turn to face the house once more. Approach the house, because there's nothing at the fountain now. The front door is as wide as 2 men and stands imposingly sealed. A small path winds around the back.
Well, we're not going to the back of the house. But if I go to the front, I have to cast a spell potentially to open it as it's sealed. I could knock on the door and see if anybody's there first. That would probably be the responsible thing to do. You stride up the steps to the door of the grand house and knock. Just to make sure no one answers. Knock again. You knock a second time, louder. As you wait to see if you'll be answered, you notice a curious detail. There are deep grooves carved into the wood of the door, radiating outward from the keyhole. It's as though something had exploded out through it, or perhaps attached itself on the outside to force its way through the lock. A slate skitters off the roof and smashes itself on the ground to one side of you. Look through the keyhole, try the door, cast a spell, leave the door. Look through the keyhole. You drop to your knees and put your eye to the keyhole. At first, you see nothing, and then the darkness inside begins to take shape. You make out a long, lonely hallway running back into the house. The walls are lined with framed pictures, and the surfaces with expensive ornaments. It doesn't look like the house has been emptied at all. A wooden rail runs along the inside of the hallway. Oh, they really want me to open this up, don't they? They really want me to break in. Look, I'll try the door. You try the door. Locked, of course. A cool wind moves through the trees in the yard, making evil whispering sounds. Leave the door. You turn around and go back down the steps. This place is ruined and old and has no doubt been robbed of its treasure 100 times. At best, it is a spider pit. At worst, a tomb. The path at the back, or look at the fountain. Let's look at the fountain. See if we can get some more clues. A fountain by the door still bubbles. Cupping your hands, you drink a deep mouthful and feel much better. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? That we didn't go there first. We got to heal some from the bat. That's pretty amazing. By the way, Kairatobi and Fire, if you're out there, are you guys also wondering how there's going to be multiple layers of maps within maps? How are there going to be, like, screenshots of those to navigate for the part 2 of the interactive map? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but that just is way more complicated. Anyway, yeah, getting the images might be the hard part. You follow the path around the back of the building. The rear is simply boarded up and secure, with no new ways in that you can see. There's a low stone wall partially ruined, through which the path continues, turning into a track that runs away through fields. Follow the tracks or back to the house. The house doesn't belong to me. I can't actually break and enter. I knocked on the door. I got a sip of water. I killed a bat. I can't just break into the house. I mean, I can. But I haven't yet, to date. That's somehow crossing a line. Because then if I end up killing anybody in there, like the chainmaker's shop, that was open. I just walked into the shop and got captured. What happened after that was not because I literally broke open the door. The only time we've broken open a door so far is to see, this guy. When we went to the Shanker Mines, we said hello to the large ogre working the strange machine, except we said it very quietly and backed out cautiously from the room and did not say anything to him. Etal still doesn't realize he's on a quest from the king and hence can do anything. Open the door, look around, then leave. No, I gotta go. We gotta follow the tracks. We're going out the back path here. You follow the track, clambering over a fence into a wide stretch of grazing land. A rocky bluff on the left-hand side throws the path into shadow. On the top of this rise is the bulk of Corée, squatting like a gigantic toad. The fields themselves are on the lower plane. So we have keep going into Corée. Go back to the front yard, and there's stuff over here towards Dwarf Town. But this is towards the Festival of Thieves, which is definitely going to be crazy. We should have a couple options to backtrack by the looks of things. Let's cut across the fields and go back to the center. You continue along the track, leaving the buildings of Lower Corée behind. Since no one can leave the walls of Corée, they do their farming here, inside the walls, as best they can. After walking for half an hour or so, the path meets a wide road. You hear a groaning sound from a nearby field, like someone was being cruelly hurt. When the time comes, and you must choose the path of danger to put the well-being of someone else before your own, will you do it? Look for the noise. Half a dozen fat pigs are grubbing in the muck. Just beyond them, a group of creatures huddle around a fire pit, from which there drifts a mouth-watering smell. Look at the creatures. Corée seems to be filled with creatures you can't place, half one thing, half another. But from the way the strange creatures at the fire pit sit and talk, it seems they do not see their own differences. One sees you, however, beckoning with a large, clawed hand. So we can approach the creatures, or we can turn down the road. Let's approach the creatures. We're already here. You clamber over the fence and stride toward the creatures. Within a few paces, the smell of cooking meat reaches your nostrils, and you see a large pig turning on a spit above the fire. The creature who waved to you has watched you approach. He grins, hooked teeth, and cocks his head at you in greeting. Perhaps using magic might give you an advantage? Let's cast a spell. Let's see what we can cast. Hi, your door was locked, so I just let myself in. Etalyx is an agent of Analand. Analand laws have no sway here in Corée. Maybe we'll show our justice side now. Maybe. Sup? S-U? Just kidding. That would be the obvious one. Sup. We have Dud, which is the illusion of treasure, which seems skeptical. I am skeptical of this at best. We have instantly kill them. What? We have J. Jig. Cause lively dancing. Require a bamboo flute. No, we don't have a bamboo flute. Is there? Did I miss any of these? I think I saw the options. It's probably for the best that we actually take a preventative measure to sense danger. Thus, you cast the spell and a calm voice enters your mind. It tells you that the creatures nearby are friendly enough, though they will retaliate if crossed, and the meat is fine and good. Once you are reassured, the voice departs. Thank you, Sus. That was very nice. That's the first time Sus is actually... Well, okay, we did have a time. This is only the second time I've used Sus in the whole game. The first, I believe, was here. Near the Jaikur mines. Where going into the mines, something felt wrong. A cold wind was on the air. We cast Sus suspiciously, and a feeling of intense dread, terrible danger, and certain death was emanating from within. So we turned around, not confronting the potential evil. Greet the creatures, instantly kill them. We can still instantly kill them. I love how we can just refer back to part 1. It's great, isn't it? Such a good companion. Greetings, you call. That smells good. It is, the creature agrees. We pick the best one to bite into. He waves at you to sit down. Then you understand his generosity. They're poachers. The pig fat sizzles invitingly. They really want me to think about killing them. Let's sit with them. Sit with the poachers for a while. You take a place in the circle around the fire. The creatures shuffle and shift to make room for you. Eat some of my own food. Ask for the pig. Ask them about Corée. Ask them about the North Gate. Take my leave. Okay, here's the thing, chat. Justice dictates. If I ask for the pig and I assume they're poachers, that's not great look for someone who shouts justice through the hillsides, right? So I feel like I can't eat their pig. Their poached pig.
So it's a bit of a sticky situation. Do you know that they're poachers? I mean, it says pretty definitively they are poachers from the narrator. Let's just talk. Let's talk for a moment. We are full, or we're not full, but we have good stamina, so we probably need to eat today, because the game will prompt us to eat at some point. And this is an easy way to solve that hunger issue. So it's not just for stamina. You do have to eat, like, each in-game day. Ask them about Corray. Ask them about the North. You don't have to, but it's beneficial. Let's ask them about Corray. I'm new to Corray, you tell the gathered poachers. What can you tell me about the city? The creatures look between each other, entertained by your question. They suck their teeth in him and her.
Corray is a big place, one finally answers, full of people pushing each other for power.
He pulls a leg from the pig, making the meat tear and stretch to demonstrate.
You want to avoid it at all if you can.
Eat some of my own food, ask for some pig, ask about the North Gate, take my leave. Avoid the town. Politically aware poachers. So many people pushing for power. Avoid all of them. Okay, let's ask them about the North Gate. I won't be staying here for long. I'm headed to the North Gate, you tell them. Can you help me find my way? The lead poacher looks at you with interest.
You're going out into the Backlands? Why go there? The head poacher is sniveling and conniving. He's got to be to lead this troop under the nose of the armed policeman.
My business is my own. I'm on a quest. I'm on a quest, you reply, trusting these ruffians are lowly enough to not be in the Archmage's pay. The lead poacher nods, accepting your answer.
The North Gate is locked, he says. The spell to open it is known only to the senior nobles of Corray. There are 4 lines you must learn.
Do you know any of the lines? Who could I ask about the lines? Ask for some pig, eat my own food. So many options, so many possibilities. You'd be a rude guest if you don't eat their food. Just because they're poachers doesn't mean they poached that pig. That's true. But why did I assume they were poachers in the first place? We picked the best one to bite into. You understand his generosity, they're poachers. It might be rude to not eat it. Hey, Alex Roeder, what's up? How you doing? Howdy. Soup, need I remind you, this is a choose your own adventure game. This is my adventure. Unfortunately. Let's ask them, who could I ask about the lines? Just joined. I love reading the game. Good, Robinado, you're in the right place. This is a choose your own adventure story, and a very good one, I might add. One of the best. Who could I ask about the lines, you ask?
Lorag the Scholar, one says. You should track him down. He appears to be a moderator for the Etalyx Twitch channel, temporarily, of course. But he's a miserable cur, he adds. But he knows everything there is to know. Was a noble once himself, you know.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. I don't know how they knew you, like in person, Lorag, but they got you pinned. Exactly. A miserable cur. I mean, I can't deny. Hold on. My phone was just alerting me that like 3 separate Bixby apps were installed for no reason. Okay, sorry. Was once a noble himself. Where does this Lorang live? You continue. The poachers confer amongst themselves in a curt tongue you do not recognize. Then they seem to agree.
Over a river, the leader says. They say he has a house just on the edge of the Red Quarter, but if you go that way, then... He makes a curious sucking noise through his teeth. You better keep your eyes open. Or rather, closed. From across the field, a woman begins to sing. The poachers smile and clap each other on the back. Siri is coming to see you. No! Bixby, I'm sorry. They sent Siri. Bixby, I can't stop. She's coming. Do something. Bixby doesn't work right now, I don't think. Bixby? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the new Bixby.
Thank you. What's new about this Bixby?
Before we get started, please review these items.
You're not going to get me to agree to send mobile data. Allow Bixby to access your data. No. Absolutely not. Who is Sorcery? Sorcery is our treasure, the man I don't know who's talking. The man says. Sorcery is how we know what we should do. You'll see. By now the woman has reached the group. She greets the men with a kiss on either cheek. You notice she's carrying something carefully in a cloth. The man beside you beckons her to sit down beside him. This is our visitor. Greetings! I don't know how Sorcery sounds. I don't know what Sorcery is. And no, it's not Jan. I'm sorry, it's just not Jan, okay? So it can't be. This is Sorcery. Greeting, Sorcery says. What can I help you with? She knows everything, so it has to be like a soft-spoken kind of elegant, smart voice. The original Jan. I need no help. Help me how? I need to open the north gate. Apparently it is sealed by magical phrases. There are 4 lines you must learn. What can I help you with? Help me how? I need to open the north... Well, I need to open the north gate. It's true. She smiles. Tricky. Very tricky. As she speaks, she squats down onto her heels and places the cloth on the ground. Unwrapping it slowly, she reveals an orb of crystal. Try to steal the orb! Oh, you can be a cutthroat. You're a fortune teller. Seriously sees all, one of the poachers calls out. For instance, which fields will be left unattended, says another with a hearty laugh. I'll hear my fortune. Persuade another to have their fortune told. Oh god, do I want all these strange guys to know my fortune? This could be for real. Persuade another to have their fortune told. I feel like that's wasting this opportunity. I'll hear my fortune, please. The men cheer, and you kneel down on the mud across from her. She holds out a palm. Cross my palm with silver, she says. Oh, wow. Oh, it's all coming around. It's all coming around. Offer her the silver key. Offer her the silver chain, a gold piece, or I have nothing to give you. Now, for reference. Chat, the silver key came from... Let's consult the map. As I recall, it came from the goblin. So in the hills of the Shanker Mines, after backing away slowly from the ogre and not drawing his attention, we moved through the river underground, encountering a goblin sitting at a desk in a dark room. He smelled my presence and knew that I was there, so I announced myself as a friend and that I mean him no harm. The goblin, however, noted that he was no friend and initiated combat with me. So I had to kill him by stabbing him through the neck. Then, I searched the room before I left. I found a silver key on that goblin's body. What it unlocks is unknown. Darkness encompass... Yeah, okay, so we moved through the pass and eventually found the boots down there too. So since we have no idea what the silver key unlocks at all... Oh no. Sometimes alt-tabbing... Oh, escape. Escape actually does work. Okay, cool. We have no idea what the silver key's for. We know the copper key is for the Red Eyes prison that we haven't found yet. And the Corée gate key we already used, but it might be useful again, who knows. I'm gonna say, let's try and give the silver key and see what she says. Offer her the silver key. You place the silver key found on the goblin in the Shanker mine into her palm. She closes her fist and nods. It is acceptable. She places her palms on the crystal and begins to hum. This is a magic you have not seen before. Wait and watch. A minute passes, and then Cerese's eyes flick open. I see a long journey, she says to you, to a distant land. I see danger and excitement and rumors. What else? This is nonsense. Well, we knew that. We knew this already. There's nothing... You're not telling me anything else that I didn't already know. What else? The poachers hold up fingers for silence. Cerese continues, eyes still closed. I see more. You must watch for a dagger and a fish. I see a road paved with white stone leading to a place of great sadness. The blind man who will stab you in the back. She lifts palm from the glass and smiles. Someone gets her some pork to eat. That is some foreshadowing there. Watch for a dagger and a fish. I see a road paved with white stone leading to a place of great sadness. A blind man who will stab you in the back. Chat, I'm nervous. We're going to meet a blind man and assume that he's going to stab us in the back because a fortune teller said so. This is going to push dominoes into a chain of events. Unknowable, unseeable. Who knows what's going to happen? Offer to read hers in return. That's very interesting. I will offer to read hers in return. Let me try reading your fortune, you declare into the quiet that follows her reading. You tell everyone else's you must be curious about your own. Cerese stops eating to stare at you. There is a murmur of excitement from the group. This is a most unusual challenge. You, she demands, and what do you know of fortune-telling? I am a sorcerer. It doesn't look hard. It doesn't look hard. I don't think I'm actually a sorcerer, though. I just have a spell book. I mean, it's called sorcery. Does having a spell book make me a sorcerer? Or is sorcerer a label for a certain individual who's highly skilled and highly trained? Or does just the ability to cast magic make me a sorcerer? Yes. Well, yes. Just spell some three-letter words. Do magic casters not count as sorcerers? I guess they do. Clive Rip redeems nerd question and says, did Lorag redeem name a character? No. Let me use my fortune-telling spell. Hot! It'll blow your mind. Is the bad captain's back? I cast Dab, says the bad captain, for 30 months in a row. Thank you, the bad captain. I am a sorcerer, after all. It's true. She raises a thin, dark eyebrow in cool surprise. Are you? You hold out a hand for the crystal orb. Not taking her eyes off you, she puts it into your hand, and then defiantly sits down in front of you. Well then, tell me what you see for poor old Cerese, she declares, her eyes flashing with challenge. You take a moment to collect your thoughts. The orb is pleasingly heavy in your palm. Let's see what we can do. We gotta BS our way out of this one. This is some grade A classic bullshit that we've got to do. DFNT. Don't. DUD. Illusion of treasure. Look at this. It's very shiny. Thank you. I will be taking this crystal ball with me on my journey. N-I-F. Create stench. What do you mean create stench? F. A. R? See the future. What? I can just do that? Okay, well there's the spell you're supposed to cast. That's apparently a spell that we need a crystal ball to see. Just see the future. Float in the air is probably not what we want, but it's so funny that you can do all these if you want to. T-E-L requires a skull cap. Read minds! Oh, we could go debated to the 10th degree right now and tell her what she's thinking with the skull cap. Then she's really gonna believe us. Oh, we have a bit of a crossroads here. See the future with the crystal ball or read her mind. This is great. Is there any more? In? No, we did this, right? Yeah, we already did this. Create stench. Sorry. I just forget which letters we've already clicked. Did we click, is there a letter I haven't clicked? I don't think so. It's D-N-T-F. I think I clicked F because it was float. Burp should be stench. I feel like reading her mind is a good idea, but what if because she's a sorceress, she can keep me out of her mind, like the Jedi? Wasn't there one that had another option? Wasn't it like T, E? No, it wasn't T. One of these had a second option. It wasn't T. It wasn't F. It wasn't D. Well, which one was it? One of these had two. Am I missing a letter? It was F? F, A? Oh yeah, it was F. F-A-R, see the future or float. Okay, never mind. Let's read her mind. Let's just use the skull cap, and that was tell? Read minds require a skull cap. Let's read her mind. Tell! Placing the skull cap on your head, you cast the spell. You begin to hear Sirius's thoughts. Who is this idiot? Is he really a magician? What if he tells the others that my powers are all false? Got him. Got him. Huh. What do I do with this information? I see your fortune. You begin. I see you losing several friends. You say, and you see her smile slip a little. Is that all? She asks, nervously. I see you giving me this orb. No daggerfish for you, that's right. Chat, here's the thing. This is the crossroads. Are we blackmailing this fortune teller to give me her orb so I don't reveal her secret? Or do we go full on 100% justice and make her give herself up to the friends who, by the way, at the beginning of this entire dialogue, which I would forgive you for not remembering because it's been a while, when we cast sus, we got the information and it told us the creatures nearby are friendly enough, though they will retaliate if crossed. Sus told us that. If I make her reveal herself as a fraud, those poachers are not going to be happy. They may kill her. I have no idea. So, I have a decision to make. The orb, or the truth. It's tough. This is tough. Because you might be able to get the orb by telling the truth. You might. But we can't guarantee that. We also can't guarantee we'll get the orb this way, but at least we know this is a conversation path that leads to the orb. We can only work with what we know. I can't take outside knowledge on this. You did give her a key. Ah, that's true. I did give her a silver key. You have a good point. I don't know if it's Tacitus? Tacitus? I like Tacitus. Is the orb even real? Well, here's the thing. You just need certain objects of power to cast spells. And even though the orb is a real crystal ball, she's not a real fortune teller. So one of these can be done. We can tell the future if we have a crystal ball. And that may be the only time that we'll ever get to use the crystal ball. I don't know. I can only choose one thing. I see you giving me this orb or divulging a secret. Chat, is justice worth her dying? Is it worth her dying at the hands? Because I feel like... Wouldn't better justice be get the orb and convince her to leave quietly? And never come back? Or is it better to make her publicly reveal the secret to everyone for this kind of justice? That is ethical, not justice. This is a big decision. I think the others deserve to know, but they're just poachers. They're also criminals. Do they deserve to know? Do they deserve to know as also criminals? They've been very nice, though. They've been very kind. We did get baited into giving her a key, a possession, and she's been lying for money. Okay. I have to administer a dose of the King's Justice, chat. And let the cards fall how they may. If she didn't require a payment, this would be different. I see you divulging a secret. You continue and remove the skull cap, the spell finished. Sorcery looks stunned by your words. She clearly believes you a true psychic. A great and weighty decision seems to pass across her face. She looks to you for a moment to confirm it, then nods once more and turns to her friends. Please, be quiet, all of you, she says quietly. The stranger is right. I must make a confession. Wait and watch. I'm not a fortune teller, Sorcery continues sadly. That's my secret. The poachers cannot believe their ears. One denies it. Another claims to have known all along. A third, who it seems lost a lot of money on a bet once, becomes quite enraged and is held back by two more. Within a few moments, the whole group are rolling around in the mud, engaged in the most almighty punch-up. Slip away with the orb. In the commotion, it's easy for you to get away. Until one of the men shouts, "It's all his fault!" Chat, this was a trade. I gave her the silver key for the orb. Okay? I gotta run for it now. Run for it. You try to run, but a man the size of a horse dives for your legs, and a moment later you're down in the mud in the middle of the bruise-up of your life. You crawl out from under a pile of 15 men to find the precious orb has shattered to 1,000,000 fragments, and several of those fragments have cut you in the leg and side. But you have found 3 new clues, and another clue has been updated. Let's see our clues. The Scholar's House. 4 nobles know the spell. 4 of the nobles of Corre were each given 1 line of the spell to the North Gate. You must find these nobles and learn their secrets. Lord Lorag is a scholar, and the scholar lives in the red quarter of the city in a large house close to Fireview Square. Okay. Chat, nobody died there, alright? Nobody died there. This is all fine. The orb got crushed. But it's fine. We got our justice. We made the lady confess. The truth is out there. She's a fraud. She's not actually helping anybody. It's a bit chaotic justice. We gave her a key. We didn't get anything in return. We tried to take the orb. It crushed into a million pieces. We still got information. Nobody's died. I feel like that's probably best case scenario because, chat, what you need to understand is the game's not going to let you carry around an actual future-telling orb at the beginning of the game, okay? That's just cheating. So there had to be, there was probably a fail-safe there to make sure that we can't just foretell the future for the rest of the game. All right. There might be more orbs later on. There might be other orbs later on. Who knows? Chat, I'm not asking you. I can't tell you about it. You already have. Leave. Leave. Hands off the keyboard. No one's asking chat. I haven't spoiled anything. Yes, Lorag, you've been very good, despite being called a vicious cur. Oh wait, I missed one. Also deserved. Do I need the, like, exclamation blind command to pop up every 15 seconds? Justice being served in the chat right now. Turn blind to justice. Alright. Let's go. Again, I think this bears mentioning, since I am having to serve the king's justice in the chat, this is my first playthrough of the Sorcery game series. As such, there is no expectation of trying to win the game. There is not a right way to play. There is only our journey, our adventure. This is the path that has been taken. While if you should play this game on your own, should you buy it from the Steam store and quietly attend to it on your own time, you can rewind the game however far you'd like to various points in the game and try differently. That's all part of the fun of choose your own adventure games. But also, you can choose to deal with the consequences of the actions that you take, as I am doing now. That does not mean that I want to know what would happen in the 6 different ways that we could have done things differently. I don't. Maybe after I've done the game and go back and look at what I've done, then it might be nice to know what could have gone differently. But for now, we're on a track, and the only time I will veer off of that course is when something goes awfully, terribly, irrevocably wrong, like I should die, or get myself soft-locked somehow, which could happen. Possibly. Yes, the only thing, Warvoid, that we have to do is go to the North Gate. And maybe there's a way to even avoid that. Who knows? Everything is possible at this point in the game. Okay. With all that out of the way, we can actually enjoy ourselves and play the game. We found 3 new clues, and another clue has been updated. So we can go back downhill to the south, or we can go uphill to the north. We lost some stamina, yes, in the brawl that ensued. We got chased down by the group of ragtag poachers
Downhill kind of just takes me back where I came from, but there was other stuff down here in this corner that I'm interested in. There's not a day counter, so it doesn't seem as though we're on any kind of necessary timer, but maybe one will reveal itself. You continue down the road, heading back towards the wall, just visible in the distance. A few buildings appear on the right-hand side of the road. It's quiet, with no one about. You pass by a large structure with doors open wide. The smell of incense floats out from within. Look at the building. You stop and peer inside, but make nothing out in darkness. It seems to be a wide, unlit space. The low sound of chanting floats out onto the street. A woman's voice. Well, the doors are open, chat. That's an invitation for us to go in and say hello. You step into the gloomy shade of the building. The aroma of perfume and oil grows so thick that you begin to cough and choke, announcing your presence to whoever is inside. The singing voice falls silent. Who's there? You call out to the darkness. There is no reply, just a quiet sound like a light footstep or the turning page of a book. Then there is a voice. Greetings, man of Analant. I see you are a bold type. Greetings, you answer. The voice laughs, a gentle, pealing sound like a chime. I see you are searching for something. I can't really announce myself like this just in a dark room. I am just a traveler, you reply cautiously, looking for somewhere to stay. The voice laughs again. There is that noise again, like a palm slapping down. I see difficulty upon difficulty. Can you help? Another slap, the sound of a card being turned from a deck. Tell me, she says. Speak a word, and I will tell you what I see. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. We went from crystal searcher to tarot. We're gonna find our future on cards instead. Okay, interesting. Speak a word, I will tell you what I see. Gate. I see a closed door, a whispered secret, a trap of fire. Fire, crown, carré, magic, enough of this. This is like one of those early pick a word and see what the NPC says type games where you have to type in different keywords. Fire, crown, carré, magic. A trap of fire. I feel like if fire's the thing I'm most likely to click, crown is the most likely to reveal me as a bad guy, potentially. Carré is kind of vague. Magic could take us in an interesting direction. I see a dead end, the closed door, a wise man. But the card is reversed. This means death. I see a snake that eats its own tail. This is fairly nonsensical right now. This is relevant to the chain necklace that we have. But doesn't really mean anything one way or another. Let's try noble. Noble. I see a grave, a ghost who walks, a wise man. Suddenly from the far end of the room, a single candle flame ignites. A shade has been lifted from a lamp, revealing a woman in a deep hood seated at a star-shaped table. She is staring at cards laid out in front of her. So she sees a wise man, that means death. It's reversed, with the snake eating its own tail. And the noble is a wise man as well. A ghost who walks. Whoever this wise man is doomed to die, basically, is what she's saying. Approach her? Look at the cards. I mean, I know what the cards are, so let's just approach. You step forward and she looks up sharply, eyes wide with fear. Stay back, she cries. You seek the crown of kings. You intend to conquer the old world. I seek to save it. We will see. What is the crown? I seek to save it. You reply, nothing will save it. The damage is done. It'd be better if the crown were dropped into the sea. Remember this. Who are you? You ask, stepping forward once more. The woman looks up with deep eyes. A long scar runs across her face, from mouth to left ear. I see things, she says.
things that not all wish to hear. Then you should learn silence. I wish to hear. She nods. You are wise. She turns another card, a movement that is almost involuntarily. Then she looks up at you. Remember this. The crown is not in Caray, but there are many who claim it is, and only one who is deceived. Only one truly believes. Thank her. You thank her for her mysterious warning, but her attention is lost once more, taken by the cracks in the flagstone floor on which she sits. The streets will burn, she murmurs. The wolves must be turned around. You leave her to her dark vision. You step back out onto the path to continue your journey. And our journey has so much. We've been barely like chipping a little trail through this southwest quadrant. This is huge. This is great. I love it. Turn down the road. I think that's the only flag that I can see. So we will. We're kind of backtracking somewhat. But I can't help it. I have to explore. You stay on the main road, which heads down a slight slope to reach a small settlement of poor huts. As you pass these homes, ugly creatures gather to watch you in silence. A little further on, you come across a body, lying face down in the gutter. A beggar, asleep. Or some sort of creature in a drunken stupor. Check if the creature is still alive. You approach the limp body cautiously. Nothing in the street seems to be taking any notice. You bend down closer and shake the shoulder of the body. There is no response. Gripping the body's arm, you turn it over. As its face swings around, you jump back aghast. The body is a semi-decayed corpse, with a rotting head that is half skull, half putrid flesh. And worse, an evil smile is spreading across its face. A moment later, it has sprung to its feet, leaping at you. Hey, Miming. Team of Ants, what's up? We found a zombie, apparently, yes. But anyways, welcome, guys. To Choose Your Own Adventure story. From the 80s, made into a video game a few years ago. First on mobile, now on... It's been on Steam for like 4 years. But it's fantastic. C. Cold, thank you for the sub, by the way. Appreciate your 11 months. Alex Roeder. Careful of people trying to take revenge on you. That was before we knew that it was all a lie. I can't believe you would time me out like that, Etalyx. Yes, you can. Don't lie. Draw my sword. Cast a spell. Throw the chain at the corpse. Throw the chain at the corpse. That seems risky at best. What if I never get it back? I have no idea what this weapon is supposed to do. What if it's one-time use? What if it dissolves into this body? Let's see what spells we have an option to. Let's see what our choices may reside with. What shoulders are we going to place our fate upon? Clone the caster to distract individuals. I don't think it's going to distract this evil zombie. We could throw a pop rock, I think. Create an explosion with the pebble. Probably not the best idea. R-A-P. Rap. Talk all languages needs a green-haired wig. Rock. Turn to stone. No. Become a member of chat. Resurrect the dead with holy water. Of course you can. Oh, we already did that. Sorry. W-O-K. Create a shield with gold. Have we done R? Yeah. Have we done S? Yeah. Have we done P? Yep. So, not a lot of options. Not a lot of W? Did I click W? Yeah, we did walk. We could do invisible wall. And that's it. So an invisible wall with... It's a pretty good spell. Wall's a pretty good spell. It's better than throwing chain at the corpse right now. I'll do it. I think invisible wall so we can kind of figure out what's happening. Requires 3 stamina. Oh yeah. It does. But it's a strong spell. It's a zombie lunging at me. This spell doesn't last for long. We've cast the force field before. We've never cast wall. Does this game have a lot of replayability? Well, it's a big game, Orin Max, and there's 4 parts to it. So, it's a huge choose-your-own-adventure game with a lot of different paths and options. Tons of replayability. This looks like it's gonna... I mean, 3 stamina means it's gonna be actually a good spell. And if we fight this zombie and get hit 3 times, it'd be the same thing. So let's just try it out. Wall! You cast a spell, and an invisible wall forms in the air between you and the corpse. The creature throws itself against the wall, smashing into pieces as it tries to get to you. But then the pieces float up and over the wall and come at you again. You draw your sword and inflict a quick blow. The blade lands deeper than you expect, slicing the corpse right down the middle. It collapses into a bloody mess of arms, legs, and head. But a moment later, the body parts have lifted from the ground to surround you, clawing, biting, kicking, shoving. Like this. Yo, that drawing is terrifying. The drawings are fantastic. All of them are so creepy and good. Look at this little banana turd on the ground right here. What is this? What is this little pile of goop? There's a little cat back there. Like a little bird up on the chimney stack. Fight or cast another spell. Well, 3 stamina didn't really take us very far. I don't feel like fighting is going to take us very far. If we already stabbed it right, we cut it right down the middle. Let's fight and see what happens. It's got to be a little weaker because it's in a bunch of parts. You are now battling a flying mess. So it's like a different enemy than it was before. It was like a completely connected being. Now it's just floating body parts. He's got a lot of stamina too. This is a big boy. Okay, if a zombie defends first, something is wrong in this world. Do you understand? Okay, 1.2, that's just weak. That's just weak. The head floats up to stare you in the eyes, while the leg aims a kick for your midriff. You raise your sword and drop back across the street. Why is this dude employing tactics? You know what I mean? What are these tactics? Is anyone else in the street seeing this, or is it just me? Alright, like he can't do is he gonna do an all-out attack after this? He's gotta have like this much left. I'm gonna do like a 5-7. I'll do like a 5-8. Right? He's gotta raise it up. That was a weak first attack. He's gotta go higher than that. No! Why is this zombie so smart? Time to best this hideous monstrosity. You swing hard as the living corpse floats away across the street. It's an optical illusion. No one else, everyone else just sees you swinging your sword in the air for no reason. Fine, you're gonna do it back to back? I bet you're not gonna do it back to back, buddy. Yeah, get a -4. I saved just enough attack power so I could best you. You continue the hideous fight. You chop with your sword. The corpse is wide open as it kicks into you. You cut a chunk of dead flesh clean away. The corpse wobbles in midair, arms crashing into legs. You've confused it. Alright, if I've confused it, that means it's time to follow up. I think it's time to all in 2.6. If it truly is confused and stumbling over itself, there should be nothing this next turn. He just went almost all in. This has got to be the time. Push the attack. Perfection. Your sword cleaves piece after piece of flesh from the floating creature's skin. You rush forward and stab. The living corpse mid-lunge hovers away from your blade. Now is probably the time
to drop down, right? But now's probably the time to drop down and take it easy. But I feel like he's gonna do the same thing, right? Because he went from like 5-8 to 2-1. What if he just does a little baby at like 1 attack? He's got to be drained too. But if he's not drained, I'm gonna take a big hit. Oh, this is rough. I don't know how much I want to gamble on this. As long as it's under 2-1. I mean, obviously, as long as it's under 1-8. Blocking will always remove 1, because he's not... He does block, though, right? Did he ever do zeros? I think he did zeros. Alright, we're gonna attack one more time. We're gonna go down to almost nothing. One more time. Please don't do big attack. It was so close. It was so close. He was going all in those last 3 times. That's all he had. Your blade cuts dead skin into the foul thing's gray flesh. Dodging back across the street, you swing low. Then your blade lands into the creature's brain. The head falls to the floor and the other limbs go limp in an instant. 1 stamina lost, decent dueling. Well, we used a wall, which he promptly floated over. We couldn't have known it was a floating zombie, though. The body parts on the ground squirm and slowly ooze back together. The corpse now looks once again as though it had been run over in a chariot race, but it is definitely lying still. For now. Obviously, I'm going to search as I just killed a zombie. Expecting another immediate attack, you go over and search the body, but it is clothed in rags and has barely any pockets, let alone anything inside them. Don't get bitten, dude. Don't get bitten by the zombie in the city. Just cut the mouth open. Don't stick your hand in there. Look under belt. Look in his throat. Enough of this. Rough. Polo juice with nerds asked, since all the enemies seem to be made of paper, why don't you just burn them? Well, interesting you asked that. We had a bit of a Final Destination situation earlier where Fireball was cast twice. It technically in the canon has not been cast. But we still saw the alternate timeline where the guy vaporized, and now I wish I would have just kept that. Because at least it made for a better... We could just pretend that that's what happened. We only changed 1 stamina. We only are up 1 stamina over what we would have been if the other events happened, and it made for a much better story. That I just straight vaporized that guy. Oh well. It's... What's done is done. No use crying over spilled milk. Was there anything of note about what we read? There was early on. The face swings around. The body is a semi-decayed corpse with a rotting head, half skull, half flesh. An evil smile spreads across its face. It's all about the head. So the throat seems like weird. The mouth seems doable. Because look at this. Look at this head. We killed his brain. Where is the throat? Oh, well, he reformed into a body. I don't think there's anything into the throat. Look under the belt. Where is this belt? It may not be on the image. Look, I'm gonna search his mouth. You open the corpse's mouth with 1 finger and look inside. Nothing there. But then you remember the corpse's strange guttural screams, as though it was constantly choking. I don't remember that, but okay. I'll look in his throat. Disgusted, you push your fingers into the back of the corpse's throat. Something, yes. With fingertips, you draw out a fragment of paper. It's a handwritten line, but it's been torn in half along the script and you cannot make out the words. Keep the note. You pocket the strange note. Perhaps later you'll discover what it means. From a nearby doorway, a face appears and beckons you over. I love how we've just been on this street for like 45 minutes, and there's so much to do. There's so much to do. I thought this was going to take 2 streams. This could take 3 unless part of this city is like empty. You stride over to the hut. The face is that of a small gnome who begins to chatter in a high-pitched voice.
You killed it! Did you kill it? I think you killed him.
Actual gnome. Finally found the gnome. But anyways, what's up, Polo Juice? You have been gnomed. I killed it. It was dead before. It was dead before, that's true. It was dead before, you tell the gnome. It may not be dead now. I definitely can't do that voice for, like... this better not be a main character.
Oh, no, you've definitely killed it.
The gnome replies, shaking his head.
It will be good few months until it wakes up again. We caught it somewhere else. Here, we wanted to thank you.
He reaches behind him for something. Draw my sword, wait to see what he does. I can't even speak in a complete sentence in that voice. You wait, and the gnome produces a small bag containing 5 gold pieces. I'm sure it's... Oh. I hate this so much.
I hate this. I hate you. Laura, I thought we had something special, but we don't. Laura! Go to bed.
Go to bed. You thought I was a gnome. I'm actually the puppeteer who created that zombie. It was me, Jan, the whole time.
Okay, so he gives me 5 gold pieces from all of us. Peering through the window of the tiny hut, you can make out 20 or so faces. What was that creature? Where can I find the nobles? Ask about the spell lines. I'm looking for a scholar. There's so many threads! How many pages is the book that this is based on, by the way? Like, seriously, was it like 500 pages? At least 5 pages. Okay. What was that creature? They don't know. I'm not gonna ask that. That's a waste of my breath. Where can I find the nobles? That might help. The spell lines, maybe, or looking for Lorag, the scholar, who's somewhere hiding in the chat right now. Definitely one of these 3. I'll ask about the spell lines. Now, maybe you can help me. Do you know any of the spells? Oh, for the North Gate, you ask? The gnome bursts into laughter, laughing so hard, in fact, that he begins to cry.
Do I look like a knob?
He asks.
Do I?
You look like your ear is near the ground. You look like a rotten tree stump. Wow. Go right for the throat. You look like your ear is near the ground, you reply. The gnome nods at that.
True, true. But to know the lines, I'm becoming a different character altogether.
I told you it was me, Jan, the whole time.
Sorry, I don't know. I want this gnome to be Jan for some reason. Could you not? I'm sorry. To know the lines, you have to go lower than that. Not all the nobles are even alive anymore. I can't read it in the gnome voice for, like, full paragraphs, chat. He scratches his nose meaningfully, although what he means is anyone's guess. Multiple personality gnome. You're gonna lose your voice soon. That's what I'm saying. The priest of the shrine may be able to help. Looking for a scholar. What priest? I mean, we'll figure that out. We're looking for a scholar. Another question. I'm looking for a scholar. I think his name is Lorag. The gnome nods. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Multiple W's. Multiple W dashes. I know what's about to happen in the chat right now. Yeah, there it is. Thank you. All right, there it is. Thank you. On command. The gnome nods.
I know the one. Over the river, round the back of the square. But watch out.
Be certain that I will.
The gnome is starting to look awkward. What was that creature, you ask? Oh, God. Oh, God! If we didn't ask about this, this could be terrible!
They say it used to be the second noble of Caray.
The gnome whispers.
But he angered the first, so he was cursed to live in the Caray forever. Now he's like a bad gold piece. Keeps showing up. He gets dumped in different
Parts of the city! What?
I think we'll take him to the Sphin Quarter next. It's their turn.
That is some dank lore. There's a chuckle of agreement from inside the house. The gnome's nose twitches.
I'm going now.
He says quickly.
Here's one more gift.
There's more kerfuffle, and then he brings out a small purple potion. Oh, really? Purple potion, Chad?
Blimberry juice.
He says.
You're bound to get some scrapes along the way.
He presses the potion into your hand. You thank him and place the gift carefully into your pack. You continue downhill until you find yourself back at the place where the road splits. So, okay, it was the first noble of Caray. He's cursed to live in Caray forever. He's dead. They just move him to different parts of the city and have to, like, babysit the zombie. That's insane. You found a new clue as well. Okay. So... What was the other thing he gave me? He gave me gold. We have a clue. The priest in Lower Caray might be able to help you find the spell lines to the gate. So we lost the silver key. We still have the copper key. We have a paper fragment. Has been torn through, cannot be read. They can't help me. And born skin boots. We have blimberry juice now, which is supposed to be a good heal, right? So the thing about blimberry juice is, remember earlier there was like a horse and carriage right here that ran up the street and dropped the whole box of them. We left them without stealing them from the box. And now we've been given one as a reward. So kind of an interesting full circle there. But now we need to go back to the junction. This is the first junction you saw this morning. You spent half the day walking in circles, and soon it will be evening. You still have to find any of the spell lines for the gate, if they can be found at all. You also need somewhere to stay before it gets dark. You turn to face back up the hill once more. Well, I guess we're ending up this way, for better or worse, back where we killed that guy. You return up the path to the Chainmaker's hut. We can cut through the field or walk on. You've wasted too much time. Hold on, I'm opening a snack, but I also need to get some drink in a little while. I can wait for a minute. Want one? Take it. Come on. Take it. They say killers return to the scene of the crime, as I have. So cutting up through the fields, what is the difference here? I think it's just, how do you want to get to the festival? Let's take the path through the field. Because we usually stay on the cut and dry. You strike out across the fields away from the path, heading toward the rising land and the river. Somewhere in the center of Caray are the docks, a busy place that will hopefully help you in your search for the city nobles. You crest the rise where the grass grows thin, then pause at a sound behind you. It is the quiet shh of a dagger drawing from a sheath. Secret command. Dagger, Nightbot. Thank you. Snail, are you okay there? Yes, I want one. Give. They're cheese crackers. What would I even cast here? I guess to sense danger.
You hear a dagger coming from a sheath. Our options are... cause lively dancing. Wow, that would be so useful in so many scenarios. Control non-intelligent creatures. That's pretty intense. For what? Yo! About this. Here's the thing. Probably not best to panic summon a giant. Just a thought. Just release a giant on the town immediately as soon as you sense danger is maybe not the best. Oh. I can't sense danger at all. So is it even worth casting a spell? If I draw my sword, have we ever drawn our sword and not fought something, chat? This would be the first time, right? So I can expect to combat somebody here, whether I like it or not. If we draw our sword and don't need it, that would be strange. 6 is really cool. Just clone the caster, and I'll have the odds in my favor. Giant seems like overkill for this scenario. Don't have a flute. Am I missing any of the starter letters? Law? We don't even know what this person is. All right, Panic 6. I think Panic 6 is fine. It's only 1 stamina. 6! You cast a spell and 5 clones step out from behind you on either side. You hear whoever it is behind you gasp with horror, and then their footsteps run off through the fields. Oh. Okay, then. Well, I'm not an easy mark. Maybe one day we'll find out who that was. Maybe not. We probably would have known if we'd drawn our sword and seen what they wanted, but then we would have had to fight them. When threatened, Etalyx is known to multiply to fend off predators. You're the overworld enemy encounter, represented by 1 sprite, but it's actually 6 enemies when you get to the battle screen. That's true, Ganaga. What happens to the clones? I guess they vanish when they're not needed anymore. Well, okay, whoever was coming up behind me should not have drawn a dagger. It was, the narrator told me it was a dagger. And they were behind me. I can only work with what I know. The path winds through fields, passing an orchard on one side. The trees are dying and bare of apples. On the other side, across muddy fields, you see the colors and flags of a festival. Then the view is shrouded by tall fences on either side. Yeah, the clones just go have their own lives, that's true. Let's look at the fences. You pause to look at the fences. The fields they contain seem ordinary enough, but for some reason the fences themselves are 2 or 3 times your height. There's no ladders to climb over that you can see, and no gates. A spell might be helpful here. Okay, well, you... Really? A spell might be helpful here. What would that be? You really want me to burn all my stamina? Be big. Just become bigger. The forehead. And then you can see over the fence. Duh. Big! You cast a spell growing to 3 times your normal size. Easily tall enough to see over the fences. But there is nothing in the fields they contain except for long grass, which doesn't seem long anymore. Oh no. There's nothing there? What do you mean there's nothing there? But you did get debated by the narrator. There's no gates. How am I going to get out once I'm not big anymore? How am I going to get out? I'm going to trap myself in here again. How big am I, though? Growing 3 times your normal size. So if I was like 6 feet tall in this, I'd be 18 feet tall. Look through the fence, step over the fence, or move on. It's a fence! I can't believe I listened to the narrator here. Fine. Step over the fence. We're not above looking around for things that are interesting. You step over the fence into a field of long grass. Oh, this fence. Oh no. This is like to nowhere. This is the fence to nowhere. The Analander's curiosity knows no bounds. The giant spell fades, leaving you standing in a field of grass that comes up almost to your neck, surrounded on all sides by a tall fence. The field appears to be empty. Search, there's gotta be something here! You crouch low and feel around in the grass to see if anything is hidden here. Suddenly, something grabs your wrist, holding you down low. Wowee. Struggle. You try to tug your arm free, but in thrashing around you succeed in tangling your other limbs in whatever it is that has a hold of you. You are now fully held, being pulled down towards the earth. Dolphin. He's brave but not rash. Okay, well, maybe he is rash now. Pray for aid to the dolphin. Help me out here. You begin a quick and fervent prayer to the dolphin, and after a moment, you feel the grip on your arms and legs loosening. You waste no time and hurry away up the fence like a spider, dropping back down gratefully onto the path. Thank you, dolphin. Thank you, base dolphin. Looking back, the field looks like nothing but a field of grass. If it weren't for the red marks on your wrist, you'd believe you'd imagined the whole affair. Huh. Well, as if in a dream. Call Harry Potter and friend. Well, I guess we go onwards. Because this... Wait, did we skip over the Festival of Thieves entirely? Well, it is evening. I don't know, maybe they're not doing anything today. Maybe they're not partying today. So we head back up towards the main path. Yeah, now I'm curious what was under the creepy grass, but at the same time, I have to assume that it was going to kill me. Like a fallow field. There to just absorb bodies. You emerge onto a wide road that leads up a gentle slope toward a cliff edge. Look at the... Last time I looked up at a cliff, a dead body rolled down the hill. Let's look at the cliff first. You turn to look up at the cliff, which rises suddenly out of the middle of the fields. Along its ridge is a line of finer buildings, though most have fallen into wreck and ruin. Look down the road. Looking back downhill, you see a few distant buildings, and beyond, the point where the 3 roads into Carré diverged. Time to move on. So they do let me go back this way, but I don't think there was anything here, because we already were, like, right here. It'd be weird if there was something else down there. Why are you guys all dotting? Well, 2 of you. Why are 2 of you dotting? Do you have music off? No, the music is on. We're gonna clear all the traps in the city by triggering them. That's right, Stall Monica. Thank you. Wait, what are these dots for? Are you dotting Lorag? For what? What'd you do, Lorag? No, don't do it. Don't do what? Don't ban you? Was talking to Clive. Oh, who said to ban you and then said, no, don't do it. I see. I got you. All right, let's go up the path. I don't see any reason to backtrack right now. You continue tramping through the fields until after about half an hour you emerge onto a wider road, heading uphill towards the center of Carré. Looking around, to the right of the main road, a track is lined with colorful flags leading along the lines of the cliff. A short distance from the road is a small hut built from mud bricks. Smoke rises from its chimney and a thick, rich smell wafts from its door. Your stomach grumbles in response. It does indeed. It does indeed. Head for the flags. Take the meme road or enter the small hut. We have taken a liking to huts. I can't believe we've only been in this general vicinity for the whole 4 hours, 3.5 hours up till now. It's crazy. This game's huge. I love it. Let's go in the hut. The door to the small hut is a little ajar. A pleasant smell drifts out, but you hear nothing from inside. Knock. You knock firmly on the door. A voice calls back, "Enter, friend." But be careful as you open the door. Slip through the doorway. You slip through the doorway as carefully as you can. Looking up, you notice a jar of some kind of liquid balanced precariously atop the door. The shop is a kitchen. There is a fire in the grate with a pot above it, which bubbles and smokes. On the walls hang herbs, vegetables, meats, and cooking equipment. But no matter how hard you look, you cannot seem to see the speaker. Well, we've been invited in as a friend, for once. There's a ton of food in here. There's a chef. There's some octopus creature. Look under the table. Look near the hearth. I'm not going to look under the table. That's kind of suspicious. I'll look near the hearth. Looking again, you suddenly notice a strange-looking creature standing beside the pot. He has a human torso, but his head is nothing but green-colored jelly. He's hard to spot because of the vegetables hanging on the wall behind him. But you can tell he is the chef, as the long, sinuous tentacles, did I say sinuous? Coming from his head are scooping with ladles, stirring with spoons, waving salt shakers, and brandishing a cleaver. What does an octopus man sound like? What does that sound? Attack it! I'm not gonna attack it. Eat the jelly man. Octopus man would sound like a Akbar, but I don't know how to do that voice. Oh, I do. I do know how to do an octopus voice, but it's gonna give me a headache. I'm gonna need some like Tylenol or Advil for that. Because it involves a certain flourish that must be done for every line, almost annoyingly so. Let's try it out. Let's talk to the creature. Greetings, creature, you begin.
Look,
The creature complains.
its tentacles to go back to stirring, chopping, and mixing. I don't have all day. What do you want?
I'm trying to find the city nobles. I need to find a scholar. This is a robbery. I'd like to... Hold on, back it up. This is a robbery. I'd like to buy some food. Leave the shop. What's up, Grum Grum? Nice crab burger. I'm gonna eat it. I would like to buy some food. I have 19 gold. Maybe we should talk to him first, though. I need to find a scholar, you tell him. The creature looks indifferent.
I serve farmers, mostly, not scholars. If there's a scholar in Curry, he probably lives in the nicer part of town, across the river.
Please don't be a main character. I'm trying to find the city nobles. Yeah, we did know that he lives across the river. We did know that, so that didn't really tell us much. I'm trying to find the city nobles.
Well, they aren't hiding in here,
The creature replies.
Last I heard, they're hiding in their council chamber with their guard, afraid of winter or something.
They're hiding in their council chamber with their guard. Afraid of winter. I'd like to buy some food.
All right.
The creature replies, giving his cauldron a quick stir but not taking his eyes off you.
It's 5 gold pieces, and it's bristle beast kidneys. Hope that's all right with you.
That's too much. That is kind of too much. 5 gold pieces for food! That's too much. You tell him. He shrugs in a waft of tentacles. Oh no, okay.
Can I just bluff? Can I be like, that's too much weight? No, I'll take the food. I don't want to leave. You leave the hut. No! There's food in there. 5 gold, though? Come on, dude. I mean, it might be worth a rewind, because I think I would actually pay the money after he refused to budge on the price. So I might just rewind just to pay the money. It is a full-cooked octopus chef dinner. You know? Like, how... Think about it. How often, chat, sometimes you gotta pay for the dining experience, right? It's not necessarily about the food or the health, stamina you'll recover, but it could be about being served by an interesting octopus person who is a renowned chef, maybe. Who knows? He just got kicked out. It is like a gross kidney, though. Hold on. How do I... Can I just rewind here? Do I have to do the whole... Okay, come on. Whatever. It's definitely worth a redo. Slip through the doorway. It's going to be a lot faster, though. Because we already know where he is. We talked to him. We asked him about the scholar, the nobles, and then buying some food, and then we're done. Fine. I'll pay him. You pay him the money, and he hands you a bowl of stew. It doesn't taste very nice, but you force a smile. The creature nods and offers you a drink to help wash it down. Sure. You drink it down. It's actually quite refreshing. With your meal finished, there's not much more to be done. Your hunger satisfied, you thank the cleaning creature and leave the hut. Spill it to create a distraction. Well, that was probably not worth it, but you know what? It's what I would have done, so we're gonna keep it. 5 gold for 3 stamina meal. Pretty bad. But I guess at least we get to keep our ration for the road if we ever find ourselves in a pickle. You kind of got to take food while you can find it, I guess. Probably should have just eaten with the stupid pig poachers. Whatever, I bought an honest meal. Look at the flags or head to the main road. Let's go off the beaten path to the flags and see what's over there. You follow the wide path between the flags. After a few minutes, you notice something in the distance. A dark mass with bright colors shining through. It's not until you hear the sound when you realize what it is. A huge crowd of people gathered around a set of tents. A fair. Wait, is this the Festival of Thieves? It's not nighttime yet, is it? The festival's still going on? Take me to the fair. We gotta be real careful here, chat. You're gonna get robbed most likely here. By the way, back it up. Mr. Figs, are you still here for 13 months? Mr. Figs, if you're out there, thank you for resubscribing for 13 months in the chat. Gumby Oak is also in there. Thanks, Gumby Oak, for coming back for a second month. What did I just click? Nothing. Okay, good. We're good. Hi, thanks for sub. Someone's laughing in my ear. Hey, Will Betray. May as well get it in while my attention has been noted. Thank you for the 17 months with Twitch Prime. Welcome back one more. Sea Cold, I think I caught you, but almost a year? That was a while ago. I think I caught you. Anyways, thanks guys for all the support. Hope you're having a good time. We're going to approach the fair now. You ease your way into the edge of the gathered crowd. It all looks good-spirited and fun. And with so many people here, perhaps you'll pick up useful information about the spell lines and the city nobles. Look around, listen, explore the fair. Look around, listen, explore the fair. Eyes, ears, feet. Let's listen for once. We always look. You mill through the crowd, keeping your ears open for anything interesting. But most people in the center of the field are arguing over where to go next, or lamenting how many gold pieces they've spent. You might do better to have a closer look at something. Well, the only thing I can look at right now is the top of the midway, so let's go. You walk to the north end of the fairground midway. The fair continues from here and a road leads away uphill. The place is full of bluster and noise. Huge numbers of people crowd around the boxing ring and more clap their hands and stamp as they watch a group of dancers. So we have musicians and bare knuckle fighting. Also, we have leave and the middle of the midway. Tal, you said yesterday was a Christmas stream. What do you... Molotov, please. Please. I want to buy this game so I can do the opposite of Etalyx. That's a good reason to buy it. No, that was not the sub noise. That was just creepy laughter. I don't know. I'm enticed by a bunch of these things. We are going to be pretty decent at bare knuckle fighting. The end of the fair. Probably don't want to click that until we're done. No, I said I was so excited to play this. It was going to be like... Streaming was going to be like Christmas morning. So... just stop while you're ahead, because I know what you're going to do, and it's going to be out of context. Hey, Mr. Lai, you want me to kill everyone? Well, where were you earlier? Let's check bare knuckle fighting. You cross the fairground to a wrestling ring. A ruffian inside is announcing the current challenge. People of Korea. People of Korea. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Are you ready for a fight? In the white corner, we have our challenger, Anvar the Barbarian. Are we allowed to suggest fun options? It depends on if you know what those options lead to, Bacon. If you already know where they lead to, then probably not. If you don't know, then feel free to give your own opinions. The crowd cheers and whoops. Look over Anvar, ask someone about the fight, or watch the fight. Look at these guys, though. Look at this dude on the right. Look at that face. We got a barbarian here with snake tattoos. The crowd seems like... oh, they're looking for a challenger, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, he's the challenger. Ask someone about the fight. Let's look over Anvar. Let's just size him up. Anvar is about half as tall as you again, with sheets of muscle on his arms and legs, but he's probably lighter than the ogre, which will mean he has less momentum. And in the black corner, the brawling champion of Korea, the one they call Skull Splitter. This is a quote. The announcer is saying this. Sorry. The ogre Kagao of Dadule! I see. Look over Skull Splitter, ask someone about the fight, place a bet, or watch the fight. We can place a bet on the boxing outcome. Oh boy. Let's look over Skull Splitter. The ogre looks as thick as any ogre you might meet, but he's made of solid muscle. His arms and legs like the twisted bark of trees. Challenger, are you ready? Demands the ruffian. Anvar nods and beats his chest. Okay, so the lighter and quicker, or the heavy hitter. So, hold on. Is it these two versus one another? It's this guy? That's Anvar, right? There's a bat in here, by the way. I'm gonna place a bet. You find a wagerman by looking for his enormous hat, to which odds and returns are pinned on bits of cloth. Feeling lucky, are you? He chuckles with evident glee. His palms are sweating, and you notice he carries flick blades inside his sleeves. Place your money on me. What does that mean? Okay, well, the guy half as tall as you again, which means he's 1.5 times as tall as me. Do I ask the odds, or is that going to be too late? Let's see the odds. 3-1 on the challenger, he says. 1-3 on the champion.
3-1 on the challenger, 1-3 on the champion. Okay. I'm gonna bet on the underdog. You take your money pouch from your pocket. Wait, which one's which, though? Um, 3-1 means 3-1 that the challenger wins. The challenger is Anvar, right? The challenger is Anvar, so the odds are in his favor, 1-3, that the champion wins. So I bet on Ogre, the reigning champ. I bet on Ogre, you tell him.
A wise choice.
The bookie agrees.
The ogre always wins.
Wait, whoa. Who? Hang on. Why would it be 1-3 then? He's the brawling champion. It's the other way around. Oh, it's by bets. Oh. So he's not the underdog. I got you. 1 bet for every 3. So I would get smaller winnings this way. Betting is hard. It is hard. I can also don't bet. I could bet 3 gold pieces. That's like a small wage. 3 gold pieces on the challenger or on the champion. It's not. I don't lose that much. But I did want to bet on the underdog. You hand over 3 gold pieces, and the bookkeeper makes a mark on his hat for the bet. Meanwhile, in the ring, the fight has begun. The barbarian in the white corner growls and beats his chest. The ogre raises his fists in the air and shakes them. Cheer for the ogre, shout for the barbarian, wait and watch. Oh boy! Cast a spell to influence the outcome. Surely they will have foreseen that. Surely they would have some precautions there. That's not very justice of you. I haven't done anything yet. I haven't done anything. Wait and watch quietly. You hang back and watch. The barbarian beats his chest and pounds the ogre heavily about the head. Suddenly, Anvar is looking good. Rig the match for 1 gold. Exactly. This is for fun, chat. Give up on the fight. Let's cheer for the ogre. You know, he's got to have some people in his corner. You shout, "Finish him!" to the ogre, who bellows with anger. The ogre roars with rage and struggles forward against the barbarian, landing a mighty blow. The crowd go quiet. The fight is in the balance once more. It goes dun 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 dun. The barbarian staggers suddenly. The crowd gasps. But then he picks himself up once more. Come on, finish him off, mate. Finish him off. You holler at the ogre, but it's not clear that it does any good. The ogre's lip has split and is bleeding. Anvar roars, and then to everyone's surprise, forces the ogre back with a headbutt. It seems like anything could happen. Wait and watch. See what happens. You can't look away. Growling and muttering, the ogre powers into the barbarian, cracking his skull. But the fight could still go either way. They really want me to get in there. They really want me to get in there. I just want to see what's even possible in this scenario. Cause slowness. Wouldn't that cause everyone to be slow? Open locks. That's kind of funny. Read minds of who? This is pretty innocent. This is pretty innocent. Let's read some minds. It's not going to affect the outcome one way or another right now. Tell! You slip the cloth skull cap onto your head and cast your spell. Let's read the barbarian's mind. You turn your attention to the barbarian. He seems quite distracted, apparently thinking about someone he left sleeping in the inn this morning. He'll never win a fight with that attitude. Finally, it's all over. With a single throw, Skull Splitter the Ogre throws Anvar the Barbarian clear out of the ring. The crowd go wild. You find the bookkeeper to collect your winnings. You and everyone else, sighs the bookkeeper. He hands over 4 gold pieces. Inside the ring, the master of the fight raises the ogre's fist in the air. Who challenges our champion? The prize is 10 gold pieces. 12 stamina. I mean, the guy's already wounded from fighting Anvar the beast. I'll take up the challenge. I challenge him! I do! All eyes turn to look at you, and the fight master beams. We have a stranger taking the challenge, he declares. Let him through. I do. The crowd parts and you're helped up into the ring. Under his breath, the fight master outlines the rules. Fair fight, no magic. Pound your opponent until they can't stand. Fight, look over the ogre. Look over the ogre. You risk a glance at your opponent. He's hulking brute. Like all ogres, a creature who could almost be made out of stone. In the black corner, Skull Splitter! And in the white corner, some schmuck from the crowd. I don't know who this guy is. What should I call you? The Analander. Wow. Is it the first time they say it in the game? I think it is. The Analander. Guys, just get on with it. Like, I don't even care what my name is. I just want to beat this guy up. I'm here to fight. I need money and I'm here to fight. They call me the human spider. That's fun. All right, let's just get on with it. The ruffian shrugs. Let the pounding commence, he cries. The crowd furiously places bets. You can hear them discussing your relative merits. He looks feeble. Looks like a maniac to me. Well, it'd be nice if we had more stamina. He's got a ton of power. I feel like they're always gonna defend first. He's got a weapon. Hold on, why does he have a two-handed hammer? And I'm just like punching, like bang, bang. Come on, dodge. Jab, hook. All right, like how far are we gonna take this on turn 1 though? Do you think he goes all out? Let's see what he did before. Well, we don't know. I would theorize he's not going to launch a big first attack. That would be crazy. It just would. Unless he wins. Oh, well. Unless he wins. The ogre raises its fists in the air and makes a roaring noise that brings a similar response from the crowd. The second the bell rings, you leap from the corner and power forward into the ogre's body. It charges straight at you. I have no indication of what he's going to do next. So if I go all in, he might go defense, because 6'5" is pretty big. I only did 3-3 and I lost this much attack power. So he's probably like down here. I'm going to say like 4-1 is a nice middle. There's no way he can go like another... Well, he could. But like, I feel like he's going to go real low, though. That was probably a big swing. Let's go. Bash. Okay. Block. So I did nice halfway. Moving swiftly, you aim for his heart. The ogre blocks your blow. I have no clue what he's going to do next. He could very easily go above 5. Who goes for heart punches? Listen, I've been watching too much Tarantino lately, all right? Is he gonna go for another big swing, though? If I get 3-7'd here and I get beasted on, it's gonna be a big problem. What's the gamble? He just did a 6-0. 6-0. He can really do whatever he wants. He's probably like anywhere in here is doable. Ogre, dumb, ogre not blocked twice in a row. Oh, I could. I was right. You
You drop in a defensive crouch. The ogre is performing for the crowd and swaggers across the ring, hoping to knock you casually aside. You dodge the weight of his blow, though the effort of avoiding it still wears you down. The ogre is holding back. Someone in the crowd is shouting you advice. Take out his knees! Yeah, I see the ogre is holding back. Is he gonna block after a 2-8? He did a block? A 2-8? He's holding back, they said. He probably has the full brunt. He could go all in and easily beat the 6-9. Crowd back seating. I feel like now's the time to dump it, though. It's either it's all in or block. Those are my options. All in or block. There's no in between right now. He's been holding back for 2 turns. He could have the full. He could do the full meter. All in at the knees. Come on, please. Okay, well, that was a hefty hit, but he was defending a lot. Point 8. Readying a forceful blow, you hurtle forwards. The ogre turns away as though not seeing the blow will... As though if he doesn't see the blow, it won't land. He's done too many nothing attacks. Point 8, he can't... Come on. Maybe he's waiting until I whittle him down and get comfortable. If he does a point 8 and I block, I lose his stamina for no reason. But he's got so much in the tank. I could have beat that, but like, why is he toying? He's toying with me. The ogre swings hard, but you dodge most of the blow. He's absolutely just toying with me. I don't know if a 5-5 is enough. I'm gonna lose this fight. It's dawning on me now. He's gonna go from a 4-3 bed back down. He's gonna go back down to like under 2-9. No! He knows! You try a heavy punch, but its attack is strong and devastating. You're thrown to the floor. The crowd gasps and cheers. I have not done well this fight, chat. I think we do it again. He's not gonna do 2 6-somethings in a row, chat. He's not gonna do 2 6-somethings in a row. He's toying with me. Okay, good. Moving quickly, you go a straight lunge for his eye. The ogre drops into a defensive crouch, moving with more speed than you'd expect. It is briefly distracted by scratching. I think we go 5-8 and then duck. Is he going all in? He went 6-0. So he's got like somewhere, he's got more than me, I think, in the tank. But it doesn't mean he's gonna go all in. I think we go all in after the block. And then hide. Okay, well that was way too much. I spent way too much. I am not reading him well at all. You strike again. Preparing a heavy swing, you charge for your opponent. The ogre tries to dodge. The ogre stumbles, suddenly crashing into the ropes at the side of the ring. A gasp goes up from the crowd. I think it's time to hold. I think it's time to withhold. He's done the block, a 1-8. We need some juice. He's got too much in the tank for me to risk it. Okay, that's fine. You drop your weight and watch the ogre closely. The ogre punches heavily, but you escape mostly unharmed. The ogre beats its chest and pauses to lift its arms to the crowd, who roar in approval. The ogre is hovering slightly. The crowd are now behind you, spurring you on. Wait, what? Aren't these 2 different crowd reactions? Maybe half the crowd's behind me and half the crowd's behind him. It could go either way. $6-1. Do you think he's gonna go back to 0? I'll go 6-1. Ooh, he just does it so low and I never expect it. Mustering a lumberjack blow, you lunge at the ogre. The ogre turns its thick back to absorb the blow. It steps backward across the ring, putting space between you. He's got so much pent-up rage. He might one-shot me if I guesstimate this wrong. He's going big this time. 4-4, that's not too big. We're almost down. You drop into a defensive crouch. The ogre swings hard, but you dodge most of the blow. The ogre beats its muscled chest and roars. How much does he have in the tank? I just saved up to 5.9. How much does he have in the tank? I'm going in. No! Oh no! You charge forward trying to grab the ogre's full weight and hurl it from the ring, but the ogre attacks with all his strength, pounding your head on both sides. Your face is drenched with sweat you can barely see. The creature is not just wearing you out, but leaving you exhausted. Again. Oh my god, this guy. Readying a forceful swing, you hurtle forwards. He's reading me like a book right now, chat. The ogre deflects your fists. The ogre howls with rage as it stumbles and hits the mat. For a moment, you even think it might stay down. But then slowly, like a crumbling cliff, it picks itself to its feet once more, moving away toward the other corner. All I need is one more hit. If I screw this up and if he does the thing where he goes like from 0 to 1.8, 2 point something, I win. If I screw it up and he gets a big 5, 6, I die. If I block and he blocks, I lose the next one. Top 10 anime battles. This is going badly. I almost think the 3 is the answer. But what if he just goes to another 6 and I die? The gamble. The gamble. What's more likely? Go down to 1 stamina and win, or just go in at 3 and hope he goes light? He can't go light, though. He's got a max, because he's at 1 stamina. The AI has to throw everything he's got into this next punch. It has to. Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't do it. 1 to 1! The ogre punches heavily, but you escape largely unharmed. The ogre's attention is suddenly arrested by a passing fly. The final blow, chat. It took everything that I had, but I won in a fair fight. It wasn't even at my full power. Preparing a heavy blow, you charge for your opponent. The ogre staggers back, gasping, its stupid eyes blinking in surprise. Summoning the last ounce of strength in your arms, you raise your hands, linked in a fist, and bring them down, knocking the ogre out cold. 11 stamina lost. Well, there you go. You stagger from the ring, the crowd cheering for you, and collect your winnings. The fair spreads out all around you. By the way, that guy never lost. So that should give us something of a reputation. I don't think that ogre has ever lost before. We're now the champion, with only 1 stamina left. The fair spreads out all around you, a collection of booths and rings and tents and stalls. Hawkers announce the various attractions at the top of their lungs. The general atmosphere is cheerful, with just a hint of violence. Well, we got 10 gold, so we got more than we paid for that, the food at that one guy's house. And we have 1 stamina, which is a bit scary. We do have that 1 potion. We have blimberry juice, which is apparently a magical item, chat. Is blimberry juice used in one of the spells in this book that we already know? Possibly. If you see it, call it out. Sun jewel, bone bracelet, wigs, crystal orbs, holy water, golden hair, and that's it. I passed it near beeswax. Oh, Doc. Requires a medicinal... Oh, it is a medicinal potion. Oh, I was looking for blimberry juice. Medicinal potions will, while the spell is active, heal any creature who drinks them. The potions may be used by the caster, but will not bring a being that has actually died back to life. So we have Doc. It is golden, which means we can cast it. I kind of wish this was green text instead of red, or like blue or something. It's like just slightly more maroon than this cherry. But yeah, we can like cast a healing spell at some point if we need to.
But I don't think we should just drink it. We'll just have to live on 1 stamina for now, chat. Let's see how long that lasts. You head over to where a crowd are watching a troupe of dancers who spin and swirl in time to a lively tune. There's something quite hypnotic about their performance. Cast a spell to death. I don't think we can cast unless it's a free spell. Brider and Rojas, thank you for the 11 months, by the way. Had a good time, no less, defeating the champion ogre. Thanks a bunch for your resub. Lols. Call slowness. Why would I want to make the dancers slow? For fun. Cause lively dancing. We could come and play the flute. That would be fun. The flute has been useful in so many oh, why would I cast this? Uh-oh. The stars have aligned in a strange way. You had, okay. Cast a spell. I feel like if I keep watching, there's something quite hypnotic about the performance. Let's move away. The crowd seem to be enjoying themselves a little too much. It's quite suspicious. You slip back to the main part of the fair. From across the field comes a murmur of excitement, then quite suddenly, a small tornado lifts a tent sharply up into the air and away. What? From across the field. The field is over here, right? Did I dodge a tornado there? Maybe. Going to the middle of the midway now. The hypnotic vibe there was what was scary. You push through the crowds to the very heart of the fair and look around the attractions on offer. Beer tent or dancing bear? Well, you gotta see the dancing bear, but maybe go to the beer tent first. Just by the river is a low tent surrounded by several stumbling figures. It could almost be a tent for dancing, except for the strong smell of brewed grain that drifts over the air. In the stall, a group of 3 half-goblin women are pouring mugs of beer and talking to the locals. A sign reads, 1 mug, 1 gold. 4 mugs, 6 gold. 6 gold? What? Buy 4 mugs, talk to the bartender, smell the air. You pause to inhale the rich smell of brewed grains that hang around the tent. It's quite nourishing. One of the bar women catches your smile. Nice, yes? She says, even nicer in a glass. A tall, spindly creature raises his voice to announce he's buying 4 mugs. A huge cheer goes up, but mostly from the women behind the bar. I feel like if I talk to the bartender, I might miss my chance to buy some mugs. We did just win 10. Wouldn't we celebrate with some beers? Maybe I want to have a mug before I talk to the bartender. But I may not get the chance to do both. So I'll talk to the bartender first. You elbow your way to the bar and wave to attract the attention of one of the women. Greetings, she smiles. What can I do for you? What's on sale? I'll buy some beer. Why are 4 mugs so expensive? Why are 4 mugs so expensive, you ask? Isn't it cheaper to buy 4 separately? Oh no, the woman replies, smiling sweetly. It's a special offer, you see. 4 mugs for 6 gold pieces. But that's more than buying separately. Buy 1, leave the tent. I see now, yes. That makes way more sense. Look, I want to get wasted after I beat that ogre. I got down to 2 stamina. Let's get wasted, chat. I'll buy 4, you say. The half-goblin woman grins with hooked teeth and raises a cry as you pay 6 gold pieces. And she pulls the drinks. He's buying 4! Another lucky customer taking advantage of our offer. Nearby drunks turn their heads. Listen, I just won the prize winnings, chat. From the ogre. The champion. Here you go, everybody. Offer to share it. I'll share 'em, you tell the surrounding crowd. The woman behind the bar nods and murmurs, good idea. This stuff's a bit too strong to drink a lot of.
She sets down 4 mugs in front of you. Drink 1 mug and share the others. That's the correct option for the thing that I just said. Drink my beer is drink all 4 of them. Drink 1, share the others. You share 3 of the mugs around, then lift the 4th yourself in a cheerful salute. The ale looks muddy and somewhat disgusting. In fact, it doesn't taste like beer at all. Well, I feel like walking into the pub and saying, hey, this isn't beer, is only going to end in somebody kicking your ass and deleting you from the bar. Right? You can't... It doesn't taste like beer at all. It may not even have alcohol in it, though. Am I getting scammed again? I've been deleted from many a bar in my day. This is apple juice. Somebody order ciders? Drink more or this isn't beer. Well, okay, what did we buy though? Let's think about this logically. Mugs. The narrator told me that they were pouring mugs of beer. The sign reads mugs. It doesn't say beer on the sign, chat. I feel like we just drink more and just let it go. Let's drink some more. Regardless, oh, it almost killed me. Regardless, you drink more finishing the mug. It doesn't taste like any beer you've had before. If I didn't sniff the air as I came in here, I'd be dead right now. Suddenly, you feel your stomach start to groan and ache. You stagger against the bar. Had too much, have you? Asked the woman at the bar. Why don't you settle your stomach with another? More, see what happens. Why would I drink another one? That doesn't make any sense. You can't just keep drinking more. They're gonna rob me for everything I'm worth. I feel terrible, you exclaim. Well, the woman replies, at the perils of drinking. Then she moves away to serve another customer. You stagger away from the booth and back to the midway, fighting against the unpleasantness in your stomach. Look back. Looking back, you notice a pipe running from the tent directly into the Jabaji River. It seems the beer isn't beer after all. Where's my justice? Did you keep the mugs, though? Aw, man. I just shared river water with everybody. 6 gold for nothing. Lesson learned, chat. Lesson learned. It's time to go to see the dancing bear. This is, chat, the festival of thieves, after all. It's in the name. Okay, but why the hell were the drunks drunk? It's a great question. You cross the fair to join a crowd gathered at a safe distance around the dancing bear. A dwarf stands in front of the bear holding a lead. Holding a lead? Holding a lead that is fastened to a ring in the creature's nose. I don't know how dwarves talk. Ooh, hang on, he talks like this. Look at his nose. See my beauty dance. See my beauty dance. He growls, jerking the cord. The bear stumbles around in obvious pain. As he tugs the cable, he plays a pipe with great gusto. The crowd are in stitches of laughter at the poor bear's performance. Oh no. Clap along, free the bear, watch a while. This looks like a rat bear. We've already killed a rat bear. I don't really feel that much sympathy, to be honest. A rat bear attacked me in the woods unprompted. You can't trick me. I'm gonna free the bear and it's gonna accidentally murder everybody in the tent. Watch. We'll just watch for a while. You hang around for a moment and watch, mostly curious to see if the bear will strike down its miserable owner. Suddenly a cry goes up somewhere in the audience. My gold! My gold! Pickpocket beware! There's a pickpocket at work! You and the rest of the crowd spin round toward the voice and see a small creature darting off away from the crowd and into one of the tents. This is all part of the plan, isn't it? Chase him. You elbow your way through the crowd, hoping to grab the pickpocket, but there are too many people in the way. By the time you've pushed to the edge of the crowd, the little figure has vanished. Someone shouts, "What's happening to the dwarf?" Oh no. Telltale. Dong. Dong. Dong, 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 dong. I don't know which one to do. What's happening to the dwarf? Look back at the dwarf, go after the pickpocket, leave the show. I only have 1 stamina. I can't even cast any gold. I mean, I want my gold, but I can't cast any spells unless they don't take stamina at all. Didn't we have 19? We had 25, actually. I spent 6 on water from the river and shared it with everyone at the bar. And then I just lost, I think, 2 more from the pickpocket. Look back at the dwarf. What if the dwarf is part of this scam? What if he's part of the scam? I have to make a split-second decision. This is not a split second. It's very premeditated. I'm going after the pickpocket. I gotta go with my heart. You slip quickly away, listening to the hue and cry as more of the crowd discover that they too have been robbed. You keep one hand firmly on your gold until you're back outside the crowd. You are slowly recovering from foul taste in your belly from the beer. No! No! Why did I go to the Festival of Thieves? What a mistake. Nothing good has happened here. Oh, well, I did get 10 gold by fighting a guy, but I went down to 1 stamina for that. Yeah. But now I'm just hanging by a thread. The top of the midway, the end of the midway. How could this have happened? Now I want to know what was going and happening to the guy. I'm tempted to rewind just to find out what was happening to the dwarf. But, like, I can't. I've made my decision. My beer-addled stomach has caused me to stumble on my way to find the pickpocket. You walk to the south end of the fairground midway. We find a small tent, a barrel boy. I'll go in order. Small tent first, please. You approach the small tent. By the door, a young elven woman is collecting the entrance fee. 1 gold piece, she declares, winking at you. Well, what's inside? Marco the Amuser, she replies, still smiling and winking. Perhaps there's something wrong with her other eye? He is very funny. 1 gold piece. As long as you don't steal any more while I'm in there, sure. Look, you gotta have a good time while you're at the Festival of Thieves, chat. The king will understand. I'm just spending gold that I got from winning a fight anyways. I earned that money. Here you go. Here's your 1 gold. You hand over 1 gold piece, and the elven woman steps aside and gestures into the tent. The inside of the tent is dark. There are no candles or lanterns. The cloth is thick black velvet, preventing any sunlight leaking inside. In the center of the floor, a man with green hair is sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed. You recognize him. He's from TwitchCon. He's one of the primary speakers on the show floor. He's a streamer. Look at the man, greet the man. I'll greet the man. How's it going? And how are you worth 1 gold piece, you demand? The man doesn't move. His eyes are still closed. He seems to be breathing very deeply. There is a deep silence inside the tent. The business of the fair outside is quite forgotten. You gotta look at him. You can't not look at him. You look over at the man. He seems ordinary enough, except for his shock of bright green hair. He doesn't seem to notice you at all. We're gonna watch this guy meditate, I guess. Hello, Necronomicon Economist. Back for 3 months. What's up? What is this game? The Choose Your Own Adventure story. We're on part 2 currently. And if you do exclamation sorcery, you can actually get a companion little website that, well, it's not little, shows you everything we did in part 1. It's kind of a continuing adventure. But thanks for the resub. All right, well, we have to approach. We paid the gold, right? You step closer, expecting the man to leap up or react. Or do anything, but he simply sits there as you approach to within arm's reach. From here, it's clear his green hair is, in fact, a wig. Well, we can't cast any spells. Well, we can, possibly, read his mind. Snatch his wig. Look, I just got in here. You guys want me to die? Do we have a T? Do we have an E? Do we have an L? What's that spell? Spell that requires no stamina. You slip on the cloth skull cap and cast a spell. With it on your head, you find the mind of the man in front of you, and you're surprised to find he's suppressing a gale of laughter. Something about the situation is very funny to him, it seems. Well, then grab his hair. You reach out to pull off the man's wig, but he reacts like lightning, his hand snapping up to catch your wrist. That's my act, he mutters, then releases your wrist once more. Well, what do you mean? You ask, but he does not reply. Okay. Well. Create quicksand. I can't even do that. Oh boy. I can't do that, but it's crazy that the stars have aligned so that you can do that in here. Cause slowness would probably work. He's too quick right now. Open locks and doors doesn't really help me. Illusion of treasure probably isn't gonna do anything. I don't think did I miss any letters? There's nothing I can really do. You could do sus if you had any stamina whatsoever. Sap causes depression in the clown. Oh, I need a stamina, chat. I have to cause depression in the funny clown. Hold on. Hold on. I only have one meal. This is it. So we gotta have to buy some more rations. This better be worth gold. You eat one of your rations. Cool, 1 whole stamina. That's not what that's for. This was an emergency. Praying would be wise? Oh. Yeah, that's true. But the dolphin did come in handy, though. We did use the dolphin when I went into this field, so it is nice to have this available for you. I almost got swallowed by the earth. So is it worth rewinding and just doing the dolphin? Probably. But it has to rewind to the beginning of the tent. That's kind of the annoying part. That's fine, though. So we greeted him. We looked at him. We approached him. We cast the free spell. I'm just trying to do everything the same way. It was tell, which is easy enough. Something about the situation is very funny to him. I grabbed his hair. That's my act, he mutters, then releases your wrist once more. Hang on, was there a what do you mean before? I guess there, was there? I don't remember this option being here. Was that there before? What do you mean? But he does not reply. Okay, so I spent a gold on this. The only option is leave. I'm not leaving. I will do the pray. A prayer to your spirit will heal you.
The spirit will not hear you again for some time, chat. Back to 6 stamina. That's much more workable. I was told you were very funny. If you're not going to be very funny, and you're just going to sit there with green wig, this is my own form of wild justice. If you think it's so funny, what's happening? I think this is funny. I gotta make my own humor inside of this room, apparently. We have to make it funny. Sap! You cast a spell and the man in front of you sighs and begins to look dejected. You don't think this is funny, do you? He complains. I don't know why I bother. With that, he removes the green wig from his head and flings it aside and goes to sit and sulk in the corner. Take the wig. You pick up the wig and put it into your pack. The man doesn't seem to care. Apologize to the man. I'm sorry. You tell him quickly. I didn't understand the joke. Philistine, he mutters, but does not turn around. Leaving the man to his misery, you step back outside where the elven woman smiles at you. Did you enjoy? She asks. I didn't get it. Oh, really? She looks surprised. Didn't you notice his hair? It's not real. So, the elven woman looks disappointed. Oh, well, she shrugs. Everyone's sense of humor is different, I suppose. Enjoy the rest of the festival. She waves to you as you leave. His whole performance was sitting in the middle of a floor with a green wig. Not anymore. That's mine now. The green wig belongs to me. I got my 1 coin worth. I paid them for it, chat. You saw me. They were about to rip me off by just sitting in the middle of the floor for no reason. That was an expensive wig. Well, we can now rap and yap. To use this spell, the caster must be wearing a green-haired wig. In conjunction with this wig, the spell will allow the caster to understand the language and communicate with creatures speaking a non-human tongue, and communicate with most animals. It will be ineffective unless the caster is wearing the green-haired wig. Oh boy. Most animals, huh? You approach a boy standing by a barrel, looking sheepish. Yeah, what is this festival? You ask. The boy shrugs and says nothing. What are you selling? You ask. The boy points into his barrel but doesn't answer. Look in the barrel. You peer into the barrel. It's full of small hard apples. Most are blackened by disease or shot through with maggot holes. Your apples are all rotten, you remark. The boy shakes his head, then picks one up from the barrel. He squeezes it hard in his fist, but nothing happens. Then he drops it sharply back into the bucket. So what, he's trying to prove they're not rotten by squeezing them? Why don't you speak? The boy shrugs, doesn't seem to want to answer properly. How much is an apple, you ask, despite the fact it's hard to imagine anyone paying for one. The boy holds up a single finger with one hand and all 5 fingers of the other. 6 gold pieces. 1 gold piece for 5 apples. 5 gold pieces for 1 apple. Enough of this. It can't be 6. What's the first hand? Single finger with 1 and all 5 on the other. So his first hand left to right is 1 for 5. Or is it costs 1 for 5? I don't know. 1 gold piece for 5 apples. The boy nods. Fine. Here you go. You hand over a gold piece and the boy supplies you with 5 apples. In your hands, you feel they are indeed not rotten. In fact, they're rock solid, hardened by some disease into stones. The boy bows his head in thanks and then gestures behind him.
A girl, possibly his sister, pops up from behind another barrel and pulls a face at you. Throw an apple at her. That seems a little harsh. Stick my tongue out in return. The girl giggles, then dodges down behind the barrel. The boy looks at you expectantly. The girl peeks up again. Is that your sister? You ask, pointing in the girl's direction. The boy nods, then takes an apple from his barrel and throws it across the field. His sister dodges quickly out of the way. Throw an apple at her. You lob one of your apples at the girl, but she dives to one side and it misses. The boy claps his hands. The girl sticks her arms out to either side, then quickly ducks. All right, dodgeball. Little kids, it's time for me to take my revenge after getting kicked out of that city. I can just take my anger out on these, like, nimble children. Throw another apple. You ready your second apple and wait for the girl to show herself. As soon as she pops up, you throw, but your aim is off and you miss by a finger's breadth. The girl giggles and ducks away out of sight. Throwing a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, baby. Get 'em. This time, you ready your aim. And when the moment arrives, your throw is sharp and on target. The apple hits the girl in the arm and she whoops, standing up and pointing to the red mark the apple has left. Now I'm going to jail. Game over. The boy claps and reaches into his pocket, handing you your prize. A large and tasty-looking apple. Throw my last apples at him. Honestly, 1 coin for an apple is not a bad thing. So I'll thank him. And he shrugs but says nothing. You hand back your remaining blackened apples to the boy. He throws them at his sister, and you walk back onto the midway. Check it out. Yo, check it out. An apple. We also have 1 meal. Where did that come from? Oh, yeah, because we rewound to pray to the dolphin. Okay, never mind. What a strange game indeed. Yes. What a strange game indeed. I think our time at the Festival of Thieves is at an end. Up we go. You walk back to the middle of the fairground and look around. We had some kind of zany adventures in here. The fair continues from here, and a road leads away uphill. Okay. The end of the fair or leave the fair? We haven't been to the end. Probably the one place we haven't completed. The one time we don't get scammed, we throw rock-hard apples at a little girl, and it worked. You can't revisit old events, so once you leave, you're done. You push your way through the crowd following the road uphill. The party is getting wilder, and you would do well to be away from here before things get out of hand. At the far edge of the fair, the litter has left a tide mark on the grass. There is one last small tent here, probably a ticket booth that has simply been ignored by the crowds of Corée. Look at the small tent. Looking more closely, you spot a sign above the door. The Cabinet of Fortune. Try your luck. A prize for all. Looking back, you see what looks like one of the tents going up in flames. It must be part of the entertainment, as no one seems too concerned. In fact, a great cheer goes up as one of the strings of flags collapses into the bonfire. Looking ahead, the road continues through empty fields and patches of rubble-strewn wasteland, but it climbs, so it must be heading for the center of Corée. Steam rises from a large building beside a fork in the road. You have time to test your luck, no doubt, if you want to. So steam rises from a large building. Am I understanding that correctly? Meaning what? We don't know. That's the only thing that there is. Patches of rubble, and try your luck at the Cabinet of Fortune. Oh boy. Oh yeah. You go over the tent and push back the flap. Inside, a grubby, bearded man leaps up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the floor and comes over to pump your hand. Is this like a monkey guy? Is this like a guy? All right, well, hang on. I gotta do something else first. It's been 5 hours, chat.
before we do the crazy, lucky... the crazy lucky cabinet, let's do a Pop-Tart review. I'm gonna get one of these new Pop-Tarts. But I need to take a pee break. It's been 5 hours. We're definitely gonna play for a little while longer. Little Midas. Little Midas. Come here. Yeah. Hey. What's up? Hey. What are you doing? Hey, Midas. Say hello. Say hello, little dog. All right, chat. I'll return to you in just a moment. Give me a minute. I'm gonna get a drink and come back in, and we're gonna keep partying through Carré. So thanks for your patience. Just hang tight. Is there music going right now? I think there is. Nonetheless. We'll mute that for just a moment. See you guys in a sec. Thanks for hanging out. I know, can you hear this dog? Good grief. Yo. Today we've got chocolate peanut butter Pop-Tart. For whatever that's worth. We'll see in a second, I guess. We will see in just a moment. First one. Try it out. My expectations are tempered. It's so weird. It's very weird. I don't understand. Look at this blob. Like, you know, like someone just threw that together. This is mostly crust with like one little gloop of chocolate. That is a disappointing Pop-Tart. Yeah, but okay. Let's break it open and see. I don't know. We'll see how it tastes. Better than the strawberry one. Better than the strawberry one. This is still like, it's back, gone nutty. I would say looks can be deceiving in this case. Actually not bad. I'll give it a not bad. If you like peanut butter and chocolate, it doesn't seem too rich to me. Will they ever make a Pop-Tart that has all the crust covered in icing? Asking the real questions. The other one we had the other day was just like actually gross. This one tastes decent. This one's pretty good. One sec. One sec. There's the crowd. The gorgeous crowd. What are they even doing? What did Midas get? Nothing. He didn't get jack, because he didn't want to eat his lunch earlier. So, if you don't take a single bite out of your lunch when it's been prepared for you, and you get picked up and put next to your food bowl 3 times, and you still don't eat, then you wait until dinner. Sorry, that's just the way it works. I believe where last we left off, we pushed back the tent flap to find a grubby, bearded man leaping up from the floor, ready to shake your hand. How can you have any pudding? You can't have any pudding. What are my low Pop-Tart standards exactly, Ravenseye? Low standards? Man of taste! Brown sugar, are you kidding me? Welcome, welcome, my friend, he exclaimed somewhat over-enthusiastically. And let's see what prize you can win today. You must know this, there are no losers at Honest Hannah's Cabinet of Fortune. He gestures with one hand toward a large glass cabinet in the center of the tent. Look inside the cabinet. What do I do? Let's look inside the cabinet. You step forward and peer in through the glass. Inside there are piles of jewelry, books, gold, other things. This is a claw game. Am I about to play like a claw machine? There's a small, wiry creature curled up fast asleep. What is that creature? My little pet, Hannah explains. He's perfectly harmless. Well, he bites, but only when you open the cabinet to feed him. Well, what do I do? It is a most simple game, Honest Hannah replies with glee. You give me 2 gold pieces, and then my little pet will fetch something for you. Interesting about your pet. Speaking of pets, did I or did I not just acquire a certain wig
It really is a claw game. I believe it started with an R. Talk all languages. Resurrect the dead. That's definitely not it. Is it talk all languages? I don't think this speaks to animals, though. Let's see. It is yap. Yap is the one that talks to animals. Rap is the one that can speak to non-human tongues. So, what are the other spells we can cast then? We can cast Protect from Magic, which would be a little unprovoked right now. We could just suss it out, look for danger. We did these already, but I think that's all of them. T, E, oh, I could read the mind. Read the mind of the guy. It's a great idea. You put on your skull cap. I love how often we've actually been able to use this in part 2 so far. You quickly cast your spell. Hannah watches you with curiosity, but is not alarmed. And as you read his thoughts, you can see why. He is as honest as his name suggests, and is not trying to trick you. The Cabinet of Fortune has some false prizes and some true ones, but it is not rigged. With the skull cap on, you catch one other strange thought in the room. You reach out for new thoughts. The thoughts are resentful, strong, and clear. A prisoner to my idiot boy, it says. I told Sunsus that any wizard will be able to protect himself. When I get out of here, I'm really going to kill that miserable Lorag. Noble or not, the boy too. These thoughts, evil, cold, and miserable, go round and round, but with no more clue as to where they are coming from. You remove the skull cap, and the sensation fades. A prayer for luck, Hannah remarks, unaware of your actions. A good idea. Now will you play? So there's a voice in the room. The boy, I'm gonna kill Lorag and the boy. Who's... Well, this is an honest man. I'll pay him. 2 gold. Hannah goes over the cabinet and presses a small button on the side. It seems to operate a cantilevered spike, which pokes the creature, who squeals, jumps from its perch, and flutters around the case. Achoo, I'm allergic to reading minds. Sorry. I'll watch. The creature keeps flapping around inside. Eventually, the creature selects something from the prize pool, which it drops into a chute at the far side of the cabinet. You open the flap and remove a small leather pouch. You open it, and it seems to be empty. But a moment later, you find you are scratching your neck, behind your ears, up your arms. Please, Hannah remarks. I'll have the pouch back, though, if you don't mind. He snatches it back from you, while staying well back. You scratch your armpit in reply and nod to Hannah, who laughs a little too loudly. Then you head back out of the tent. Excuse me, what? Was that the whole thing? That was the whole thing. Well, hold on. Okay. Well. Rewind to kill. Empty wallet full of fleas. I literally don't know what my other options would be. Besides spells. I didn't see like a talk to the guy option. Whatever. We're going. Maybe there was a better spell I could have cast. We gambled honestly and we lost honestly. That's pretty much all there is to do. You leave the fair behind you and climb through fields toward the outskirts of the buildings, until you reach a fork in the road. The slum districts of Lower Korea are unlikely places to find nobles, but you might be able to learn their names, or where they're hiding. In the elbow of the fork is a grand, well-kept building. Steam pumps from its roof. A creature emerges looking refreshed and flushed. It's a bathhouse. Oh, I could use a bathhouse. I could use some refreshment right now. I'm going in. You step in the cool of the bathhouse. It is a wide building of marbled tiles and a sweet smell of pine and fresh wood. Gentle noises echo and murmur around the walls. A creature by the front desk greets you with a smile. "Good afternoon, sir," it purrs. "The water is cool and fresh today. A swim costs 4 gold pieces."
Everyone's taking my gold, man. This is, like, I'm burning gold right now. It's all going downhill. Clive with 100 bits says secret Midas P bits / Pop-Tart bits. Thanks. And also Clive asks, why does Twitch keep global emotes that no one uses? Wouldn't it be easy to delete the ones no one uses? I don't know. Maybe someone will use them now. Is it worth it?
"Oh, very," the creature replies with a beaming smile. "The waters of Korea are known for their healing and refreshing qualities. We have a steam room and a lagoon pool. You'll be well catered for."
The thing is, I already drank some of the waters of Korea and it upset my stomach. But also I drank from a fountain and it healed me. So, there's a bit of a back and forth there. I assume that the river down the middle is the bad body of water. Do you guys hear a heartbeat sound? Why do I hear a heartbeat? It's very quiet now. Anyway, I need stamina. We have to do something. Getting refreshed would be really nice, so we have more stuff, but I'm gonna be very poor after that. I'll just hang on to my last 6 gold, no matter what. You hand over 4 gold pieces and the concierge gestures you through the center of the bathhouse, where a wide pool awaits, with trees and shrubs either side. A fool is quickly parted from his gold purse, I guess. By the pool, who we gonna meet? From across the room, steam curls from the doorway of a glass-doored room. You strip off and pile your clothes and belongings in one corner of the room. Uh-oh. Swim or try the steam room? The steam room seems like stamina refreshing. Swimming, I'm not sure. Maybe we can do both. I mean, for 4 gold, we should be able to do both. You dive into the pool and swim a few enjoyable links. You feel the fleas washing from your body. The fleas were still on our body? From the dude? How does the game remember that? I had to pay 4 more gold just to get rid of the fleas. Oh my god. You feel your shoulders unnodding and your body relaxing, and we got some stamina. Try the steam room. You enter the steam room and take a seat on one of the benches. The temperature is almost unbearable. Through the curling smoke, you see another figure in the shadows. You are not alone. Obviously, I gotta announce myself. It'd be weird if I didn't. "Greetings!" you call out through the smoke. The other figure does not reply, but stands and moves away through the steam. You feel the blast of cold air as the door opens and then closes. That was a good way to get the whole steam room to myself. You sit in the smoke enjoying the relaxing steam till you cannot take the heat anymore. Wait a little longer. You wait a little longer as the steam sinks deep into your bones and makes your muscles relax. You feel quite wonderful for it. A second figure, who you had not noticed before, stands and leaves the steam room. You head back out of the steam room. You feel a great calm and relaxedness flooding through your veins. Feeling much better, you turn and collect your belongings. Not trusting the city to pass up the chance to rob you, you check through the belongings, but everything seems to still be in place. Pleased, you head for the exit. The creature at the front desk beams cheerfully at you. You step outside onto the street. Interesting. Not a scam for once. 4 gold for, what, 8 stamina? Something like that? The cliff road or head uphill? I don't know. We're really making our way up here now, aren't we? I am also shocked that nothing was stolen. I feel like if we just follow the docks and go all the way around and just kind of sweep around the edges first, I'll do that. Double check your belongings. Don't trust the narrator. The road twists and turns up the rise till you emerge on a wide road at the edge of dense slum. From inside, down a street to the left, you can hear the very faint sound of singing. A smell of rotting fish, begins to fill the air. You must be close to the docks. Down a street to the left is singing, and the docks are the other way. Technically, still flesh. You heard the heartbeat too, Miss Lissaday? Yeah, I don't know what it was. Anyway, if you get the chocolate peanut butter Pop-Tarts, the only thing I'll say is make sure you have a glass of milk. Because the fact that I don't have a glass of milk definitely brings them down a few notches. This Pop-Tart is rated 10 out of 10, apparently. Like, it's peanut butter. You need a glass of milk with that. You just do. It's true. 10 out of 10. Buy now! It is very thick. I'm intrigued by this singing. The docks look like a large place. I'll go to the singing first. Follow your ears. Winding between tall, crazily built slum dwellings, the road you're on now leads through the dense lower city. The street is narrow, and you keep your head held high in case someone should try their luck with a blade. After a few minutes of edging forward, you emerge into a wider space, a flagstone plaza. At the center of it is a circular well mouth. Alleyways lead off in 4 directions. Today I ordered 6 kilos of Pop-Tarts. Nice! KBS. Nice! Milk and peanut butter? Never have peanut butter without milk. Exactly. Exactly. So the 4 directions and the well. Once, presumably, this well served all the people in the district, but perhaps there were too many people, because now the well seems dusty and dry. Hey, I'm gonna keep my 6 coins no matter what. Regardless of what happens, I'm hanging on to those 6 coins. But there's so many things you can do with those coins. You can, like, throw them down the well just to see what will happen. Look down the well. Leaning over the edge, you peer down into the depths. Strange, this well seems to have handholds cut into its stones. They appear good enough to climb down. I haven't even looked at the alleys. I just walk into the middle of town and climb down the well to the sewers? Let's look in the alleys. You turn your attention from the well a moment to the rest of the plaza. The alleyways all look the same, except to the left, the lane heads downward, turning away from the center. All right, here's a great plan, chat. Toss a coin down the well, then go get it. Duh. You toss a coin down the well, it falls and falls and falls, and eventually there's a very tiny splash. I'll climb in after it. While you aren't likely to find the city nobles down there, it's certainly a curiosity worth exploring. You swing yourself over the edge of the well, teetering for an unnerving moment, above the long, long drop. Then you find the first of the holds with your feet and begin to make your way down into the dark. Into the well. Ooh, it's like a whole sewer system down here. The climb is slow and cautious. You cannot see the holds below you, so you have to feel your way down. After about 10 minutes, your arms are tiring. Suddenly you realize the position you're in. If your strength gives out, you'll fall, but you may not have the energy to climb back up either. It's impossible to see how much further there is to go. This is why I threw the coin in first. Wait, drop a gold piece. I already did that. I'm not gonna drop another one. I can't guarantee I'm gonna be able to pick these back up. They splashing in water. Oh, look at this. Oh, well scam. Look. If I fall, we'll just cast a spell. It'll be fine. Keep climbing down. Stealing your courage, you continue to climb down. A ledge. After perhaps a minute more, your foot finds a ledge. Below that is nothing but space. You've reached the roof of whatever chamber is below. A metal bar sticks from the wall here, presumably used to tie a rope to continue the rest of the way down. We don't have a rope. We do not have a rope. Gotta get that piece of gold. Hold on. If I climb down to a ledge, where's the piece of gold that I dropped? Why do we have... Are there more letters than there usually are? Fog. Summon darkness. That seems... Force fields. What's going on down here? G. No one knows G. This is the one I'm looking for. Float in the air. Requires 1 stamina, so I can just float down the rest of the way. Probably worth it. I'll try. Whoa! You cast a spell and feel yourself become as light as a feather. Then you release hold of the wall and float gently down. It was a big drop, chat. Big drop. Better safe than sorry here. You are floating an inch or so above thick water in one of the city sewers. The smell is indescribable. You are at a dead end of sorts. The water disappears into a grating in one direction, while the tunnel disappears into darkness in the other. You step out from the dim light of the well shaft and into the black tunnel beyond. We might have fallen in that water. It's disgusting, disease-ridden sewer water. But why would there be handholds on the well down here? The well's leading to this sewer water. That's the main thing. The tunnel is filled with the worst stench you can imagine. Things splash and scurry through the darkness. You pass a heap of black cloth. A huddled creature? I can't help myself. I'm just curious. If Analander dies, it's going to be because of curiosity. You creep over to the rags, the shape of a man leant over, clutching his knees. But it does not seem to be moving. Kill it. Why would the first option be kill it? Touch it. It collapses at the slightest touch and you breathe a sigh of relief, just a piled up cloak, discarded by some previous unfortunate who traveled this way. You sift through the heavy cloth. This was a fine cloak once, before it was left to rot down here. Stitched on the back is a number 1 in a circle. Waterlogged, the cloak is too heavy to carry away, but it proves that others have come this way before. Number 1. The sewer turns a corner here with other tunnels blocked by filth-strewn wreckage. My God, you can't not search. You steel yourself and dig through the foul filth and the wreckage, trying not to vomit from the stench, and come across a small glass bottle. You uncork it and take a sniff. Blimberry. You stash it into your pack. Wow, there's stuff down here, guys. There's gonna be danger too, but right now there's stuff. You walk onwards through the dark sewer. So we paid 1 gold for Blimberry juice right now. That's a fair trade. We didn't have to pay that gold, but we didn't know what was down there. Number 1 in a sewer full of number 2. Nice. You walk onwards through the dark sewer when suddenly the tunnel opens into a low chamber. You stand ankle deep in filth in a square chamber. Icy droplets fall from the ceiling. The smell is terrible. But this is not just any sewer. In the corner of the room is a pile of rags. Someone, or something, lives down here. Look around the room, search the rags, walk on. We gotta find out what lives here. Search the rags. You dig into the rags and clothing. They must have formed someone's bedding, as they could never have been clothing. Strips and odd squares of cloth of all different kinds. They've probably been scavenged from what people threw down the drains into the sewers. Someone's gonna catch me digging through this stuff. Dig more carefully. Digging into some old pockets, you find a few gold pieces. Suddenly, you find yourself itching and scratching. The rags are covered in fleas! No! I just cleaned the fleas! And now they are biting you as well. The thought occurs to you, perhaps this is not the hiding place of a beggar, but the nest of some terrible beast. A sudden rush of water floods the chamber, soaking you up to the waist. A moment later, it's washed away, but there might be more coming. I can't have fleas again? Despite your how much gold did I get? 3? You stop to look around the walls of the chamber. Aside from the pile of rags, there's nothing else here. No food, no weapons, no signs of the inhabitant. Then you notice on the far wall some scratches in the stone. A mark of time, perhaps? Suddenly something growls in the darkness of the tunnel behind you. You look up to see a dark, stooped shape. It is a rat bear. Is it the rat bear from the carnival that hates me? Run for it, draw my sword, or talk to it. Yep. Okay, before we do that, though, let's not get in a hurry. I can take control of it with law. That's interesting. 3 stamina for that, but it's hefty. It's a hefty spell. We could also cause fear with Gak. We have the black face mask. God. Illusion of worship. Interesting. I've never seen that one before. Kid. Create illusions with a bracelet of bone. I think that's all of them. So talking to the rat bear seems like the thing we should do, because that we haven't even tried this out. So for the first time ever, with our green-haired comedy wig, let's talk to an animal. You pull on the green wig and cast your spell. The rat bear's like, dog, what are you doing? What is this? Is this some kind of act? Do I have to pay for this? A free comedy show? You tell the rat bear, hold still! The creature is so surprised to hear you speak that it obeys, squatting down into a submissive crouch. Don't hurt me, it moans. I'm just a small ratling, nothing more. Kill it, order it away, ask it something. Let's ask it something. We gotta know what's going on through the rat bear's head. Answer me a question, you declare. The rat bear turns around and around, winding through the water. Anything. Anything. It pleads. Hold on, wouldn't a rat bear have like a New York accent? I can't do a New York accent. I mean, the rat bear is clearly walking here, so that's about all. That's about all I know. Who lived in this room? How can I escape the sewer? Groom your fleas, please. What if he knows how to open the north gate? It's pleading with me. I hope the spell doesn't wear off before I can tell it to go away. Who lived here? The rat bear bashes its head twice against the floor. I don't know. A man. How does a rat... I don't know how a rat bear's voice sounds. I don't know. A man. He didn't speak. An old, knobbly, wiry man. He was here for 2 days, but then the goblins came and put a crown on his head, and he left. The goblins came, put a crown on his head, and he left. A crown. Some kind of crown. They said it would give him power. It did. They put it on his head. He told them what to do. Only they made him think he took it from them. Goblins are clever. Suddenly the creature roars with anger and rage. Don't speak to me, it wails, as though words hurt it. Oh no, are we gonna accidentally kill the rat bear by talking to it? They said it would give him power, and it did. They put it on his head, and he told them what to do. They made him think he took it from them. I will ask him one more question. One more question, you reply. No! Screams the rat bear suddenly. No more questions! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not what I wanted. Hello, Mercuriowit. How you doing? More sorcery, yes, indeed. I don't want to fight the rat bear. Apparently the spell has a side effect. It does. I guess I should have just told it to go away. We only got one question answered. There was a guy in here with a crown of power. That's important. Okay. What's he gonna do first? What does a rat bear do first? Does he go all in, full swing, turn 1? Or does he debate me into thinking he's gonna go all in? He's gonna debate me into thinking he's gonna go all in. I'll do a 5. No! He goes all in, chat. My precious stamina. The rat bear advances at speed, splashing through filthy water on all fours with its vicious tail poised to spike. You thrust your sword out in front of you, hoping the creature will run itself through. At the last moment, the rat bear leaps all claws off the ground, ready to plunge into your body. You brace yourself as it comes down. Now he's going small. I lost. Okay, I died. I lost. Just get the redo out of the way. I completely misjudged the first 2 attacks. There was no coming back from that. The rat bear killed me. I be like the champion in fisticuffs, and the rat bear kills me. We asked it about the crown. I'm still gonna keep it the same. I asked who lived in this room. And I asked him about the crown. And then... Is it time to change the past slightly? I think it is. Let's yell at it to go away and see if anything changes. I think it's time to alter the past slightly. Unless you guys want me to fight it. Is that what you want me to do? Do you want me to fight the rat bear? I am okay with this, oddly enough. Cheater altering the past. Well, I mean, I lost. So it's not really cheating. It's choosing a different path in a choose-your-own-adventure story. It's only slightly different. It is a natural scum. It is acceptable. I'm gonna order it away. I got too greedy asking it to more than one question. Fight it, but win. Maybe it is better to fight it, but win. Why would I spare the rat bear? It'd just be easier to not fight it at all, so I don't lose any stamina. That'd be why. I'll order it away. Turn and leave, you command. The rat bear gulps, then turns and slinks into the tunnel from where it came. You breathe a huge sigh of relief, remembering to take the wig off first so that it won't overhear you. I already asked it one question, Miss Lycidae. That's literally what happened last time. But sometimes it is cool to see how things can turn out differently based on your decisions. There's one such way right there. But if I killed it, maybe it dropped something. Maybe there was something on its body. It's possible. You make your way carefully around the cesspool in the middle of the room, to the far side where the marks are faintly visible in the gloom. They are not just notches, but letters, and perhaps once they were full of words. They've been worn away by the flowing water or filled with slime and dirt. It looks as though it might have once been a poem. Read the scratched poem. Still shaking from your encounter with the rat bear, you steady your heartbeat and peer at the markings on the wall. You can make out the following through the muck. Korga's grace, one lock deep inside, I bid you. There's nothing more to be done here. If you ever wish to see daylight again, you must move on. Know the other question? Well, that's how I keep the save scum fair. Because I followed path the same way until it got to that one choice and then chose differently. I'm not trying to see all possible outcomes. But I think once in a while, it's okay in a choose-your-own-adventure story to, like, well, I lost, I got wrecked, choose the other path, right? It's not really different from when we died to the snakes in the pit in the Manticore. Which I can show you from part 1. when we died to the snakes in the Manticore chamber. Somewhere back over here. Ah, here it is. Yes, the snakes in the Manticore chamber. If you want to follow along or see what I did in part 1, you can check out this website too. You can use the sorcery command, and it'll take you to everything that we did in part 1 and recap it for you if you're curious. That was the stream last Sunday. But anyways, we were strangled to death by 100 snakes and chose a different path to pray to the ape, who turned the snakes into a lattice that we could climb to free ourselves, for example. I also got killed by this guy, but he was just really tough fight, that's all. To be honest, after seeing part 2, all possible outcomes would take 80 years to finish this game. I know. Oh, I know. It's insane. We did find the new clues, that's pretty cool. Zero F's to give. Sorry, I had to think about how to say your name because I was trying to read it. What's up? Howdy, Taltos. Welcome to the stream. Good evening, people who are popping in. So Korga's Grace, one lock, deep inside I bid you. That's a clue that we get to keep and take with us now. It's just in our pack. A poem from the sewers. So there was a reason to go down here. I love how the game tried to convince me that, the nobles are definitely not down here, but you can go check out the sewer. Clue. Check it. Alright, I think the heartbeat is because we're gonna get drowned in here by the sewer waters. You walk onward through the sewer, shadowy shapes loom from the darkness, then disappear as you move. You walk for what seems like an hour, maybe more. The tunnel tilts lower and lower. Perhaps you're going underneath the river. The sound of fast rushing water fills the tunnels. That's probably bad. That's triggering a reaction, a response in me. Possibly to find safe passage now. That might be one option. Let's see what else we can do. We can do ZIP. Cause teleportation if you have a green ring. I knew Zip would do something. HUF. Create wind with a gale horn. That's so cool. Was there anything else? Oh, we already did this. We already did H. F. O. F. Create a force field with 3 stamina. Oh, if we're sure the water is coming down, the force field might save us until the water dissipates. That might not be a terrible idea, but it's like, how close do we think the water is gonna come? How is cheaper, but maybe cheaper's not better right now. Find safe passage. You cast the spell and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you there is only one exit to the sewer and that it is a long way onwards. The voice tells that the way will be straight and safe, and with that, it recedes. You keep walking. The sound of rushing water is growing louder. It was a red herring, perhaps, but at least it says the way is straight and safe. And there's only one exit to the cave a long way off. Around the corner. Suddenly you realize the sound is not coming from close by the tunnel or through the walls. The sound is coming toward you. Somewhere a wall of water is approaching. Hold on, I just tried to sense danger. I was told the way was gonna be straight and safe a moment ago. An old dam must have given way and the river is now flooding with water. Unreliable how? I'm confused. I just looked for a safe way. Hold on. It was safe before the dam broke. Yeah, but there was a sound of water a minute ago. Hold on. We're gonna rewind. I'm gonna rewind, chat, because I want to try something out. I mean, that's a whole, there's a choose your own adventure book, okay? It's rewind time, baby! Because, was there a way to cast sus? Sun. Create light with a sun jewel. Because this is important. This is important for the rest of the game. You cast a spell, and a calm voice enters your mind and begins to speak. It warns you in a quiet voice that the river has burst a dam up ahead. Okay, well, where was this voice a second ago? Here's what happened. I needed to rewind to understand the difference between these two spells. Hal is just like in the room with me. He's just like looking around. He's just like, no, like there's nothing wrong here. This place is fine. You know? This is great. You can just go that way with no problem. It's very safe for you to go from here to there to the next pip. Whereas Sus is like, I don't know, man. Everything's weird. This place is scary. It's dark. It's dripping. It's water. I hear something. There's a dam that's burst up ahead. The tunnel is filling with water. You will not be able to outrun it. You will not be able to hide. It's going to drown you and you're going to die. And Hal's like, whoa, man, you're ruining my buzz here. Okay? We had something good going. You're killing the highs, guys. You're killing it. I just wanted to see the difference. Because, like, now, in the same spot that I'm in, I have a bunch of choices. I can pray for aid, shelter in an alcove, run for it, or take a deep breath. How is for finding passage and getting direction? Well, yeah, but that's kind of ignoring the other part of what it says. Which is, the caster will receive a psychic inclination towards one route, or a mean of defense if one is present. It's about this, used in perilous situations when information about the safest way of escape is desired. I heard the rushing water, assumed I needed to find a safe way to go, thus I cast Howl based on that information. But what it actually means is the game thinks it's like a super immediate danger. Whereas Sus is like Howl is like, are goblins coming towards you with like a big hammer, and you cast Howl to like immediately figure out what to do. Where is Sus in the book? Isn't that in alphabetical order? It's not in alphabetical order, is it? It's like the first one, isn't it? There it is. When the caster suspects a trap, it will indicate telepathically to the caster the danger and the best protective action. Well, okay, I wouldn't think of the sound of water as a trap, necessarily. But apparently that's what it means. It's kind of like down the road. There's only one way of escape, thus it is always the safest. Hey, Lambda Project, what's up? Yeah, you use it when you're already in danger. I just assumed I already was in danger, but now that I've cast Sus, I am in danger. See, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is the same spot that I cast Howl from, but I have sensed the danger now, and I'm in danger now. And I could pray for aid from the dolphin. That would be interesting. Shelter in an alcove's not gonna work. It's a wall of water. I'll pray for aid. You stop still and try to clear your mind, to raise a prayer to the dolphin. You feel a great calm wash down over you. Then, a moment later, it is the wave that is breaking across your body, knocking you flying like a rag doll. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. At least, you think wryly, you are getting a wash. Get those fleas off me! Swim for it! You feel the calm of the dolphin in your mind. Whether you'll be protected or not, you cannot tell. But at least you feel in control. Swim with the current, swim against the current, swim down to escape the flow, swim up, baby. Well, it came from this hallway, right? This is the exit. Don't we? I mean, we're eventually gonna go that way. Swimming with the current is what you're probably supposed to do in an actual dangerous scenario. Swim down to escape the flow might be good, though. You turn and fin down toward the bottom of the sewer, hoping to escape the worst of the current. Near the ground, the water is slower, and you're thrown about less violently.
but you're still running out of air. Your lungs are bursting for air. Swim up and try to get air. You swim up toward the roof of the sewer, hoping to find an air pocket to refresh your breath, but you're out of luck. Your head hits the arched stone ceiling, fully submerged. Even the ducts running up are filled with water. There's no air to be had down here. Swim up a duct? It just said they're filled with water, did it not? I guess we have to take a risk. You gotta go all the way to the top. Lungs bursting, you reach a duct in the ceiling. Once inside, it wrenches you upward with powerful force. The stonework either side is a blur, and you crash, scrape, and bang into the sides painfully. Then suddenly, you are spat up into wider, colder water, lit from above by silvery light. You're outside. I'm in the river. You come up gasping for air, about a quarter of the way across the river that flows through the middle of Kari. Night has fallen while you are underground, and all around you is pitch darkness. You struggle and flail for a moment to get your head above water, and then turn about to swim for the far bank. Of course, all your water damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected. And your fleas are washed away. What were those? What else is gone? What were my water damageable possessions? Just food? Silver chain, still got that. We got the boots. Where's the wig? Got the green-haired wig, face mask, teeth. We had apples. We had a apple. Now we have 0 apples. Your passport is ruined. So much for a piece of gold. Well, we found a few pieces of gold. We got a refund on that. But yeah, we lost a bunch of food. Feels bad. But now I want to know if it was possible to swim forward. Lost the beeswax. We were holding on to that beeswax for so long. And for what? Raz. Rubbing the wax on any bladed weapon, this will become razor sharp, doing double its normal damage. We haven't really had a chance to use that. Oh, honeycomb. Yeah, it was honeycomb that we lost, not beeswax. We have 2 beeswax. Okay, so we still have the magical item, just not the honeycomb or any food. All right, so that's not too bad, but I really am curious as to what would have happened if we didn't go up into the middle of the river, but this is our story now, so this is what we'll do. We're along for the ride at this point. But we can choose to swim forward or dive under. I'll dive under and look around and see what's there. You take a deep breath, choking slightly from the noxious odor of the filth-strewn jabaji, and then dive. Thick, foul, mucus-ridden water streams up in your nostrils, and you make slow progress. 8 out of 20. Why am I losing stamina? Because of the muck. Why is there mucus in the water? That's a great question. What if there's something under the waves, though? What if there's something right here next to... I'm gonna do swim underwater again. Are we hiding from something? Oh dear. You keep going, swimming forward through the murk. Your lungs start to burst, desperate for air. You have no idea how far across the river you are. Surely you cannot hope to make it the whole way. A dark shape looms through the brown water ahead of you. My lungs are bursting for air. You have no idea how far across the river you are. Keep going. You struggle to control the burning in your lungs and swim on. You must be over halfway now, surely. Then the brown shape resolves itself into the far bank. You pull yourself up to it and drag yourself up, gasping, out of the water.
Oh, we're on the other side! Hold on, chat. Hold on. This is important. This is important. This is for spoilers. I see a bridge here. Am I going to be able to come back to this other side of the city at any point in the game? If I'm over here now? I wasn't even close to being done with this area. Because if I can't come back this way, I'm rewinding. Technically, yes. Here's what we didn't do. Literally anything at the docks, anything at Palatine Hill, anything at the Artist Quarter, didn't go to Mansions Row, didn't go to Dwarf Town. We only did everything from here, and then a little bit here. I think we skipped a lot. I think we skipped a lot too, but I see the bridge. All we did was go to prison and get robbed, and now we're going to the other side of the city. Like, I can't. This is choose your own adventure rewind time. For sure. Right here. Right here. Because if you're stuck on the other side, it's worth a choose your own adventure undo. Hey, Mercurial Wit. Be kind, rewind. Great movie. Thanks for the 13 months. Game's been awesome. Don't know how much of it you've been able to catch, but just another friendly reminder, guys. We're going to be updating... I don't know how we're going to update the companion app for... Not app. It could be an app. Hey, yeah, any app makers out there want to put this on iTunes? But anyways, if you haven't seen the Sorcery command, we've got a full recap of part 1, and we're going to be working on part 2 stuff. It's really cool. We've been actually referencing it a lot through the game. I'll do it. I'll make it an app. That way you guys can look on your phone. Alright, so I was going to cast a spell. We don't know for sure there's danger yet, so I can't really cast anything. I mean, I could. I was suspicious that there was water anyways. But thank you for the resub, Mercurial. Once again. I was gonna create a force field at first. I was just scared of losing 3 stamina, but this was my other option. But it just seemed a little like jumping the gun when I wasn't sure that there was water at all. And if you do sus, you can't do a second spell to back it up. That's the problem. The praying to the dolphin was actually pretty decent. Having the dolphin as our god was also like, wow, good timing, right? Let's just... Maybe it's worth doing Foth. Let's see what happens when you do the force field. We knew there was water before we even cast sus. I suspected as much. We're just gonna burn 3 stamina. Let's see what happens. Nervously, you cast your spell, binding a tight force field around yourself. It will not last for long, but should anything happen soon, the force field should protect you from the worst of it. That done, you keep walking. The sound of rushing water grows louder. I guess we should have walked up here then, before we cast the force field. Suddenly you realize the sound is not coming from close by the tunnel or through the walls. The sound is coming toward you. Somewhere a wall of water is approaching. An old dam must have given way, and the water is now flooding the tunnel. Did you do it too early? Was there a time for magic at this one before? I don't know. We could pray to the dolphin again anyways. Like, how long are we really gonna need? Just pray again to the dolphin in case the force field doesn't hold? An alcove's definitely not gonna help. Running for it, there's no way. Take a deep breath. Let's pray for aid again. Okay, you stop still and try to clear your mind to raise a prayer to the dolphin. You feel a great calm wash down over you. Then a moment later, it is the wave that is breaking across your body, knocking you flying. Your force field keeps you from physical harm, but it cannot hold you still. So it still pushes against the force field and knocks you around. That's hilarious. So it's like kind of the same thing with the dolphin, though. It was worth a shot. So I'm actually, in this timeline, I have less stamina than I had in the canon timeline. Let's try swimming against the current this time. You swim back against the current, but it's like wrestling a 12-limbed octopus bear, and every time you think you've made progress, another eddy knocks you spinning forward again. Your force field protects you from injury, but you can't help you navigate the current. Well, let's swim with the current. You swim with the current, which tears you along the length of the sewer. The force field protects you against bashes and knocks. The ground level is rising below. At some point, perhaps, you'll break the surface of the water, but it has not happened yet. We're gonna keep swimming with the current. You swim on with the current, moving at breakneck speed. Only the air trapped inside your force field is keeping you alive now. Yeah, that's the thing. That's insane. Force field air, so you're not gasping for breath. That's hilarious. We'll just keep going. Swim with the current. You swim on with the current, move it. Wait, it's the same thing. Swimming with the current doesn't do anything, and I'm running out of air. So if I swim against the current, has it not chilled out yet? Do you have to swim up? Do I have to rewind past this, maybe? To escape the clutches. Swimming down didn't do anything, right? Swimming against? Let's see if it changes the answer. You struggle on against the current, fighting with all your heart to stay still. With a barely discernible pop, the force field evaporates, water rushes in on you, the air in your lungs give out. There's nothing you can do. Your mouth opens and the filthy water of the Jabaji River floods into your lungs. You've drowned in the sewers. Your adventure is at an end. Hold on. Actual necessary rewind here. Force field was not the answer. Is there any way... Well, let's see. Let's choose your own adventure a different direction then, yeah? Let's go in a different way. Let's try running. Just curious about the different options that we have. We have how. We have... Zip would have been sick. Sun is light. Foff is the shield. I think that's it, right? We don't really have... Maybe force field and wait in the alcove. Maybe. Foff definitely seems the best. I think I just didn't do good with my swimming. Or or maybe we shouldn't be swimming at all. Alright, so we cast Foff. I'm allergic to poo water. An old dam must have given way. The river water is now flooding. Shelter in an alcove. You dive into an alcove in the side of the tunnel as the great wave pounds into the tunnel. But it fills the sewer completely and you are quickly pulled from your hiding place as though by 1,000 hands and submerged. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. Well, that didn't help, chat. You have a pocket of breathable air. Escape before it runs out. Swim up for a ceiling duct. I don't remember that being a #1 option before. I don't think there's a way to get out of this without ending up in the river, to be honest. The current is whipping you like a fetal bug in a thunderstorm. You fight and struggle to get your body under control. How am I doing anything in a force field? How do you swim in a force field with air in it? It doesn't make it, I guess it's like a body field. Yeah, up's the only thing that we haven't done. I mean, we have done it. But you have to swim up duct, and then you get spit out the other side. Again. So we don't want that. Because apparently there's no way to go back to the left. At all. Not yet, anyway. So... I don't think it's possible to go to the other shore either, but I'll look. You swim along the surface, keeping your mouth clear on the filth as best you can, aiming for the distant lights of the far bank. This is one of the ways you can get to the far bank. So this is the far bank on the east. We don't want to be on the east because we skip like half the content of the west, basically. So, as much as it pains me to do this, how do you get to the exit before the flood comes? And there's not going to be any way to run, right? There's no way to go fast. We didn't try running, but I feel like this is all going to end up the same way. With the spells that we currently have, of course. I wish you could cast Howl after casting Sus to try to find a way to get out of here. But if I sense danger from here and then run for it, you turn and run for it, but the idea that you could race a wave and win without some kind of magical assistance is sheer madness, and you're punished for it when the water overtakes you. The water wrenches you from the floor. Your lungs burst for air. Swim down to escape the flow. Swim with the current. You cannot last much longer. That's what keeps happening. The ground level is rising below. Swim down to escape the flow. And you die. If you use FOF, the fleas don't wash off. Well, they burst when you get into the water up above. Rip. Okay, so if I don't want to get jutted out into the river, I have to go back even further then, yeah? You walk on with the sewer, shadowy figures leap out at you. That doesn't really help. There's no way to get out of here, chat, unless I stop. Okay, hold on. Let's try, we'll do the trick with FOF. This is the only time so far we've had to rewind this many times for one puzzle. But I don't want to have to rewind to the point where we didn't even go down the well at all. You know what I mean? Yeah, I could have asked the rat bear how to escape. But we can try this too. Off! One last time. I don't know, like 5 people said you can't get back across the river, but maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're wrong, I don't know. Do I go down there at all? Why go anywhere? You just see a place you can go, so you go. We found a clue down here. There's a poem on the wall. And the rat bear told us some information that the crown was down here at one point, and there was a king in this very sewer. Somewhere a wall of water approaches. Okay, so we run for it with FOF. It throws you into a spiral. You swim for it. Your force field holds out against the water. You have air. You swim down to escape the flow. You fight and struggle, losing valuable seconds of air. Then we swim with the current. The force field protects you. Your lungs are bursting from air. I thought I still had some air. Oh, I could pray. That's true. Hold on. Back it up one more time. Yeah, we'll pray. Alright. Now we can swim for it. We have a force field. We have the prayer of the dolphin. We're supposed to be calm. Swim down to escape the flow. And swim with the current. Still says you cannot last much longer. And that I'm bursting for air. Swim with the current. Moving at breakneck speed, only the air trapped inside your force field is keeping you alive now. Swim with the current, right? It's the same thing. We just insanity. You swim on with the current, moving at breakneck speed, pop. There's no way to escape that way, chat. If there is, it's very complex and not really viable. Okay, so we have to rewind. Or end up on the other side of the river, possibly leaving... Can anyone verify for sure that you can never go back across the river that way? Does anybody really, truly know? Because I'll do it. Like, I'll go to the other side, but I don't want to be locked on the other side for the rest of this game. Because I'll have missed so much content that it's not worth it. You're a dolphin. I'm not a dolphin. I just pray to the dolphin for help. And the dolphin answers sometimes. I mean, I could go back and ask the rat bear. That's more on the line of cheating for the sake of the story, but I could do it. Try down and against? It's not going to work. We've tried like 4 different variations of this. If there's a secret way to do it, you would have to know about it ahead of time instead of just guessing. I'm pretty sure we tried going in those combinations as well. Do you already know the story? No, not at all, Crimbolt. This is all new to me. I have no idea, but I don't want to miss content for the stinky sewer water. Well, let's back it up to the rat bear. Who was looking after a look around the room, I think, right? Probably. I mean, we knew that there was a threat of rushing water coming in at some point, because it was like waving up here. But, like I said, I'll take the river output, but nobody seems to know if you can ever go back to the side. So I kind of have to do this. We'll rewind to look around the room. I'll have to just change my question to the rat bear. Alright, it's a rat bear. Cast a spell. We used Yap to speak to the rat bear. I'm just a small ratling, nothing more. Ask it for an answer. How can I escape the sewer? You can't. The rat bear coos in a strange sing-song voice. The sewer eats everything. The slimes eat everything, even rat bears. Suddenly the creature roars with anger and rage. Don't speak to me in wails, as though words hurt it. You order it away. I think that you're supposed to see this as a possible exit. And if you can get here, you have to have other spells. So, there's a bridge here. There's absolutely nothing on the right side that makes this look. There's no docks over here. I don't want to have to rewind and undo the whole sewer. Rewind to well. That's what I don't want to do, because it just wastes like 30, 40 minutes for no reason. You can get through that way, but still end up on the other side. Okay. Well, there you go, then. So the well is like, you're just there. How did we get here again? I just climbed down a well. That's all that happened. I climbed down the well just to investigate, because it seemed like an interesting place to go. I didn't know this well was going to lead to a spot in the river where you have to swim to the far side. Chat, wake up. Rewind to well, or pop out in river. Answer. I need you. Pop in river, rewind, rewind. Well, to not miss content, rewind, river. I kinda like well, rewind. Rewind to well, rewind, river, rewind for good content, rewind, you do you. Well, I'm asking you, that is what I'm doing. I want to get back to the game. I don't like when I have to meta for so long, but like, it's unfortunate that you have to meta to do this. I actually changed my mind, rewind. I mean, we didn't actually do much in here besides talk to the rat bear and die 5 times. We'll get one. We'll actually lose money. Because I came in with 6 coins. And then it was going to leave with 8. We'll get 1 stamina back, technically speaking. There was a clue down here, but it's not like we can't come back to the well at some point in the future. I'll get fleas back too. Eat the water. Listen, I've eaten enough water for everybody. There was a blimberry down there, yeah, but I'm not really concerned about that. Okay. Let's rewind. This is gonna be final. I'm scared to push this button. I'm scared to push the button. Because that makes it true and final. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm not worried about it for that reason, Kringle Pop. I'm not worried about how to win. I'm worried about, like, messing up my character's story. I don't want the game to just be over because I took a shortcut on accident. Because there's so much other stuff. And normally it wouldn't be that big of a deal because if I was playing by myself, I would just be like, okay, we'll just do it this way, and that's replayability. I can play again differently. Sure. But this is a stream, and I'm only going to stream it one time. Okay. Well, we looked at the alleys. We look at the well. We already did all this stuff. We tossed a coin down the well before climbing down there originally. Pause to eat, choose a road. Look, I'm gonna throw another coin down there because this is my payment for wasting time. I would have done it anyways. I would have done it for fun anyways. Choose a road. You could sit here all day staring into the well like a daydreaming child, but you'll do better to keep moving. All right, we're back. Why does it say pause to eat? Are we starving? Not yet. Not yet. Turn left, turn right, or go straight on. The docks, towards the center of the town, towards Mansion Row, or up towards the hill. Well, after the... Imagine if I had just gone to the docks instead. We would have ended up coming back to the well at some point, though. The street's a little wider and more well-paved than some of the others. You can see tracks where carts have come this way. You hear the sound of voices around a corner. Why would I ready my sword? The voices don't have any kind of... they don't have any clue about the nature of those voices. Walk on. You walk around the corner intrigued by the sound. There's a small crowd of people talking and singing inside of a low stone shrine. Beyond, you can see the sparkle of the river and the smell of rotting fish. You're nearly at the docks, and you're going to accidentally find yourself on the wrong side of the river again. Into the shrine. You step into the doorway of the shrine at the same time as a woman and her child are leaving. He really is a holy man, mother. Oh, that's a little kid. I can't do it. He really is a holy man, mother, the little one is saying. Layson's lame brother answered his question and he ran off the stage. The mother nods and the pair leave. Interesting. What an annoying brat. They're healing people in here, huh? Step inside. Let's see what's going on in here. The shrine is an old stone building, garishly decorated with hanging cloth and thick candles that fill the air with the smell of grease and tar. At the far end on a low platform stands a hooded figure in a white robe who's talking to the assembled crowd. Does anyone else wish to take the test of slaying the god of malice? Calls the priest out. A murmur goes around the crowd. People are nervous but excited. The test of slaying the god of malice. Look at these people, too. Look at these pictures. All sorts of folk in here. Nice, like, altar. Whatever you want to call it. Pulpit. Examine the crowd. Ask about the challenge. Wait and watch or slip away. Let's look at the crowd. The crowd is a mixture of young and old, women and men. Some cheer and joke and murmur, while others have their legs and arms folded in devout pose and pray through silent lips.
How many are spectators and how many followers of slang? You cannot tell. Anyone who can answer the question will be granted their wish, the priest continues. Anyone who can answer the question. Let's ask about the challenge. You nudge someone next to you. What is this challenge? You ask. It is the test of slang, the woman replies in a whisper. He grants you a wish if you answer him correctly. But you have to worship him, or else the question he asks is impossible. She shudders and grins. They don't call him the god of malice for nothing. As he waits for an answer, the priest plucks a knife from his belt and casually stabs his own hand. Interesting. Master Havoc? Please heal my stomach. Please heal my stomach. I'll take the challenge, chat. You raise your hand and step forward. I will take your challenge. A stranger, calls the priest with glee. Welcome him, please. The Analander will step up to the platform. The crowd whisper and murmur as you make your way to the platform. Welcome. He's country now. Welcome, stranger. This is a great church you find yourself in. I'm going to need you to volunteer yourself, okay? I'm going to stab you with this knife, and it'll be fine, I promise. You get whatever wish you want, as long as you just do what I say. The medieval West. You ready to take the challenge? I'll try. Just give me a question. Listen. Oh, I'm ready. The crowd cheer your response. Then know this. Slang is not a punishing god, but he is malicious. He does not wish for you to fail, but should you fail, he wishes you to know that it was all your fault. This is like when he jumped off the cliff for no reason. Oh, I had a great reason. I learned a spell that one day I'll be able to use again, maybe. I will not fail. Well, I'm just going to let him continue. You just keep talking. The priest continues. Our practice is that you may choose which question to answer. But know this. One is impossible. The other is easy. And to answer the easy question, you must give up something you hold most dear. The crowd watch in expectant silence. It's time for you to choose. I choose the impossible question. I choose the easy question. Choose for me. Our practice is you may choose which question to answer. What? Okay, I get a wish, but if I get the wish, I have to give up something that is very dear to me. You choose for me. The priest looks at you most seriously. The impossible question is the question that has never been asked. If you do not know the answer, then you must choose the easy question, despite the cost, or step down from this platform. This is all the advice I can give. I have 13 stamina. I have a cat that can read minds. For me to not know the answer to the impossible question means I cannot read it from the mind of the person who asks it. Take the impossible question. I choose the impossible question! The crowd wait expectantly. Then the priest closes his eyes and intones. What is the answer to the question that has never been asked? Your heart sinks. The question doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Infinity, silence, malice. I mean, the answer is silence. The answer is clearly silence. Because this question has been asked. So it can't be impossible. Because it has to have an answer. But if a question is never asked, then it'll never be answered. So the answer is silence. It can't be malice. Infinity. Not really seeing a response there, but it has to be silence. Silence. A roar goes up from the crowd. They can see from the priest's glee that that was not the right answer. You have failed in the test of slang. You walk away into the street, the crowd laughing at you as you go. Alright, well that was definitely the answer. Now I want to know what it was. I'm not going to rewind that. That's not a rewind scenario. Rewind was to get us out of the sewer. Not because we couldn't beat the sewer or escape from it with our lives, but because it was going to throw us off into a different side of the whole city. Which for some reason, listen, this is going to be an actual criticism. Which is not the fault of the developers. It's probably the fault of 1983. It's a 1983 game. Why does the city have to be split in two? You know, don't arbitrarily throw me to one side and I can never go back, presumably, for no reason. Maybe you can go back eventually. I don't know. But it seemed very clear-cut like that was a transitional stage to get to the other side. But it's a choose-your-own-adventure book. That's what you're supposed to do, so I'm not going to hold it against it because you literally are supposed to be able to rewind. It's a mechanic in the game. Do things differently. It's up to you. You emerge from a narrow winding alley into an open space. On the far side, the Jabaji River slides past, its surface strewn with with flotsam. How do you say that word? Let's find out. How do you say that word, chat? Let's find out.
Flotsam.
Flotsam.
Flotsam. Flotsam.
Thank you. Just curious. Just wanted to know. Flotsam. And what are we gonna do with that flotsam, pray tell? Game? Come back to me. Thank you. Hello. Anyways, the sails of the boats at anchor billow and snap in the breeze. You've reached the docks, the beating heart of Carré. Look around, waste no time. I have wasted so much time. There are 2 or 3 ships moored for the night, and the space between them and the road is filled with a huge number of stalls and little shops selling everything from fishing tackle to sailing blocks to barrels of woodlouse rum. This must be a thriving marketplace during the day. With night approaching, it is a maze of booths and cloth. It's been almost night for a long time now. A single bridge crosses the river here, operated with ropes to let the tall ships through. Right now, the bridge is up to allow ships to sail undisturbed. Find somewhere to sleep. There are 2 inns visible from here, the Wayfarer's Rest, the Meat and Cleaver. Nothing obviously different about either one of them. Sleep in the market, sit by the river, Wayfarer's Rest, or the Meat and Cleaver. Hey, hold on just a second there. Is that what I think it is? No. Okay, this is... Wait. This is where I ate the octopus guy's food, right? I thought that was what that was. This is the church. This is the house above the church. I kind of want to go sit by the river, but is that going to make me sleep down there? I want to go see what's down there. Is anywhere that I pick going to involve sleeping? We also have sleep in an alley. I feel like someone's gonna push me into the river, but I'm just curious. We can rewind if needed. Carré is renowned as a city of thieves and villains, and it has not earned that reputation for nothing. To sleep outside is to invite disaster. Instead, you see yourself by the edge of the fat, slug-like Jabaji, where the air is by turns fresh and stomach-churningly rancid, both of which should help you stay awake through the long watches of the night. We don't want to... No. Undo. Okay, so that was the stay awake option. Meat and Cleaver, or Wayfarer's Rest, or Sleep Outside. Both of these are going to cost money. Don't push them. Why are we the center of all bad things? Because we're the easy pickings in a city of thieves. We're just the fresh-faced new guy. I have mind-reading powers. Of course I'll do it. Doesn't use mind-reading powers. Queen of Spiders, I had no control over that. The stars were not aligned for me to be able to read minds in that church. I could not have possibly hoped to decipher what they were thinking. I mean, I guess we can go scope out the inns. I like the sound of the meat and cleaver. It's also buried in this nice little nook. I like your shirt. I like you, Godzilla. The Meat and Cleaver is a small, grimy place. It looks like it's been converted from a wood store. Rats run across the floor, and customers at the table look haggard and tired, as if just smelling the air is draining to them. By the bar, a stooped and hunched innkeeper wipes his beer mugs. Are you sure they're beer, though? With a filthy handkerchief. Go to the bar, sit at the table. We're in this cute little map. Look at this cute little map, you know? Now, now I'm looking. Hold on, now I can't. There it is. It's back. This cute little map. Who's laughing? You go over to a table with space. May I sit? You say to the current occupants. The man waves a hand and shifts to one side. The name's Jira, he says. I'm a musician. You're a traveler? He smiles. How have you enjoyed your day in Corée? I looked for nobles but found none. I'm not surprised, Jira replies. You do better trying to find a shred of decency in Sansa's heart than find the nobles he's been running out of town. The others laugh, but one of the women shakes her head, saying softly, he's not run out of any town. He's not run any. Well, okay, I understand. Nobles who... So Sansa has been running nobles out of town, and then the ladies say he's not running any of them out of town. If they were out, he wouldn't be able to control them. He's crippled them all instead. Jira introduces his friend with a gesture. This is Almira. She's a dancer, but don't let that fool you. She's a thoughtful soul, if ever there was one. Almira nods her head. Greetings. Crippled how? I have no use for thoughts. Of what kind? I have no use. What am I thinking? I have no use to think? I don't understand. What is this supposed to say? Greetings, crippled how? He's crippled them all. He's crippled all the nobles? No, chat, not that kind. That's not, okay. Back it up. Not what we're talking about here. Oh, she's a thoughtful soul. I have no use for thoughtful souls, is what she's... I understand. I get it. Let's say just a nice... I gotta know. Cripple... How is he crippling them? You ask Almira. Almira shrugs. One is blind, one is dead, one undead, but buried in the necropolis anyway. So I hear. She smiles and then drops her eyes to her beer. Jira crunches on a battered skunk bear toe. So, he says, you staying here tonight? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet, to be honest. You're right not to be sure. I don't know many as would risk the beds at the Heated Reaver or whatever this place is called. The owner makes good rat bone fritters, but he's a few giblets short of a casserole. Well, where should I stay? The other inn isn't bad, though I hear that Vic tends to scoop up the drunks. He nods meaningfully. I'm sorry, did you say Vic? Did you just mention a Vic? Where does that ring a bell from, chat? There was a character named Vic that was mentioned in part 1. But by whom? Vic for First Noble. That's true as well. Vic has been mentioned at the beginning of this game for First Noble. But I swear there was a Vic mentioned in part 1. I don't remember where. This wasn't like a funny rhetorical question. I don't remember where, but one of the characters knew of Vic. Who was it? Vic tends to scoop up the drunks. Let's find out more about him. Who is he? Vic? Jared pulls a grim face. I wouldn't say Vic was a good man to know, or rather, there's many who know him and wish they didn't. Vic's a bad man. Head of the slave ring and looking to be head of a lot more, so I hear. Almira agrees. They say he intends to overrun the council. That's impossible, but if he's planning it, I suspect he has a trick up his sleeve. Overrunning the council? What kind of trick are we talking about? She shakes her head. I have no idea. But Vic is a very clever man indeed, and not afraid to work in league with the sorcerers and the darker arts. Jira tries to lighten the tone, raising a toast with his mug. Oh yeah, they did mention the nobles. One blind, one dead, one undead. We found the undead one. He wasn't buried in the necropolis, that's for sure. Or maybe it was that. Maybe we found the dead one, but he became undead. I don't know. Anyway. You mentioned a blind noble. I'll cross the river tomorrow. I'd rather not, but we'll see. You mentioned a blind noble, you say. Where can I find him? Almira shrugs. How would I know? There's a lot of beggars in Corray. Jira sighs. It's late. We should be going. Almira nods and takes his hand. Arm in arm, they bid you farewell and leave the inn. You found 2 new clues. The blind beggar. One of the nobles is now blind and begging. A man named Vic runs several businesses in the city port. Interesting. Most interesting. And what else do we have in here? The bar or leave the inn? They did tell us to leave and not stay here. I don't know if I should heed that advice. Maybe. Let's go see what's at the bar first. I mean, we are here. You march over to the bar. The innkeeper stands up as straight as he can to greet you. Greet the innkeeper. The innkeeper nods to you. Welcome to the... I don't know what this guy sounds like. Blues Clues. We're going to be able to do some of those clues eventually anyways.
Howdy, Chad. What can I get for you? The innkeeper is here, and he wants to give you food and drink.
Ask him about trade, buy ale, ask about food, rooms, or walk away from the bar. Let's ask him about trade. How's trade here? The man peers at you.
Trade? There's a docks and I sell beer. Trade's the same as it's always been.
He shrugs.
I know the city's supposed to be going under dogs, falling apart, but I don't believe it. People always saying that, but they're still in here most nights drinking their beer.
Anyone who talks like that, immediately walk away from them.
Listen here, you little fox of fury, okay? Let's not going to talk about that anymore, all right?
How is the city falling apart?
Well, you've heard,
he says, despite the fact that you're clearly telling him you have not heard.
Well, with the council being in session for 3 weeks straight, and the rumors about you-know-who doing you-know-what.
What? What?
Well, they say he's trying to seize control. The city has the guards, of course, but they say he's building his own army. From what I have no idea. Slaves, I don't credit.
What? The city has the guard. They say he's building his own army. Ask about Vic. The innkeeper looks suddenly quite afraid.
You're a friend of his, aren't you?
I should have guessed. Listen here, I'll vote for him, Vic, for first noble. With that, he shuts up. Well, time to leave the bar. Back to the middle of the room, and let's go. I ain't staying here anytime soon. This place is too disgusting. You head back out onto the street. You walk back to the docks. Vic for first noble. You still need somewhere to stay the night, chat. We could try the other inn. We could sleep in the market, sit by the river, or sleep in an alley. Let's go Wayfarer's Rest and see what's going on in here. Hey, this place looks a lot like the other one, except it doesn't. You make your way inside the Wayfarer's Rest. It's a lively and bustling place. Look at this. What is all this nonsense? We got flying things, people with hats, banjos, violins, dancing, drink spilled, small creatures having a grand old time. The innkeeper behind the bar is trying to serve numerous creatures, all demanding ale at the same time, while around the tables, salty types and bosom wenches are laughing together and singing shanties.
Let's find another table, I guess.
You take a seat between a swarthy sailor and an eye patch, with an eye patch, and a swarthy woman who also wears an eye patch. Greet the company. You greet the sailor and the woman. What? I don't know what this says.
You're a salty dog,
The man remarks.
what you say, Eka?
The woman Eka laughs a deep, throaty laugh. A deep, throaty laugh. She's been smoking too much. Tell them about yourself. Get up from the table. Not salty. Sorry. Not salty. Jan 2. No, it's not Jan. Tell them about myself. Get up from the table. I'm from Analand, you tell them.
You're looking to sign on, is that it?
The sailor asks. Oh, to cross? Maybe. I don't know. I want to find some answers. I'm not sure. Immediately leave again.
Well, make sure you pick your crew. A bad crew is like a bad crab.
And he mimes throwing up, accidentally spitting beer at another sailor across the table, who is thankfully asleep.
Listen,
The sailor murmurs.
do you play Swindler signs?
I do, but not tonight. Is this to go across the river? So I want to play Swindlestones right now, but I don't want to be locked into going across the river again. Because I don't even know what we're playing for. Look, I'll play you.
Splendid.
He clears a space on the table, moving several beer glasses out of the way.
I'll show you how it's done. 4 gold pieces on the game.
I only have 5, chat, so you're on. It's time to double our money almost. The sailor hands you your dice and takes first bid. Well, let's take his money. Hey, Sobs boy, this is why I love Etalyx. What did I do? What did I do? Roll those dice, ladies and gentlemen. Kelly McChess, what did you ask with nerds like 50 minutes ago? Hey, Tox, I know you said you don't care that much about the archive channel because people forget, but I wanted to let you know that my automated script for an archive channel for you is going well so far. It might be done tomorrow at some point. Cool. Well, good luck. Hope it goes swell. Thanks for letting me know. I need directions to the North Gate. Can you help? It's true, I do. I have a... Well, hi, I'll be here for this. See how it goes. A 2, a 4, 2 3s, and a 2. So what we're trying to do, chat, we played Swindlestones a long time ago. Basically, we are attempting to wager when somebody... Basically, it's a game of bluffing or betting. When you think the other person's bluffing, you call. And when you call, everyone shows all their dice. So, what I can do is bet, like, well, I know I have 2 3s. Do I think it's likely that he has at least 1 3? If I do, maybe it's advantageous for me to guess that between the two of us, there are 3 3s. Now, if he doesn't have any 3s, he's thinking, this guy just said he has 3 3s, because I don't have one. So he has to have all 3. That seems unlikely, and he might call. And if he calls, then I have to show my dice. He has to show his, and if he catches me lying, then I lose a die. Whoever loses all their die first loses Swindlestones. But each time you bet, you don't have to call. You have an option to raise, basically. So sometimes you might start small and then build up. Sometimes you might bid certain things to just get information about their hand. Like, for example, I have everything except a 1. So I know we have a couple 2s, a couple 3s, so I might bid down here low, like, hey, I got 1 2. I got 1 2. Easy. He's not going to call that because it's definitely true. What does this say?
And what makes you think
Oid knee! What does that say? I have no idea what this is supposed to say. I'm trying to phonetically pronounce it. Oid knee. I don't know. You must know this city well. Oh,
And what makes you think I'd know?
I see what it says. Yeah, I gotcha. Like phonetic spelling. He bids 2 4s. So I have a 4. It's not unlikely that he has a 4 as well. Now I have to bid at least 3 of something. And since I have a couple 3s and a couple 2s, it's safer probably for me to bet. Now here's the problem. I don't know what he has. So what I'm doing is giving him information that I'm confident enough that I have at least a couple of this thing. So if he has 2 and he bids 4 because he thinks I have 2, he has 2, then well, it might be a tough call for me. So I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna bid 3 3s and assume he has at least 1.
Humph.
There are only 2 gates.
Well, I knows it, but I ain't never saw it.
Is that what he's saying? And he also bets 4 3s. That's what I was saying the problem was. If he has 2 3s and I have 2 3s, that's 4. So I kind of have to call. Unless I bluff and he believes my bluff, but I'd have to bluff 5 of a thing, which is kind of insane. So I'm gonna call. If he has 2 3s, I lose. Okay, well that was fun. There are 4 3s. The sailor wins the round. Comeback time. I can't lose all 4 gold. So he's got 1 extra die, which means he has more information than I have now.
How's about 1 4?
We got hit with a couple pairs. He's still got 5 die. I don't know what are my options here. I kind of just have to go big on like 3 of a thing, like because it's statistically probable he has 1 2 at least. But does he have more than 1 2 or more than 1 3? Get swindled, baby. Get swindled, baby. I'm gonna bid 3 3s. I've got 2 of them. He's got 1. I can't just bid 2 because he's gonna bid a 3 of something, and I have no idea what he's got. But he'll know what I've got, so I've got to go higher.
I'll raise that.
5 3s. There's no way this dude has 3 3s. There's no way he has 3 3s. He just Yahtzeed me! He just single roll Yahtzee. He didn't even have to reroll. I would never have been able to guess that. Ever. I'm getting big swindled right now, chat. I don't... There are 7 3s. I'm losing here. I'm losing. Can you tell me anything about the Northgate spell? Absolutely not. We gotta start small here. I'm gonna bid something that I don't even have. I'm gonna bid 1... I'm gonna bid 1 1.
Well, only the moist of the nobles is dead, eh?
I don't know what that's supposed to say. Oh, most of the nobles is dead. Now. He bid 2 4s. I have a 4, so that's not at all unlikely. If he has even 1 more 4, then I can grab him on 3. Go 4 4s. Well, he has to have a 3rd 4 that he's hiding. That's not likely. If I bid 3 4s, I know he's got 2. I'll bid 3 4s.
Well, then as I hear it,
I can't read. This is crazy to read.
to find the loin you need, you'll have to kill the undead.
He bids 4 4s. This dude, how does he have doubles of everything? How does he have doubles of everything? I can't bid 5 4s. This is the best swindler. Only 3 4s. The round is yours. Thank God. He would have had to have 3 4s for that to be true. Okay, we're bringing it back, chat. The comeback rematch is on.
What you asking about loins anyway?
Lines? I'm just curious. 1 2 3. A 1 2 3, chat. I'll bid... he already bid 2 ones. The loser bids first. 2 ones. I'll bid a 3rd one. Because I have a 1. Why would you open with 2 if you don't have 2?
Let me see. So, a quest for it?
4 ones. Do you think 3 of his 4 dice are 1s? This is such statistical improbability after Farkling. To roll 4 dice and have 3 out of the 4 be 1s on 4-sided dice. It's a 1 and 4, 1 and 4, 1 and 4. There's no way. It's back to even, chat. We got a chance. We got a chance. He's getting too greedy with his swindles. So, do you live in Corée? We have 2 4s. We're going to have to keep those in the pocket. We're going to have to keep those in the pocket. We'll start with, I might screw myself if I lie. I'll bid 1-3 and lie. To be safe. He bids 2 2s. I have a 2. He wouldn't bid that if he didn't have it, though. Or would he? He might. I'll raise him to 2 4s and see what he does next. But if he has 1 4 and bids that there's 3 4s, well, then he's got me. So I might be giving away information. But with the 2s, do I believe that he has 2 2s here? If I do, then I raise him to 3 because I've got a 2 as well. And then he has to go higher than that. Right? Well, wagering 3 2s is probably better than wagering 2 4s.
Last I heard, the nobles were moiting, long moiting.
What is moiting? 4 2s. He has to have 3. All 3 of his dice have to be 2s. Call. Whew. Okay. All right. We're in the driver's seat now. So what did he say about the people? Swindlestones is such an elaborate information trade. It really is. It's a fun game. It's a fun little game.
With all your questioning and such, you should try praying. Lads, gad in praying.
Lots of God in praying? Well, I don't know what this says. Don't get cocky, kid. I often pray to the dolphin. True. Including that time you forgot about when we wiped your memory going down into the well that we had to climb back out of. Lots of good in praying. That's true. Oh, you can just go straight to, like, which god were you thinking of? This is a dangerous game, though. He's only got 2 dice. We really don't want to give him more information than we've got. I don't know. I've got a 4. Maybe I just bid the 4. See what he does. He bids 2 3s. I didn't tell him about my 3s.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of an old god. Begging your pardon, but those one the nays, all, the one that knows all.
I don't know what he's trying to say. So, if he's got... Do I believe that he's got 2 3s? Because I've got 2 3s. If I believe that both of his dice are 3, then I would bid 4 3s. You know what I'm saying? Because he can't outbid that in a way that makes any sense. If I bid 3 3s, and he's got actually 2 3s, he bet a 2 before. Did he? I thought this was his first bet for this particular roll because I've started the bet. I thought. Maybe not. Yeah, he's got to be... Maybe it is time to call, but I already have the 3s. So if he bet a 2 before, I'm screwed. I think I actually lose a die here no matter what. Because I can't raise him to 3 3s. I can't call because I have 2 3s. Right? So I have to bid 3 3s and hope at least one of his 2 dice is a 3.
Crikey.
Wow, he went up. Chat, if he's lying, those could both be 3s. But I have to call.
Korga, that god of grey's good'n if he don't kill you.
Call. 2 and a 3. Okay, cool. We sussed that out correctly. The round is yours! And he's only got 1 die. We have to finish him off. Last one. I mean, I can bid whatever I want. I should start low, though, and see what he's got. Start with a 1 and see what he reveals. He can bid 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, but he's going to bid 2 1s instead. There aren't 2 1s. That's impossible. So he just got swindled! He's only got 1 die. I don't have a 1. He just assumed that since I bid 1, that yeah, that's definitely get called. You auto lose. It was a 1. He had a 1. That's funny. Only 1. The game is yours, chat. I win, don't I? The sailor hands over 4 gold pieces. Another? Oh, God. Oh, you're gonna lock me here to make money? He wants to go again. Well, the worst case scenario is we break even. The sailor counts out 5 dice and takes the first bid. Let's get some cash. Let's try and get some cash. Take this dumb old sailor. He's gonna start punching and fighting me if I like beat him too many times, probably. That's what happens in bars. So what are you doing in the city? Stopping over? We got 1, 2, 3, 4 2s and a 3. Well, I think you start off at 2-2 bid then, because then he might bid 3 2s. You can bid 4. Or do you start off at 3 2s, and then if he bids 4, I can bid 5, because he wouldn't bid a 4th 2 if he didn't have one. It's not necessarily true. He might have a bunch of 2s as well. We'll start off small. We'll start off with 2 2s. Bid 2 2s. Don't give away too much info all at the front. So he bids 2 3s. He's not inclined to add to my 2s. Why wouldn't you bid something you don't have? I don't know. It's possible if you're playing this in real life that somebody could just be like, yeah, he's been telling the truth the last 2 times. Maybe he's just going to lie the first turn. They can call you turn 1. I mean, in the AI probably wouldn't. But still, it's possible, technically. You could get called out turn 1 and be like, bam. Anyways, he bid 2 3s. I have a 3. So I can't really see him lying there. So I could bid 3 3s and then save 4 2s as my like trump card there. Possibly. I'll bid 3 3s.
I met a man once who killed gas for a living. We thought he was mad.
Mad.
We thought he was mad.
5 3s. My dude. You have to call that because, well, I don't have 5 3s. If you could have 4, you'd have to have 4 out of 5 dice are 3s, which is not impossible as we're seeing here. Why would you raise me from 3 to 5? Woo! He was 1 off. He was 1 shy. Okay, he almost got it. That's a good start. Start on the offensive for once. He went too swindly.
Listen, here's what I heard. Sight that those nobles been picking each other off.
Why? I thought they ruled together. He bids 2 2s. We have 3 2s again. So I could just bid 5 2s. Unless he's lying. He could just be lying. So if he doesn't have any 2s, then he's just going to call me. So there's a big gamble. Do we think he's telling the truth about the 2? Maybe. I have 3. He can't really outbid me. Go ahead.
Let me see.
He believes me. Okay. So he has to have 3 2s, and I have 3 2s.
The first noble Sansas get scared.
Is that scored? Scared?
Say he heard it from a fortune teller, I did.
Oh boy, the fortune teller. How about that? Those nobles been picking each other off. This is a neat interrogation mechanic. Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? Snarkard? I don't believe he has that many twos. I'm sorry. You almost did. You're always one off. But I'm getting you. 3, 3, 3, 5, 4, 3. Wow, we're getting some fantastic rolls. Like, some really, truly amazing rolls here. All right, let's go again. I will bid 2 3s. Because I have them. Just to instill some confidence. He bids 3 1s. Okay, well, here's the thing, buddy. Why would you bid 3 1s? I showed you that I bid 2 3s. So if you had even 1 3, it would be wise for you to add 1 on. Because it wouldn't be unbelievable that you had one of these 3 dice was a 3, but for you to say all 3 of those dice are 1s, what was your first bid? We don't know. I mean, that'd be really lucky. I'll call. Okay. Whew. Only 2. The round is yours. And then there were 2, chat. Oi, bit. Try this. I think he's run out of dialogue to say, but that's fine, because he's about to run out of money, too. We got 3, 3, 3, 1, 1. Full house, baby! Let's bid 2 1s. Keep it easy. He's only got 2 dice, so he's going to be more prone to call different things. Ooh, he bid 3s. What did he bid before? He bid a 4. Now he's bidding 2 3s. So he could have a 3 and a 4. He just got really lucky guessing that I have a 3 also. I would just raise him to 3 3s then. Who's swindling now? I don't know. He's kind of swindling now. Because if I think... He's definitely not telling the truth. It has to be... But he could have 1 3. If he has 1 3, then 4 would be a better bet. So do I take his word for it that he has at least one of those 2 dice as a 3? Bid 4 3s. Call. There are 4 3s. Flawless victory so far. He's only got 1 die left. Let's finish this. Put an end to it. So what are you stopping? What are you doing in the city? Stopping over? We ask him that every time. 1 2 2 5 4 4. 1 2 2 4 4. Let's bid a 3 and see what he does. I got time to be here. He bids 2 1s. It's very possible. I just bid a 3. He bids 2 1s. If even one of his is a 1, which it probably is, he's right. I have a 1, unfortunately. But for me to raise him, I just have to do 2 4s, because I have 2 4s, guaranteed. So I'll bid 2 4s. He can't go higher than that. Unless he bids 3 1s. That's just patently false. Impossible. He did have a 1, though, so I was correct to be worried. The game is yours, chat. We're making that money back. You take another 4 gold pieces. The sailor shrugs and laughs. That's my clan. That's my claned? At? What does that say? He takes the dice and pockets them. Sips his beer very slowly indeed. We destroy... That's my cleaned out? I don't know. Anyways, he's cleaned out. You get to your feet. Don't go far, murmurs the woman with the eye patch, smiling. I don't remember what she sounds like at all. It's been a while. An angry dwarf in one corner suddenly leaps to his feet. Enough talking, then! Let's show the council what we think of him now! You found 2 clues. The dwarf's table, the bar. Well, what were the clues that we found? First noble. Oh, we actually learned by playing Swindlestones with him. Lord Sansus is the first noble of Caray. And the god Korga may be able to help with your quest for the spell lines to the North Gate. So this pirate guy actually gave us some clues from playing Swindlestones, which is really cool. Let's check out the dwarf and see what he's up to. You make your way over to the group of dwarves in the corner who are still arguing loudly about something. Greetings! May I join you? We'll play it cool. Crazy Fykex. Now that's what I call interrogation. And we got 8 gold out of the deal, so we're not so poor anymore. The dwarves look up at you with craned necks and deep frowns. And who are you?
Hey, who are you?
Dwarves, I can't, let's see, what do dwarves sound like? Are dwarves Scottish, chat? Are dwarves Scottish? Why do dwarves sound Scottish and elves sound like royalty? Oh, by the way, earlier I turned the volume down to listen to that one word. I think it was at the beginning of Swindlestones, so I turned the audio back up. You didn't miss much. It was just Swindlestones noises. My bad. Okay, here we go. This is going to be very important, obviously, chat. How to talk with a Scottish accent from WikiHow. I mean, obviously, this is going to give us the answers that we seek, right? It kind of goes without saying that WikiHow, if nobody else, could tell us how to speak. Understand the dialects. Focus on keeping your jaw loose and unclenched. See? Like that guy. U equals oo. Pull equals pool. Obviously. O equals A. No equals nay. Duh. I knew that. I have no idea. Thanks, WikiHow. That didn't help at all. I'm from the council. I'm a traveler. I think lying about being from the council's probably not the best idea. I'm a traveler, you reply, and new to this city. The dwarf nods. Why does everyone have to be like gruff pirate guy? Like, I really want to just do the pirate voice. Now you know how to turn down a game of pool. What, a game of pull? Give dwarves a Japanese accent. I don't know how do you do a Japanese accent? The dwarf nods. Oh, I'm a traveler, you reply. I'm new to this city. The dwarf nods. And you're welcome. He slaps the bench beside him. Sit down, and I'll tell you why. We should burn the council building down tonight. Well, hey, back that up. You're gonna do what? You're gonna burn the council building down. Okay, well, let's hear him out. You take a seat. As I was saying, the dwarf continues, the council are ruining this city, and it's time we took the fight to them. Who's with me? I don't know, Sacksmith. Another replies, more sheepishly. After all, things aren't that bad around here. Sacksmith turns to you. And what do you say? That escalated very quickly, yes. Very quickly. Caray seems to be a fine city. The city is run by villains. This may be the best I wasn't doing a Scottish accent, Mary Skipper. Thank you. I figured it's not even worth trying. Because I seriously would have to listen. I would have to listen for real. Americans trying to do, like, European accents is always terrible anyways. So I don't know what you even want. Okay.
Depending whether you're in Glasgow or Edmonton, to roll and battle in the world. Our next feature is that the vowels in bath and laugh, food, they rhyme in his accent. In the swimming pool, pool and pull are the same, pool.
Hey, we saw that in WikiHow.
Finally, listen to this phrase, which will show you a few more features. It's not a problem if you haven't got any. It's not a problem if you haven't got any.
Yeah, I can't do that. There's no way. Sorry, there's just literally no way. I can't just pull that out of nowhere. I bet if you were in the UK right now, it'd be pretty easy for you to do. But the number of times I've heard a Scottish person speak are limited to Team Fortress 2 and movies. And, like, probably some Call of Duty main characters. So, whatever. Anyways. What do you say? You mean pool. Of course, pool. We should come up with a different voice for this guy. He doesn't have to be Scottish. He doesn't have to be cliche. He could be whatever we want. He could be very educated and smart, chat. He could be very, like, uppity.
As I was saying, the dwarf continues, the council are ruining this city, and it's time we took the fight to them. Who's with me, lads? I don't know, Sacksmith, another replies more sheepishly. After all, things aren't that bad around here. What do you say?
Carré seems to be a fine city. This city is run by villains. I mean, okay, is it fine? Are we finally at the breaking point for the Analander? How many times have I literally been swindled since entering this city? The city has to be run by villains for the Festival of Thieves to exist, where we only lost money. We got covered in fleas. We got into an impromptu fist fight. We went to a bar that was serving water from the river. A comedy show where the guy sits there and doesn't move. This guy led us into a house and put a trap over us and took our money, and we had to kill a guy. I got almost eaten and swallowed alive by a field here. I got thrown in jail and the old guy stole something from me. I threw myself in jail, to be fair. But you see, like, has any one good encounter happened with a nice individual yet? The city is villains. Villains and thieves. You know? The bathhouse was the one good place. What do you say? You did get to throw 5 apples at kids for only 1 coin. Chat, I don't want to make that many waves. We've survived. We lived. We did get killed by a wave a couple times, but that was rewinds. Listen, I don't really want to start any riots. I haven't even figured out how to get out of here. But also, I haven't met the people. The city sucks. Like, the city is run by villains.
Exactly, Sacksmith agrees. The council are thieves. Us honest dwarves have no way to protect ourselves.
Well, oh wait, who was that? I don't remember which dwarf is which. There's a sheepish dwarf, and then Sacksmith, who turned into the back pages of your book to find all the answers to the odd number problems, and those are the ones I need you to turn in for tomorrow, chat.
Us honest dwarves have... Oh, he's the smart dwarf. Us honest dwarves have no way to protect ourselves.
Well, the sheepish dwarf says, what would you do? A light gleams in the dwarf's eye.
I know where the council is,
Sacksmith says.
My father helped dig it, see? You see?
I didn't sign up for this homework, chat. I know where the council is. My father helped dig it. Where is it?
You want to know? Sacksmith replies, I'll take you on one condition.
When we get there, you help me split the first noble's skull. It's time Sansa's lost his crown. Do I have to agree to a murder before going into this?
We do need to find the council with the nobles. There must be another way, you answer. Saxsmith shakes his head. There's no mercy they would show us. He bangs the table with a fist. I'm going now, he declares. Don't go with him. You stay seated with the other dwarves and watch as Saxsmith charges out the door. We'll find his body in the river by morning, one of the other murders. You mark my words. You nod and get to your feet. I ain't going nowhere. I may have encouraged him slightly, but not on purpose. I was just agreeing the city is kind of run by thieves. It just is. You fight your way through the creatures to the bar. With a thump on the bar top, you catch the innkeeper's attention. Look him over, greetings, head away from the bar. Let's take a look at him first. The innkeeper is a surly, bald-headed man, used to dealing with the rabble from the docks. He runs this place like a schoolteacher controlling an unruly classroom, eyes everywhere, hands quick at collecting money and keeping others out of the till. A surly, bald-headed man. He runs this place like a schoolteacher. Greetings, you say. Nice place you have here. The innkeeper nods. He's clearly impressed by your dress and well-educated tone. And what be your purpose in these here parts? He asks. The other creatures at the bar jostle and push each other for space. We do have to sleep somewhere. I mean, that's why we're here. Let's ask him about the North Gate. I'm heading for the North Gate. Look, the innkeeper replies, cutting you off. I didn't mean I wanted to know. I meant, you want a drink? Here I am. You want to talk? That's what my customers are for. He waves around the room at the hordes of drunken sailors and other ruffians who fill the space. What is the price of a room around here? The innkeeper holds up 4 fingers rather than shouting across the bar. A ruffian knocks over a dwarf's mug of ale. The fight that breaks out is short, sharp, and ends with the heel of an axe breaking the ruffian's nose. A great cheer goes up and the innkeeper replaces the ale free of charge. Tell me the price of your ale. It's going to be just as expensive. 1 finger. Fine, I'll buy some ale. I'll have a mug. We have to have some real ale. You lay down a coin and the innkeeper passes you a flagon. Drink the ale. You knock tankards with the creatures on either side of you, then drain the beer in one swoop. It is nutty and pleasant and fills your stomach with a pleasing warm glow. Finest in Carré, the innkeeper remarks, seeing your satisfied smile. Ain't nothing that beats a good glass of Wayfarer's Ripe. You should have another too. The second's always better. The second's always better than the first. It's actual real. We haven't had any good drink in a while, chat, and it was only 1 coin for a drink. We did win all this in this establishment playing Swindlestones, after all. Buy another flagon. Oh, drink the ale. You knock back your second mug of the fine ale and feel yourself ruddy with good health. This inn is a charming place, really, and the people here are very friendly. The innkeeper nods with approval. All the best can put it away, he remarks. Head away from the bar, pay for a room. Let's pay for a room. I mean, we did win 8 coins, so we're going to spend 6 of those 8 coins here. Right? He held up 4 fingers, we'll have 7 coins left. That's reasonable. Right? We'll pay for a room and actually sleep in here. You hand over 4 gold pieces. For a moment, the attention of every other creature at the bar is distracted by the shine. Then the innkeeper slips the coins into his belt and conversation resumes. He jerks a thumb to the staircase in one corner. Go up whenever you like. Buy food. Another flagon of ale. I mean, I don't need another flagon of ale. We've had 2. We're going to head away from the bar. You push your way back out of the crowd at the bar. When the yard's arm high, that's when I know I'm dry, sings another tight sailor from one corner. What are you guys asking about? What's the question? Is there any way to access mods? I mean, you can do exclamation mods. And there's a few different ways to check out the RimWorld mods, which we're going to be playing tomorrow, actually. He's not wrong, the second is always better, that's true.
This accent's all over the place. True. Shaq as a genie, what up? Thanks for the 13 months, dude. Welcome back with Prime. Thanks for sharing the support. Well, we paid. Let's get what we paid for. Everyone's so nice here, apparently. You head up the stairs into the room above. And we have our own little place to stop. Why are you doing this, Etalyx? To give somebody in the VOD a chance to screenshot somewhere around here if they want to. Okay. The room. The room is small but clean. You lie down on the bed, tired from your day of walking through the busy city. Do we need to eat? I don't think so, right? We should just be able to go straight to sleep. I don't think we're hungry. We bought ale, and we not long ago, in the same day actually, we ate at the octopus guy's house, I think. So we'll just sleep. It's time to sleep. You close your eyes and the noise from downstairs does not trouble you for long. Your dreams are cluttered and crazy. Red-eyed beings loom at you. Face after face laughs as you ask about spells. 4, says one. There are 11 spells. 13, 49. And somewhere beneath your feet you hear a man cackle with laughter. The crown is on his head beyond your reach. The next morning. Dawn breaks and you head downstairs. The inn looks like a whirlwind passed through it. Chairs turned over on top of tables, plates and flagons scattered around, and several patrons are passed out asleep on the floor. Check they're alive. You stop by the first of the fallen drinkers and check that they are still breathing, which they are, but their breath is so thick and alcoholic it makes you swoon to smell it. You pick your way across the bodies to the door and go out to the street, noting that your spirit has changed to gorilla. Back to gorilla, the king of the great apes, a creature of honor and good faith, who accepts both danger and misfortune as traveling companions without hesitation. So that's pretty apt. That is pretty apt, I'd say. As the sun breaks over the rooftops of Lower Carré, the city looks clean and bright, like a stone polished to a shine by a fast-flowing river. The effect lasts for a beautiful moment, and then the people of Carré begin to stir, opening their windows to throw out their slop, shouting and cursing at each other as they do so. Why does it want me to go to the bridge? Why does it want me to go? It better not be the crossing, and I may as well have just stayed in the sewer the whole time. Chat, it's very possible that it didn't make that much of a difference whether we went through... We went in a Swindlestone. That's true. That's true. But, here's the thing. When we take a look at our original path, I think because this is not a round map, it felt a little bit more natural that we knew the destination was up here, and we were just trying to get there. So I wasn't really concerned that I didn't go north, or that I didn't go into the city of Cantapani, or that I didn't go here, or that I didn't go to the Medikey Forest, or that I didn't go around. I think we were just less concerned by that because it was like very clear that there was a journey happening, whereas here, it was a little bit more like it gave me the illusion of like playing it from a video game perspective of I need to clear this map and like check everything when I need to remember that my goal is the North Gate. We're supposed to find out how to open the North Gate, but nonetheless the clue is the North Gate. So we did get a few clues that we didn't get otherwise. We would have had one clue in the cave, or in the sewer. But I think we're just gonna have to accept the idea that we spent our time in the Festival of Thieves and chasing that old man over here, instead of going to Dwarf Town, the Artist Quarter, Palatine Hill, possibly. So, this is how we spent our time, perhaps. Maybe that's how it is, and that's fine if so. You're supposed to get to your destination somehow or another.
The market traders begin to set up their stalls, fighting and threatening each other to get to the spots closest to the ships. A few sly types, probably pickpockets, begin to prowl the shadows between the stands. There are still areas of Lower Korea you have not explored. There it is. But you cannot afford to waste more time in these slums. If the nobles are to be found, they'll be on the other side of the river, and if they are not to be found, you must reach the gate and try to find another way through. There it is. So, we really probably could have just stayed with the path that we were on, but this is like a game text confirmation that confirms, like if I had seen this when we popped up on the river or something, I probably would have just accepted it and moved on. But hey, we got to see other outcomes, we got to do it a different way, and that's part of the fun. Buy breakfast, wait for the bridge to be lowered. I don't really want to buy breakfast. Let's wait for the bridge. You ignore the various food stalls and watch the river as you wait. After a while, a grizzled old man arrives and unlocks a small booth by the harbor bridge. He goes inside and closes the door behind him. You go to knock on the booth. Impatiently, you go over to the booth and knock firmly on the door. The old man lowers down the window and leans out the booth. Hey, what you want? Good morning. You begin cheerfully. The man replies. Beautiful day, isn't it? The man peers at you suspiciously. Whatever it is, he grumbles. I'm not buying. Well, I'm not selling anything. Not to me, the man replies. He goes back inside the booth. What am I bribing him for? What am I bribing him for? I want to click this button just to see what happens. But I'm scared it's going to go down a path that I can't follow. Oh no, I'll pay you to lower the bridge! Wouldn't it just have come down anyways? Am I confused? Wouldn't this have just come down anyways, regardless? You hand over 3 gold pieces. The old man leaves his booth and goes over to a contraption on the waterfront. He begins to heave and wind an ancient winch. Seems to be quite hard work. He's trying to move the whole weight of the bridge single-handedly. I feel like what we did, he was going to probably sit in there and wait, because what he's saying now is the tide's almost there, but if you want, I can go now. I think we would have we're saving time by spending money. I think if we pay him now, maybe we'll have more time in the day. I don't know. Because it seems like there would have been a waiting. I don't know why else this would have been worth 3 gold. I'll help him out, though. You get to your feet and go over to help the man out. Get off! I don't know what get off means, but get off! Oh, get off. He growls. You'll break it. Help him anyway. Ignoring the man's complaints, you grab the other side of the winch and turn. The bridge lowers much faster than he could have done alone, though the man does not stop complaining and whining. Finally, the bridge smacks down into place. The man does not thank you, but sulks back inside his booth. Well, we made him do it now. We hurried him along. You cross the bridge over the river Jabaji, which runs like slime trail through the center of the city. From the middle of the bridge, you look down into the water and seem to see a small body floating past on the current. A child, or a dwarf, perhaps. Then suddenly, the boards underfoot begin to creak. It looks like you may have damaged the bridge when you lowered it so quickly. I was just trying to help, guy. I was just trying to be a good lad. Run for the other side. Throwing caution to the wind, you pelt for the far bank. You make it to the other side without serious incident and breathe a sigh of relief. Always run for it, chat. You've reached the banks of Upper Korea. The buildings here are not as grand as on the south side of the river, but they are in much better condition. Fewer people live on this side, away from the fields and the hills, but those that do are richer. They are also, most likely, more dangerous. But of course, it is on this side of the city that the North Gate stands. You follow the road away from the river towards a fork If there are any nobles still in the city port, their houses are most likely to be on this side of the river. But which way? A fork in the road on the eastern side, with the Gardens of Bria, the Necropolis, Fallen Quarters, so many interesting things left to see. I feel like I missed so much. Huge replayability here. I mean, literally did not see anything up north of this house, and we got all of Dwarftown, half of Mansion Row, the Artist Quarter, and the hills up here. And also, you could even come back and redo the Festival of Thieves completely differently than I did. And not to mention this part at the beginning. The bridge was that guy's livelihood. Well, okay, but I paid him and just helped him lower it. It seems like the bridge is fine. Doesn't say it's broken. You screwed the next guy, maybe. Possibly. But anyways, I think this is probably a natural chapter break for the next stream, if it is really cut in two. On the one hand, I'm slightly disappointed we didn't keep the climbing down the well, because it was kind of interesting popping up here. But on the other, I think it was worth redoing just to confirm that we are supposed to cross now. So I don't dislike the way things went the other way. I like that we met a couple new people. That body, by the way, is probably the dwarf that said that they were stomping out to go kill the council by themselves. It did say we may see his body flowing down the river the next day, so he's dead. We got to play some Swindle Stones, win some money, have a nice rest, back to 19 out of 20 stamina. So we're just in a much better place overall. I wasn't doing that to try to get in a much better place. I didn't know I wasn't going to be able to go through any of this, but it makes a lot of sense now. I think what it would have gone better for me is if when I entered, maybe they had set some like tertiary goals. Like my primary goal is get to the North Gate, yes. But maybe it should have been like, get to the bridge or the eastern side first. And then I would have been like, okay, so I need to kind of weasel my way, wind my way through to get to the bridge, and that's like my current destination. Whereas I feel like I kind of stumbled upon it, but hey, I'm a wanderer. I'm a traveler. That's what I do. But tons of fun anyways. Lots of crazy adventures today. Here's my goal next time. We're gonna play this again on Sunday. So we're gonna do RimWorld tomorrow, come back to this on Sunday. My goal is fewer rewinds. I was annoyed that I had to redo the well thing a few times. I was also annoyed that I should just go with my first instinct. I killed the guy with the fireball. Should have just left that there. But also it was kind of funny going back in time and killing him like 3 times. It was a little like humorous in a way. The sentence of confirmation would have been useful. Yeah, I think that was the big game changer. Rewind Chainmaker. So, here's the deal. Be back tomorrow. We'll just cut that chapter here. I think it's a good stopping point. We're gonna find the nobles. We're going to end up, look at the path. See, this is much more understandable to me. What I should do next time when we get to part 3 and 4 is double check that, because look, we're here, but look at the North Gate. Follow that path all the way back down, and you can kind of see you eventually have to go through the Necropolis unless there's a shortcut somewhere. But maybe don't make a beeline for the Necropolis. Maybe go, if I want to investigate the gardens or the Fallen Quarter first, then go do that, then end up over there. Or maybe you get there somehow from here anyways. You see my point? Maybe I should have gone down here and be like, okay, we're here. We're trying to get to here. How do you do that? Well, there's the bridge, sure. And there's no other connection, so I'm going to have to wind my way up to here eventually. I can't just take 6 days to do it. But I think I would have been a little bit more clear. So I think next time I'm super clear on, like, if I go north first, good, because this is the red quarter. Oh god, the red quarter. And it's a dead end. So explore the dead end, then maybe swing down to the gardens, and then to the Necropolis and back up, if that's even possible, right? Anyways, yeah, we gotta plan a little bit more exactly in the future, for sure. Anyways, guys, also give me a chance to rest my voice for tomorrow and the next day. I think 7 to 8 hours is pretty good for the sorcery streams overall. Just a nice length, so we don't get too bogged down or burn ourselves out. Just kind of good old-fashioned story time. So, basically, in summary,
mean, you guys all saw it, but some of you may not have been here for the whole thing. We began at the South Gate. We met an old man. There's really a lot happened just in this concentrated area. I think the biggest event was killing the Chainmaker. We still have the chain. I love the crystal ball segment. That was one of my favorites. We met the guy campaigning for Vic outside this house before turning back. The octopus chef. The whole Festival of Thieves was just a bunch of strange and weird goings-on. Still confused about the fence that I turned into a giant, stepped over, and started getting eaten by weeds. Yeah, the haunted house, we did not even go in this house. We just walked around it. Maybe we should have gone in. I don't know, but that's the thing. Like, not every decision you make is going to turn out in your favor or good, you know? So sometimes it is correct to just turn around and go. But a lot happened. What game is this? It's called Sorcery. It's got 4 parts on Steam. It's a choose-your-own-adventure story. It's really fun and super replayable. And we're going to be playing it again on Sunday. But for now, tonight's adventure is at an end. We'll pick up from this chapter, from where we left off. Probably... See, like, if you could go to all these, I would never finish this in, like, 14, 15 hours. But this is probably doable in the next stream. So goal for the next stream, unless there's some other crazy map that appears, is we'll probably finish this and go to the North Gate and finish part 2. So, should be good. And then pick up part 3 and eventually part 4, and then we got a couple other games to check out too. So we got tons of stuff to do, which I'm excited about. See what we get into next. Most impressively, we've kept our stamina way up. We're at 19. We can do a lot with that. We got rations for food, and we got 4 gold. Not as much as we started with, but we've been kind of earning some by fighting and gambling. The fighting, gambling, Analander. How could you not go to the Festival of Thieves, though? It's called the Festival of Thieves. You just have to, right? We did get the wig out of it. We did get a wig. So we can talk to animals. I can read minds and talk to animals and understand languages. So, like, in truth, best RPG scenario, period. Because I love, like you saw from Fallout, which we'll eventually go back and do New Vegas DLC. I love the dialogue options. So when I get an option for reading minds, talking to animals, and understanding languages, I accidentally just created my favorite, like, archetype character. Mind reading for justice. Fighting and gambling for justice. Anyways, hope you guys had fun. I had a blast. Even though we got stalled out in the well for a little while too long. But honestly, with 7.5 hours, it's uncut. You're going to be doing stuff like that if you play this by yourself anyways. We just have to get over a couple speed bumps. But I did exactly what I wanted to do, get about halfway through this particular game tonight. So, mission accomplished, good amount of time, and lots of excitement, I thought. Making a lot of potential for future stories. And just as a refresher, we still have the copper key for jail cells. We got a bunch of magical items. We've yet to use the juice, the giant teeth, the face mask, beeswax. Lots there for sure. We still got a silver chain. We'll have to play with that. 4 whole gold pieces. Wowee. The Bornskin boots have not come into play yet, but may later. A paper fragment that cannot be read. And also a bunch of clues. Vic for First Noble. A man named Vic runs several businesses in the city port. Maybe we'll learn more about him. The God Korga. A priest, the scholar's house. We'll definitely refresh the clues because we know a scholar lives in the Red Quarter. So, like, we'll definitely look at the clues before we actually play on Sunday and try to use them to our advantage. Anyways, thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. Hope you had fun. I'll see you again for RimWorld tomorrow. We'll get a nice change of pace. Play something a little bit more traditional. Keep the story time flowing on Sunday, where we'll probably finish up part 2. I think it's only going to escalate at a certain situation. Like, I think it's just we're going to push the snowball down the other side of the hill, and it's going to keep going. But it's been a ton of fun. I'm gonna have to play this game again off stream. Like, I just have to. I'm gonna finish it on stream first, but there's just too much stuff. I want to play a whole different character and just see what happens. I wish I could have it on mobile too, so I could just play on my phone or play on an iPad or something. Secret off-stream stream. Anyways, RimWorld should be good tomorrow. I don't remember what we left off on, but I remember it wasn't bad, right? I think things were going generally okay. Snarker said you did really good at Swindlestones, parentheses, don't read this out loud. Fair enough. We did do good at Swindlestones. It was a lot of fun. I think the game's really good. A couple people were like, I don't like Swindlestones. But I thought it was solid. Just a fun minigame to include. And the characters have been insane. You know what's really fun for me is going back over when we start doing the blurbs again. None of you guys are gonna be the lore master, are you? Anybody out there like a superb writer that takes pleasure in their wordsmithing? That wants to be the lore master of the sorcery games? Looking for superb writers to join the Map Boys. It's a lot of work, so I don't really expect anybody to volunteer. I wrote all the blurbs for the first one. I'll do it again. I don't know if I can do it before Sunday, but I guess we'll see, because kind of puts undue pressure on other people to like get that done before me. I roleplayed in AOL chat rooms, so kind of an expert here. Hey, Real Magic Soda says, yo, will you ever play Dishonored, if at all? Maybe. I've actually never played Dishonored. Maybe one day we'll stream it and check it out. Could be cool. Could be fun. Like remembering all the things you've done? Well, Shady Santa, what we got is, we're doing a to-be-updated map. So if you do exclamation sorcery, you can see the interactive map. So this is from the stream last Sunday, and I'm Fire got the map and then dotted all the lines and then marked on the legend what each number represents, and when in the VOD you can actually see that part of the stream. Then I went and wrote like a blurb for each one. So for example, when we went to, I don't know what, there was a bunch of interesting stuff that happened here, but you know, we go to Liaki, the city of giants, and follow the grass around the house, finding a wine jug-shaped pot, following a trail west toward the tree. These are all the things I did. We found a line of idols. Inside the idols, 3 giant's teeth, which we still have today. And then, pressing further through the trees, we stumbled upon a rat bear and fought him. And this is the tale that we've traveled. I'm watching the VOD in a sec. I can't believe I missed part 1. It was last Sunday. But yeah, this is basically just etching in stone everything that we've done in the game. And then you're going to be able to click on part 2 up here, and it'll have the map of Corée, and then show everything that happened in part 2. So it's both a companion for the streams and also a fun way to memorialize them once they're done. So like we can always go back and scope it out and kind of see what happened. Definitely gonna make sure these VODs are saved. But Kyra Toby went in and then linked all the text up to like clickable links and the web host, and then added a bunch of awesome pictures and like visual aids from the game, so you can actually like kind of get the sense of what happened as it happened, and maybe even enjoy our playthrough this way without having to watch the whole VOD, or watch the VOD and look at this at the same time. It's up to you. So this is condensed. But the VODs aren't that bad. They're like 7 to 8 hours. Yes, sir, I love Sorcery. Well, Idion, come back on Sunday where we're going to play again. We'll play one more time this weekend. But anyways, thanks for hanging out again, guys. Great game, fantastic series. Happy to be playing it. really enjoying myself, and I just want to play more. I want to go eat, come back, and play more, but we need to take it slow. There's still so much to do. So very much to do. It's a big place. So this is at least twice as big as part 1. Because we were done with part 1 this far into the stream. Now we've got, like, game 2 of part 2, game 2. Here. Hey, Lurkster, happy memories indeed. Yeah, it came out a while ago. The books came out a real while ago. So if you were playing the books, that's pretty intense. The games are great, though. You can get them on mobile as well. Alright, guys. Have a good one. Take it easy. See you again for some RimWorld tomorrow. I'll miss you, but I'll see you real soon. Alright? Etalyx.tv. Win. I still have the book somehow. Yeah, I'll have to check them out. It'd be cool just to have. And, you know, flip through and read and see, like, how it originally was. This is my new favorite show, too, Techno. It's like a show for me. My goal for next time is to be a little bit more sure-footed and decisive. I don't feel like I took too long really making any decisions. I just want that fireball back. The dude's dead anyways. I'm sorry. Chain Forger. You'll be missed. We didn't get justice. There's been a distinct lack of some justice. But also there has been other justice. We did make the orb lady tell her friends that she was lying to them. That was some justice. Was there any other justice today? We made the clown unhappy. We depressed the clown because he charged me a gold coin to look at a guy in a green wig. There was some, like, justice there. Great abundance of theft. The only killing was that one Sven. Did we kill anybody else? I don't think so. You tripped after running with the orb. I didn't trip, I got tackled. The dwarves were like, it was him! He did this to us! And then grabbed me. Alright, I'm starving. I gotta go get some food. One chocolate peanut butter Pop-Tart, even though it was kinda good, ain't enough. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, thanks once again for spending your time with me. We'll see you again soon. In about 14 hours. Wait, no, more than that. So it'll be 12, 13, 16 hours. Come back in 16 hours for some RimWorld fun. Maybe we'll even start early. Who knows? Till then, good night. Naruziko, Techno, Miss Lissa de Fire. Bye, Kelly McChess. Snarker, Magic Soda, Kyra, Toby, Lurkster. Have a good one. Bye, Idian. Shady Santa. Sobs Boy. Xenophanes. The Nightbot. Snaticats. Wax to Seal. KBS. And more. The real Lorag. Would you please step forward? Your mod for day is now at an end. But your character, well, their story is just beginning. Bye, Evanito.